Welcome everybody to the DAF Esports World Championships, the first of its kind. Well, we got players from all different regions heading to the Patrick Space Force Base in Florida. They're going to throw down over the course of the week to see who is going to be the first world champion here at the DAF Esports. This is going to be a fun one. I'm excited, but I can't do it alone. Beside me, I got the wonderful Proper and Infinity. Proper, we're going to start with you. First time on the desk. Welcome. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's nice to be indoors. A little rainy out here over in North Carolina, but I bet it's beautiful down in Florida nonetheless for these guys to be able to sit down and be able to play some Call of Duty this weekend. I'm excited to be able to watch the action.
Yeah, I'm excited. I had to close my blinds. It's sunny. I'm getting the Florida feel, but I had to actually see my screen, so I had to make sure that I kept the sun out of my eyes. But Brody, how you feeling? Across the pond, welcome back. How you doing today?
Yeah, things are pretty murky here in the UK, actually. I'm just grateful that it's not absolutely scorching and I'm not sitting here sweating in my office. So, feeling pretty good, ready to go again. We saw some of these teams in Konus and PACAF. I'm excited to see them again.
Let me tell you, Martin was kind of leading on that it's cooked over there. The players are sweating, and I'm happy that I'm not sweating with them right now, I'll be honest. But we got a fun day ahead of us. We got to look towards what that day does entail. And to do that, we can introduce these groups that we've been seeing across the course of months now to see who's going to get to the World Championships for Group A, B, and C from all over the place. We got the culmination of Konus, PACAF, and USAFE coming together. Proper, do you have anything that really catches your eye when you're looking through these groups?
Not anything in particular. It's tough to be able to gauge which one's truly going to be the group of death. I mean, I'm mostly excited to be able to see what this Misawa Air Base is going to be able to produce. Their run through the lower bracket last time that we had them through a bracket type system was Herculean to be able to come back to be able to beat Hickam Air Force Base 4-1 in that grand finals. Just from seeding alone to be the #1 seed in Group A alone was nice to be able to watch.
Yeah, and they dethroned Hickam all the way down to Group C. I think that's one of the biggest stories here was Misawa and what they were able to do. A lot of trash talk come in when we were watching PACAF, Brody. I don't know if you remember that. From the Konus players to the PACAF players. They've been waiting for this moment to kind of show up, and they still have to worry about a little bit of USAFE. We got Rammstein coming in Group B, the only USAFE team to show up to the World Esports Championship.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of the teams that would have qualified otherwise from USAFE could not attend the event. But the good news, I guess, for teams that maybe didn't qualify through Konus or PACAF, they each get given effectively an extra team in the competition as well. So a couple of names that you wouldn't have otherwise got, they are now in the competition filling up those spots from USAFE. All in all, though, we have our 12 teams here. And yeah, you kind of referenced that rivalry, right, between all the different regions. I think it was PACAF that we're talking about because it's a smaller region. It's more difficult to get easier games online. I think they're going to have some tough games here.
I think it is going to be tough. I think that the Konus players, they have every right to step up and talk that trash. Is the history of Call of Duty Esports when it comes down to, you know, Europe versus North America, even put in some Asia Pacific there, and it's always North America that's usually on top. So Konus players, they have the edge to them so far, but I'm excited to see if those USAFE teams and those PACAF teams can show up and show out today for the World Esports Championships. But looking forward into the schedule for the day proper. When we're looking at it, we're kicking things off with Misawa versus Peterson out of Group A, but we got a whole action-packed day ahead of us.
Yeah, and this is a perfect just segue off of everything that you guys were just talking about. You can see the dispersion as far as representation from all the groupings there on the left, and we're going to be keeping an eye on Rammstein to be able to see how far they can make it from the USAFE's sake. But yeah, a very long day of Call of Duty, very long week of Call of Duty. Again, as far as all intents and purposes, like throughout all the group stages, we will be having like the main broadcast jumping in to give you updates throughout all the matches throughout every single day, because we're still going to be whittling things down to a 12-team bracket to be able to see who's going to be the champion by the end of the week. So just day one of a many here starting off.
It's the best way to do it. I mean, everybody loves group stages, into bracket play, into double elimination to crown a champion. I'm pumped to see how everything goes. And yeah, of course, I mean, we are starting things off already with PACAF versus Konus, so that's going to be a fun one for Peterson. Definitely going to have to see if they can bounce back after what was their exit from Konus when we did see them on stream, but we'll talk more about that in the future. But I'm pretty sure this is where we're going to get to say goodbye to you, Andy, and jump into what we're going through for this first matchup. We got Misawa versus Peterson. So proper, I guess we're going to get to see you later when you come back on stream.
Appreciate it, boys. Have fun. Have a good cast.
And Brody, when we're jumping in for this one, we got Misawa versus Peterson, PACAF versus Conus, two teams looking to start off their run on the strong foot, and it's going to be a fun one because when we're kind of looking into it, I'd say this is truly a tale of a team that really needs to start off strong and another team that is riding the high off of what was a fantastic losers bracket run.
Yeah, I think, for both of the teams, right, kind of an interesting story here. You have literally the #1 team from the PACAF region going head-to-head. I think it's the #3 team, I want to say, if I remember service correctly, from Conus. And yeah, right, Peterson kind of known for their lower bracket runs, going up against a roster like Misawa, who also made a pretty damn good one. It should be an interesting matchup between these two teams. I will say on the whole, I think this is going to be a real test, a real kind of measure of where those two regions are at, right? Obviously, we talked a little bit about the rivalry between the two regions. Well, if Conus want to take a huge win, what better win is there than to take down the champions of PACAF?
There isn't a better way to start off and a better way to kind of set the precedent of what Conus can bring. So let's introduce our first team of the day. Brody, we got Misawa Airbase on screen. Sweet, Nase, Michi, Goldfish, and Knight. This team, they were electric in that losers bracket run. And just the entirety of how much they came out of left field. We did not expect them to show up, but with Nase, Michi, and Sweet, they brought a lot of fun to it and a lot of threatening, I'd say, gameplay that we were watching.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely Sweet as well, right? I mean, obviously, a lot of love to Nase Michi. He had some incredible moments during said run, but Sweet, it felt like, would always turn up. Every single game, no matter what, even if Misawa maybe weren't having the best game overall, even if they end up losing it, Sweet was always streaking out, and of course, that led to some incredible moments in that grand final versus Hickam. So, yeah, I think, if I'm looking at any player to step up here for Misawa, Sweet is definitely the guy that you want to watch out for, and therefore, I think the guy that Peterson are going to want to shut down.
I love the jerseys, too. I mean, the jerseys look so sick for the World Esports Championships. It's got a little touch of everything from each region on it, but for PACAF in general, I'm seeing a little bit of a throwback to what we had in Kadena, so I'm loving it. I'm excited to see what we get from this team for sure. Like you said, from Sweet, no shade to Goldfish or Knight. Those two were thrown down back in that grand final. Big reason why they were able to push towards the end with all that momentum. But looking towards the team opposing them in this matchup, where we switch over to Conus, or some North American representatives dropping in or dropping out from the lower semifinals to what was a canon loss, 0-3. We're looking at Kimura, JR, Loyal, and Soder, the captain, looking to lead this team to a win.
Yeah, Peterson just looks so good. And I recall, a couple of times we got to talk about them in post-match interviews, right? I think it was Kimura was the last one that we got to chat to as they headed into that lower bracket final that unfortunately ended up losing. And they talked a lot about their chemistry, right? And the trust that this team has in one another, the composition of the roster. All of them, know exactly what they need to do on the map at all times, no matter what the game mode is. So Peterson, I think, are a real threat here. I know that behind the scenes, Evan, one of our guys here, was a big fan of Peterson. He was pushing them the entirety of the Conus Championship. So I don't think we've seen their ceiling yet. I absolutely love this roster.
Yeah, Evan is a Peterson shill. We know that first and foremost. This is going to be a really interesting one just in general, because when you look at Misawa and the run that they made, it was great. But if you're looking for that Conus cope, I'm going to bring up the cope right now, Brody. It's the fact that Peterson, the only two teams that they lost to in the Conus Championships were the two teams that showed up in the grand final. They lost to both Anderson they lost to Langley and Cannon. Both of those teams found themselves in the grand final. Cannon was the winner of Conus, but for Peterson, they can know that they were knocked out by two of the best. So coming into this one, I don't think we've really seen the true ceiling of this Peterson team, but for themselves going into this matchup, obviously a lot of it's going to come to comfort in their maps and which ones they're going to be bringing out. So when we look towards the map set for this series, I think we can really kind of dive into what we're going to expect from the pool. We get the Skyline Hardpoint to open things up, double dose of Protocol to back up that Skyline, and then if we go to 4 and 5, it's the Vault and the Rewind that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, for sure. It's my understanding as well that Misawa more or less effectively let Peterson choose the maps for this best of 5. So that's really interesting, isn't it? Just like such confidence from Misawa that they're like, yeah, you know what? You guys just choose your best map. So
where are you getting this info from? I feel like you got some like deep info.
I think I saw that in chat. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that. Either way, it was said in chat. Okay. Oh my, Seymour, you made my heart skip a beat there. You always do, though. Regardless, yeah, this is going to be an interesting best of 5, I think. If these are very strong maps for Peterson, and something I think we're going to be kind of coming back to throughout the rest of this tournament as well, right? You know, unlike maybe kind of some of the lower level competition, you know, at the beginning of Konus or a PACAF, these are the best of the best from their respective regions, right? And so I think you are going to get to see a little bit more tactical play. If this is Peterson's best map set, all eyes on this series, right? If you want to learn how to beat Peterson, because they are a threat, as we've said, later on in the bracket, you got to be watching this matchup. You got to be paying close attention to Peterson.
And then if Misawa come out here and smoke him, like, who knows what's going to happen at that point, Brody. You know, just notes out the window, just what to explain. But we did do some predictions for this matchup from what to expect from you and I. Both of us actually rooting for the PACAF representatives here in Misawa. You had them 3-0. Do you still feel that way when you look at the map set?
I mean, maybe, right? I mean, this is the key thing. For me, I just want to get behind PACAF as a region, right? You know, I know there's been a lot of that kind of trash talk between them. Surely the PACAF champions can come into this matchup, can come out strong, and beat a roster like Peterson. But I will say, Seymour, it is not an easy start to this series.
No, it's not an easy start. I got 3-1, kind of feeling the same way. I think that Peterson can steal away a map inside of the pool, especially if this is what they're wanting to go to. You start off with that Skyline Hardpoint, and for all you at home who might not really understand what to expect in these game modes, we've put together an explainer for you as we get into it.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
And that's exactly how we're going to be playing Hardpoint when we get into these maps 1 and map 4. Remember, those at home who aren't familiar, we play Hardpoint twice. Why was I about to say 4 times? We play Hardpoint twice.
Imagine.
We play Search and Destroy twice, and we play Control once in that map number 3. We'll definitely look into the explainers of S&D and Control as we get through this series when we're going into those game modes. But for Hardpoint in general, Brody, heading to a Skyline, what do you think after, you know, we're in August now? We've seen a ton of Skyline across the year, the way it's evolved as a map. What would you say the most important thing for this map is?
Honestly, I don't think the fundamentals of Skylines have changed that much, despite the fact that we're in August now, and God, whoever's playing this map at this point in the year is absolutely off their rocker. But nonetheless, yeah, Skyline, it's all about that P2 rotation, right? I mean, this is more often than not going to be the hill where you get the most time off of any one hardpoint. You can really lock those back spawns down as long as you have somebody by those back stairs. So making sure you're on the right side of the map from P1 to P2 rotation is probably the most important single move that you can make here on this map. I think just really, generally speaking, for Skyline, making sure you rotate properly, that's paramount.
Yeah, but P2, P4, it's where you can get a lot of time on this map. One thing I've noticed as Skyline has evolved is that as you put so much focus on that P4 rotation, you tend to lose a lot of time at P3. So making sure that you are very much in that fight is important for this Skyline. But we kick things off, and right away, it's Peterson out the gates. Quick 4 down. That's
a brilliant start for Peterson, and we talked about this, right? That P2 rotation. that Peterson currently have control of. If you can just make sure that nobody filters through that kitchen side, you will be fine and dandy. But that's not what's happened here. Misawa, they've actually hit towards Jim, but Kimura comes out immediately with the double and makes sure that that 25-yard line hasn't been penetrated.
Yeah, it's 5. Make it 6 in a row for Kimura. He's going to be looking to lock down those spawns in the back, and it looks like you're still going to have some teammates around with you, but Misawa are starting to get some time off this P1, find some kills, start to push forward, see if you can flip things out. Up top, Nase gets the kill to the P2. Soder in the back, he wins his fight, and it looks like Misawa still struggling to break these back spawns.
Soda's still a lot to do as well. Knight has absolutely no idea, but it doesn't matter. Knight will beam him. Beautiful kill for Knight. His woes are not over, though. He has no little help towards the backline here. Loyal now knows that he's around. Fortunately, though, the rest of the Peterson starting to knock at the front door of this hardpoint. Loyal trying to plague his life, but will be shut down. Those kills from Knight and Sweet now mean that Misawa should be knocking at the door of this hardpoint until JR comes through almost immediately. 4 of the kills, and Peterson, they are right back into the time.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of X factors when you're looking across to the board for each team. JR for sure is one of them. On the other side for Misawa, you look towards Knight, the route runner for this team, and for a map like Skyline, it's going to come in handy if he can start to get off to a quick... I was going to say if you can start off into like a quick, fun little Skyline mix fest, but we're going to stop the Skyline there on the P2 rotation. And fortunately enough, Brody, you know, it's not like we're jumping out of a dominant game. That was so back and forth from both teams.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you what, Seymour, I'm still getting used to not seeing any minimap. This is the first time I've casted a single game of Hardpoint without the minimap. It is difficult, man.
I'm trying to
you
look
have
for
no
other
idea what's
things
going
to look
on.
at that's like not the minimap. I'm just like,
yeah, it's like you're seeing colors that are like so similar through the X-ray. Like, which color is that? Are we good to go? But yeah, I mean, an interesting start, right? You know, I think you know, had Peterson starting off on the right side of the map, and again, you know, they had generally the right idea, right? Make sure that nobody from Misawa was able to get through towards that P2 rotation. They had to fight for it, but in the end, they were the ones in control. I say in the end, before we hit the reset, right? Phenomenal start from Loyal. Loyal had a really good start there towards that game. I think, you know, that big spree from him. Again, just making sure nobody gets behind enemy lines. That is the key way you got to play this map.
Yeah, I think that Loyal had a fantastic start for Peterson. On the other side, when I see Misawa and the way that they handled that P1, P2 rotation, just you could see the composure from this team actually working together. As soon as they got momentum for that break on P2, they were hunting for those players, sending bodies in, making sure that you were putting yourself in position as well to get a solid break. It wasn't just solo efforts, just throwing your body at that hill like we've seen in the past from, you know, the PACAF bracket and the CONUS bracket. These teams are learning, Brody, going into this World Championship, and I think that that's the big thing, that big takeaway for a lot of these teams is, yes, you were good in your own bracket, but that was a long time ago. PACAF was at the start of the year. We're in August now. So you can only imagine how much Misawa has evolved, and for Peterson, that is going to be some pressure to worry about because you've had a short turnaround from CONUS going into this one, and it's a lot different on the time that you've had to get better.
Yeah, I definitely agree, right? I mean, I don't think it was a good idea to be stationary by any stretch of the imagination from one event to another. You want to have improved. Even if you won the event, you want to have put improvements in because you know that CONUS is a very difficult region with all the different kind of highly qualified teams that they have to take down. And so, yeah, for sure, that is absolutely going to be the case. I think Misawa will have put a lot of effort into making sure they come in very well prepared for this. On the flip side of that conversation, though, you kind of have to wonder whether or not they're going to be somewhat cold, right, coming into this. You know, obviously they're going to have put a lot of prep in, and obviously they're going to be playing all the rank play games. Maybe they got some quasi GBs in there as well, whatever that looks like nowadays. I don't know. But at the same time, you compare that to their opposition on the CONUS side, and CONUS wasn't that long ago. They're still probably feeling a little bit of fresh from that. So, yeah, you know, it swings and roundabouts.
No, I agree. And then you kind of go towards the championships as well. You think of that everybody from PACAF might be a little bit jet lagged, you know, at the same time. It's a long journey to get to Florida from a lot of these, for a lot of these players. But I'm sure, you know, it's nothing that they're not used to. For the most part, and you go into this tournament, you start off with a win that's going to completely put you in good graces for your group, and at the end of the day, there's still a lot of time to get through these groups and make those mistakes. So it's not, I'd say, over fully if you lose this game. You just get a little bit more pressure put onto you throughout the group stages.
Yeah, definitely. Especially considering you look at the groups and how difficult they actually are. I mean, I look over towards Group A, right? And for those of you guys who didn't get to see it earlier on, it's Misawa, Kadena, Nellis, and Peterson all in the same group. That is a really, really tough group. When you consider the fact that Peterson, got top 3, Nellis, I think, top 6 in CONUS. Obviously, these are high placements regardless, because only 7 teams managed to get through.
Nellis made it to the lower finals.
CONUS. Yeah, I mean, these are really, really good teams, right? So, Group A is really difficult. You do not want to be losing a series. And I know it's only for seeding at this stage of the competition, right? I know that no matter what happens, you're making it through to that championship bracket. But seeding's really important. Like, you do not want to be coming out of the bracket and almost immediately facing Cannon frame 1. That is the last thing that you want. So, yeah, I think for these teams in Group A, you don't want to be losing that first matchup.
There's a lot of teams that you just don't want to match up against. And, you even put Hickam in that same conversation from the PACAF region. There's a reason why they were in the finals. Definitely a dangerous team to kind of worry about. And then you put into the mix of 2 teams that weren't even supposed to be here. And, Buckley, Space Force Base, and Kadena. Right. That's, teams that you always kind of go into this tournament and think, what's the most dangerous team? It's the team that has nothing to lose. And for 2 teams that were never even supposed to be here, they have some opportunities to do some damage now to the brackets where, you're taking the space from some UCF teams who were not able to show off. There's no easy way to be a champion of this tournament. I would say there's no real team that is set in that grace of this team is the best team here. Maybe you put that over towards Cannon, as we were just singing their praise all throughout CONUS that whole week. That is a very strong team and for good reasons, but at the same time, people make mistakes. These players are not flawless by any means, and you put them into a tournament setting like the World Championship. This is pressure that you've never felt as a competitor before. You've played in tournaments, but you've never played in a World Championship.
No, absolutely not. This is a totally different ball game. I think maybe, these guys, they got their Landjets out of the way in their regional championships, right? I think they're kind of used to it now if they were there in the first instances. And considering the kind of teams that we're looking at here and the context of what this entire tournament is, I doubt those jitters even existed in the first place. But with that said, it is, this is a totally different ball game. The bar has been raised, and you briefly mentioned there those new teams that are coming in, right, to replace those that should have been here from USAFE. They're even interesting, right? You've got Buckley coming into this tournament. I think Revenge has rejoined the lineup for this event. That's something we'll get into later when we do actually get to see Buckley. But, that's not an easy team to take down. That is a team that is coming in this event. They've kind of pack-a-punched themselves. Is that someone needs to be worried about? I don't know. There's no easy teams here, mate.
Yeah, we're trying to get these players back into the lobby as quick as possible, everybody. We're not just sitting here rambling for no reason whatsoever. Nothing. There's a lot of weight into this tournament, a lot of pressure in this tournament, and we just want to make that weight get felt by you guys at home. And I also love that we get Kadena out here, as they were the hosts for PACAF. Love the boys over in Kadena. Big shout out to them, and I hope they are watching, because that was a fun time. They're always a grand team to watch and enjoy watching for the most part. Brody, so going into this matchup for Misawa Peterson, just to kind of bring things back in for these 2 teams. I'm not going to sit here and say, do you still feel confident in your pick'ems with Misawa, but was it different than you would have expected from Peterson out the gates?
Yeah, I'm actually going to change my prediction. I'm going to say Peterson 3-0 because Evan told me to. That's my prediction now. That's what we're doing.
Is that legal? Can we do that, team ops? I don't think we can do that. You know what? And we have it on camera already that he picked Misawa. Okay, and our producer said he's not going to allow it, Brody. You can't change your predictions now.
I can't believe it. The law's holding me back. It's wild. Absolutely wild. Corruption. Lies, deceit. Anyway, here's a game of Call of Duty, and we're into Skyline Hardpoint, and Misawa having a better start to this game than they did last time around. Peterson now spawning over towards the right side, towards P2 side. It's hard to tell, actually, initially, with the colors. It is Peterson, though, in control of that rotation.
Yeah, the dark blue, that's Misawa. Peterson, the light teal blue that we're going to be seeing on screen. Don't ask Proper to explain that, but we are getting Misawa already out. 24 points off this P1. Peterson looking for the break over towards New, and Knight He's not going to get it done. Up top, Loyal stands tall.
Alright, Misawa currently in the lead for this game. Nase Michi trying to do something around the backline gear. They don't know that he's located. It's time for Nase Michi to pull something special off the wraparound for the second kill. It's gonna go through, but his job is not over yet. Currently, one player still up top, and you've got Sweet through the front of the kill. But great play from Nase Michi just to try and kind of magnetize the rest of the team around him.
Shower for the slide in, still not able to break. Misawa soaking up this P2 time. Knight's going to be blindsided for the second, but he's able to get away. Hopefully for the rest of the team, trying to pick up. Knight goes back in for a second one, holding on to this hill as long as he can for the rest of the team to get there to help. 13 seconds. Goldfish now running on through, but P3 set up for Peterson is what they got to look for. So they're
trying to watch the cross right now. We'll find one kill. This is a good position for someone from Peterson to be in. You're already starting to see those kills in the feed going Peterson's way, and finding more value through the middle of the map makes things such more difficult for Misawa because they have to filter through this fireplace. They have very little other choice short of a very long flank, and that takes time, and that filtering is exactly what you see right now. Finally, Soda goes down. But, I mean, just look at how much time was wasted there by Soto with that one position.
Yeah, he's just back and forth right now for Peterson. They're right back into the game. Still 30 seconds, so we're looking to see if Misawa can put anything of a break together. Good shots from Nase. Knight up top. The split kill feed goes in favor of Misawa for the break and the setup, but still looks like Peterson are holding those better spawns for P4.
That's an important place to be in. You can kind of trade off the back 15 seconds here if you do manage to get control of the rotation. 4 players going down now as well, so Peterson now have these spawns on lock. You very briefly mentioned, Seymour, the fact that this is one of those hard points. It's not quite as effective as P2 for a full 60 rotation. You've got one player in power position, but he gets shut down. Now Knight, the next one up to try and push towards their next hard point gear. Just chilling, down low. Kimura, so much to do.
Yeah, lots to do in the back. And even there, he's not going to expect to slide through. No help with the comms. It's 4 down, losing just 1 on the approach. That's Sweets, but he's going to spawn back up with the rest of the team. Now into this P4, holding on to that lead behind the tub. That's Knight just trying to play his life. For the rest of the players in the back, they have the AR set up in power position. Sweets gets the double kill, 14 and 9. Looking for number 15. He gets it. And Misawa now for the back 20.
All right, Misawa. Oh, Sweet almost found another one, and that would have been despicable, wouldn't it? Misawa managed to break through there, and Sweet is absolutely the reason for it. So, big break, considering how much of a kill that can be, how much of a money hard point that can be. For Misawa to actually jump through in the way that they did is everything. And now they hold a pretty sizable advantage as well, going into the second set. Last time around, we saw that rotation being locked down by Peterson initially before it got broken by one single player. That can't happen again because Misawa might find themselves in a solid lead.
Well, Peterson, so far, so good. Picking up those lanes, filling where their players fall. A little bit of a lead to cut down, but still lots of time over towards P1. Soter in the hill. Good fight. Sweet. Thought he was going to drop off the map, but instead he falls right into the hill for the kill. And Goldfish going to back him up to keep Misawa in this lead as they cross triple digits. Split spawns for Peterson. And Goldfish, he tries to turn around in time, but everybody is here. The kills following through. Soter, another double kill. 18 and 13 to jump back in the objective.
And Loyal's just died as well. That's really unfortunate for Peterson. Like, yeah, all right, you do get time. Oh, never mind. Sweet comes through for 3. And I was going to say, yeah, all right, you get the scrap time, but you know, you don't really have the rotation. Well, now you have to focus on the latter. Loyal died. So now has to hit the route through towards the zip. Big gunfight. Will find it. But again, Loyal's job is not done. Those spawns are super sticky towards the back line. Loyal knows it. He slides and takes Knight down. And now Sweet, who has been so big this game, needs to go even bigger. He's on 6 in a row and he needs to do more. But will get shut down. JR knocking at the door to try to find his way through. He gets shut down. Misawa holding on by a thread.
Yeah, slide in off the zip. It's fancy. And it's Soter to do it this time around. Drops up for Knight. Not going to expect it. And Soter is tearing things up. He's even taken down his teammates at this point. His Loyal is going to get killed in the back. Again, Misawa just holding on to about a 20 point lead, give or take. A little bit of a buff now as they get the scrap time over towards the second hill. This rotation of P3, Peterson, they want to lock it down. It was where they were able to tie things up back in that first set of rotations, but they got to repeat that now.
All right, that setup from last time around was exemplary from Peterson. Might get back from behind. Okay. Now he takes 2 down with him, and that's going to make this setup untenable. Yeah, all of a sudden, 1 player left alive here. Kimura down for the count. That is a big wave of gunfights. But again, not all of the entry points are being watched here. JR able to waltz on through to the hard point, but as he finally goes down now, an opportunity for Misawa to blow this game wide open.
153 to 112. Lots of time on that clock as well. Kimura are going to try to put a rush towards this P4 spawns, but Goldfish holding his own. Pressure out into the back, and they can read this one. JR ends up falling. As this whole back and forth is going to force Loyal actually to go back over towards Old. Take down Sweets, gets the rest of the team in for that scrap. Hopefully to get that scrap, but they desperately need this break over towards P4, and nobody's been able to get these kills on rotation.
Tower seem pretty locked. You've got Nase Michi towards the back umbrella. Getting through grass is going to be very difficult. It's going to be a feat that I think might be too much to ask for from Misawa, and at least for the first initial wave of gunfights, that is the case. So Peterson might have to get creative here as far as hitting this hard point is concerned. Loyal tagged up through the front now. He's going to have some help. He actually ends up stunning his teammate there, I believe. So, again, Peterson trying to rely on getting the player on the backline, but Nasty Michi gives too much of himself away. Finally going to get shut down. Now that's an opportunity here for Peterson.
Sweets is doing everything that he can to hold on to these big money hills. Kimura in the back, trying to put some pressure off those spawns. He's forcing the splits, but has to back down. All this time, Misawa still soaking up P4 as it's Kimura around the back yet again, finally getting those shots in. Sweet's going to take down his teammates, and now for the break, trying to get the last bit of scrap time in for Peterson. They're going to collect it, but look at the monumental discrepancy between these score lines. 197 for Misawa, still comfortably holding on to this lead.
3 kills for Peterson. Saw them back on P1. They managed to get a lot of time with a good solid setup. Keep the player their head down towards the area, and I don't like that push out from Soda. That's really unfortunate because now that weakens things towards the hard point, that's 4 players down, and yeah, you might have the back spawns locked in, but for how long? Because Mastar are on the way.
I mean, you really feel like that was a bit of a sell from Soda. Split spawns in, and Knight's got a lot to deal with from both ends of the playing field. Up top, Sweet still coming out big for the team. 32 and 20, a minute 28 in the hill. And this is incredible work from Misawa behind the power plays. That Sweets are putting the team on. Soda for one last try for the scraps. He's going to get in, hold on to this game for as long as they possibly can. But again, you're in a position where you need to break a money hill. You need to break it fast.
Well, they are getting players through. Well, is going to find one. Knight is going to come back, and I think they've cleared Kitchen. That's not the case at all. Now they know as Soda goes down. Loyal, once again, a lot to do. Has been a hero for Peterson this game so far and will inevitably get shut down. So, Peterson, they're relying on these individual players right now. Kimura, the next player to try and play survival. He gets shut down as well. This is so 1 by 1 from Peterson. Nase Michi doubles up. 1 more kill off the back of a wrap. Can he find it? Just trying to play distraction for the rest of the team as they hit the front of this hard point.
Nase is going to pump the brakes. Soda just desperately trying to hunt down this player. He wins it. Inside the hill, the contest turns around. Loyal still holding on. 3 down for Misawa, and you look to 25 seconds left on this hill. Might be the go-ahead to push out, but inside those lanes, Misawa looking to put some pressure on the P3 setup, as they're already going to be there.
30 points away. Misawa. All they have to do is hold 1 solid hit from Peterson, and that's a good start. Loyal's got through, though. Loyal's found 2. Hits the reload. Gets shut down. So Misawa will get first touch on the next hard point. But she said the spawns will flip. Peterson now hitting from the other side.
Knight gonna hunt things down through the middle of the map. JR, Loyal, the only ones to get kills. It's Sweets again for 3 in the feed. As that spree's gonna hold on to this rotation. Only 20 seconds to put this game away. Misawa have the setup to get it done. And the kills. Nase gonna push forward, but on the other side, it's 2 down for Misawa. And Peterson still fighting back.
That trophy's going to catch that nade, though. It actually makes Soda weak, so it has to get a reach out here. No choice with 20 HP to his name. It's not that good. It's 3 dead in the feed. One last player from Peterson. Kikamura do anything about this? No. Misawa, good reads on the spawns towards the closing moments of that game. They take the first map of the DAF World Championships.
And as we would have expected from this team, it's Sweets just leading them to the promised land. What a performance coming out from himself. 40 and 27 at the end. Triple kill galore. Just multi-kill monster for Misawa Airbase Peterson. Just trailing by a small margin for majority of it. You mentioned it to those P4s. Just not being able to break those money hills efficiently really kept Misawa. The back of that, even between players like Knight and Goldfish, always looking towards those big hills.
Yeah, and it really felt like Peterson that, they had some problems, right? I look back towards that one you guys just saw there, right, where Soda had control of P1, made sure that when that P3 did pop, that the middle of the map was being entirely watched. But I think as soon as the Misawa actually adapted to that, right, they realized, right, these are players who need to get out or not even let them get to that point in the map. That's when things, I think, started to change into Misawa's favor. They started to get a lot more map control. They started to force, I think, Peterson to become a lot more solo play based. And as soon as that happened, the game just kind of slipped away from you.
I mean, there are moments there, too, that you actually saw solid setups coming out. I mean, Kimura had some big moments for those rotations, a couple of kills, and you'd get Loyal in the hill, but they just weren't able to hold on to that time very, very much. A lot of team kills coming out from Peterson as well that stopped those setups if in full Brody. But for the most part, I think Misawa, they came out, they did exactly what they needed to do, and that is set a rhythm to this game, a pace that now Peterson have to match, especially if Sweets is putting up numbers like that, because when you have a player that can just take over, we've seen it in Black Ops 6, that makes the game so difficult to deal with. And it kind of puts over towards Peterson, especially heading into a search and destroy, is who's going to be there to battle against Sweets to see if he can stop him from going on those raids.
Yeah, that's the key thing for me. I think you have to shut down Sweet for sure. Sweet is an absolute monster. He's a menace in like every single map that he plays. No matter what happens, if they're losing, he is always going off on a tear. So I think, coming into the search and destroy, just making sure that you shut Sweet down. Obviously you can't just pick your first bloods. That's not how it works. But as soon as you identify, what kind of avenues, what kind of routes is Sweet taking through this second game, then maybe you can kind of try and play around that a little bit. That being said, the next game is a protocol search and destroy, so I don't think there's going to be much in the way of strategy here in this one. It's just going to be headbutt the A side.
Yeah, I mean, for protocol, just in general, I think you're putting yourself in a map where you have a lot of possibility for those bomb sites. I mean, for sure, you're wanting those deep dives into A to see if you can get, especially when you have your trophies down, that bomb planted as quick as possible with numbers. Very tough bomb site to retake, but the same time, as soon as you start hitting A over and over again, that leaves that B site very open. And if you can, at the same time, get that setup over towards helicopter as the attacking team, get that bomb planted and have a post plant that is still very much a strong setup to have on the offense. One of very few maps that we generally see both sites getting used quite often in Black Ops 6, but for protocol, it's going to be a test on both sides on what their search and destroy looks like going into the World Championship.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, you guys know how to play protocol search and destroy because it's quite simple, as we've said. But you might not know how to play search and destroy in general. So for those of you guys who don't know, here's how.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Well, I don't know if that's the game mode that I was really expecting to look at, but for Search and Destroy, I think that this is definitely something that you and I still can get the handle on Brody's. For Search and Destroy, for those who don't know at home, you got 2 bomb sites, no respawns for each time you're a player. If you die, you have to wait for the next round to finish. On the defensive side, you can either defuse the bomb or eliminate the enemy team. And if you're on the attacking side, you're going to look to plant that bomb at either the A site or the B sites. And obviously value your life when it does come down to those kills, because you can't, I'd say, win around if you don't hold your lives, bro. I mean, there's very few times that the bomb does go off and you still have all 4 players down. But for the most part, you lose all 4, you're most likely losing the round.
Yeah, for sure. That would be weird. That would probably be indicative of a bad Search and Destroy play. If you had all 4 players up on the retake and the bomb was about to go off, yeah, you probably should be doing something a little bit more aggressive there in that situation. But, as we've already said, Protocol is a very simplistic map. We've seen a lot more B hits, I think, on the back half of Black Ops 6, right? It's become a more used bomb site because of the fact that you can... watch it, as you said, from the helicopter side. There are a lot of untenable positions for the offense or for the defense to deal with on the retake, but you're probably going to see a lot of A hits. Knowing what we saw in Konus and PACAF, we're probably going to see a lot of A hits here off the start, and that's immediately what we see. Misawa off the rip here, making sure that nobody's got past grass. I don't think they're aware that they already have.
I mean, you don't have trophies. It's a tough gamble to just drop down that elevator shaft, so I like this mid position. Now we're getting from Misawa airbase. Nase, those going to be spotted by JR. First blood going over towards Peterson, and now it's Goldfish's turn. He's trying to slip the line, but he's going to be spotted by Kimura. That is going to make things really difficult for Misawa now, trying to get this bomb to B.
You have to deal with Kimura around this backline. You cannot not do it. Especially if there's no trophies, as you said. He was cooking up a nade towards the B-bomb site. Loyal will take him down, though, and yep, there it is. All players down. Nowhere to go from Misawa. They couldn't go towards the backline because of Kimura's position, and Peterson knew exactly what to do on that post pump.
And I know we got a little bit of a flash of the scoreboard after map 1, but if there's anybody that's going to go toe-to-toe with Sweets, it is Loyal. 41 and 27 back on that Skyline, Brody. Almost 5k damage. Not a lot of hill time behind that slaying, but I think for Loyal going into the Search and Destroy, he is somebody to look at.
Extra bullets in the body? A little extra love in there at the end of that round?
I mean, body shots to open up the game.
That's crazy. This is frame 1.
That is crazy.
This is the first match of the entire week, and we're already shooting bodies. That's how it's going to be. Huh? That is how it's going to be. Peterson starting strong after round number 1, and they're getting aggressive here into round number 2. They've managed to get Kimura all the way across the map, and they have totally gambled that Misawa's defense at the B-bomb site is going to be absolutely nada. Nase Michi might have just spotted a freebie, though. Kimura on the run from him, and he has completely run away from him. Nase Michi did not know where Kimura went. He got that kill for free, and now this is a round that is absolutely favoring Peterson.
Elvis, Loyal, keeping the attention over towards him. Back at Grandma's, the snap around the pillar. It's nasty. Kimura finessing his life as long as possible, but you're surrounded by Peterson players, and it's now just Goldfish in a 1 versus 2. Fight against the helicopter is not an easy one to take with the Jackal, but you do back down Soda for a second. The issue here is the time, 15 seconds to get this defuse, and you know you need 7.5. There is no chance that you get both kills and the defuse to win this round.
Goldfish is just trying to get some X6. Oh, Soda gives him 1 for free. Is it Christmas already? All right, Goldfish, he's getting some freebies, and he's going to end the round on 3, unless he just... Okay, I was going to say, that was a bodacious move to close out the round. Just flying
he's looking
out
for
towards
kills
the
at
side.
that point. Maybe it's Christmas if you do count Die Hard as a Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas movie. Is that a controversial take?
I didn't say it is or it isn't. I just, it's just for those who determine it
Pick
as
a side,
a Christmas
Seymour.
movie. This is definitely the Christmas movie for you. Full action coming out for the Protocol. As now with the trophies down, this is where Misawa is starting to bring out some strats and Goldfish all the way to A. Off that 3 spree, make it 4 with the first blood.
One flanking player, though. Soda could throw this open. Never mind. Nase Michi takes him out of the equation. 2 for 3 we go now. Peterson at disadvantage here on this retake. And re-entering in towards this site is absolute hell. It is so difficult with all the different head glitches, all the different positions that you can take. And it's worth saying, though, Misawa have actually isolated themselves. Goldfish goes down, and I was expecting some kind of little re-kit from Sweet or from Knight. It comes a little later than expected, but at the very least it comes. And one last venomous shot from Sweet closes out the round. And I got a feeling, Seymour, we're going to see some adaptations on the defense after that round from Misawa.
You'd have to. I mean, the fact that Peterson were just giving up no nades, no shots, no chance to pressure it out. That first blood from Goldfish was basically served on a silver platter, and then to double down with Nase Michi expecting the flank towards P2. That was well read from Misawa on their attack. 2 attacks that were actually really well thought out. You can see that this team has brought the strategy to the World Championship, and Peterson, they might be able to brawl out and use some brawn to get through this team, but and across the course of this entire search and destroy, you gotta see some brain.
Oh, I said I was going to see some kind of different play from the defense. How about that? Knight just flying across grass, try and catch a player off guard. Unfortunately, he himself has been caught, and for him, the chase is over. He gets shut down. Peterson now traded out. 2 versus 2 we go, and they have completely transitioned strategy here. Instead now, it's to get the bomb down on B as quickly as humanly possible. Nase Michi, though, he is hanging about the joint. He could stop this.
He definitely can, but not until he understands exactly where this play is. Bomb goes down at B. No pressure towards the back. Double setup over towards Heli. And a lot of it's going to ride off the information that Kimura can give to Soder. This is a very aggressive angle that Soder has. He's not going to be able to help with his flank.
My problem is dealing with that player inside the heli. So difficult. The coverage should be good from Kimura, and Misawa know it. It's going to be hell on earth to try and actually get rid of that player from heli. Goldfish surely doesn't even get there in time. He might do. He gets past, but he should be weak from the initial. Soda ends up taken down, and alright, he kind of incidentally baited out his teammate slightly. Doesn't matter. Soda gets it done.
That's the Falcon special right there. Just leave one in the back. You get all the attention on him, and Soder cleans it up. 3-2 off of that win that he gets. And I was worried. I mean, that's such an aggressive angle to play that if he doesn't spot that player jumping over his head, that is Kimura just left to his lonesome. Luckily, he gets those early tags to finish it off, but you are really getting pushed to the edge by Goldfish right now. 6-3. One thing to mention for Misawa as they start falling behind is Nase, Michi, and Knight combined 1-7. And now Goldfish is down by his own nade.
Well, that's probably not the start that Misawa wanted to this round, is it? I'll say Michi, one of those players that you talked about, you know, being part of that combined 1-7. It would now be a 1-8, make it a 1-9 as that player goes down. Yeah, that is a catastrophic round, shall we say, for Misawa. Nading yourself at the start and then almost immediately losing the second kill is it's a toughie.
Like, how do you nade yourself off the front? I'd understand if you're on the defensive side because you're trying to nade over top triple, but you know, sometimes you bank that nade off the arches, but over grandmas, where does just Semtex get caught? How do you do that? Do you stick your teammate and accidentally walk into him at the same time?
It's probably that, yeah. It's probably a stick.
It is that is tough scenes. Trophies out over towards A. Push from big door. Goldfish gonna slide across, and the information off the nades, but trophies weren't down in time.
And Knight has to keep the coverage. It's a nice slice right out. Hello, Knight. Oh my god, the iron balls on you. He will pick up the kill and immediately get the trade. All of that, though, equates to Peterson for the majority backing down. It's apart from Soda, who flies in towards the site and completely clears it. Yeah. And now Misawa have zilch control over the A site. Peterson, the world is your oyster. Have fun.
Well, the bomb's still taking a long time to go back over towards A. You have time for this retake, and as it gets planted, a short moment for 2 versus 2, but do you get there in time for Sweets? Bomb gets planted. He has found a route in. Nobody's going to expect it. Now into the 2 versus 2. Bomb planted for the retake. You got Natse on your wing, but Kimura flanks it out through big door. Nobody expects it. Peterson 5-1 up in the search and destroy.
feels like a bit of a read there, right? From kind of a psychological perspective, the way in which these things have been relatively slow for these teams. Kimura's logic there is probably, look, these guys probably aren't going to be watching for immediate fact. They're also probably going to take a little bit of time to actually make the retake happen. So let's just hit him from behind and see what happens. And for Kimura, that is a risk absolutely worth taking. If that was the play call, he was bang on. They had no idea that he was coming from grass, able to take down 2 for free. So another kind of horrible round from Misawa. They had that one in the bag. It falls away from them. Peterson now 1 round away from tying things up.
I know we talked a lot about the objectives in our semi-explainer for this game, but at the end of the day, you do need kills. Here we go, 2 versus 2. Loyal finds the angle, slides in. One more player left to put it away. 6-1 for Peterson. Loyal swings in and swoops it up and puts it away for the team to tie up this series after map number 2. This makes it a war, Brody, as we are guaranteed a map 4.
This battle is well and truly underway between Peterson and Misawa now, isn't it? After that, frankly, dominant search and destroy. Every single time it looked like we had something positive to say about Misawa. And granted, there was a lot to talk about positive for Misawa, especially towards the back half of that search and destroy. We'll kind of discount the opening nade from, was it Knight that threw that thing? We didn't really see it, but we know that it was drastically terrible. Peterson just immediately had some kind of response. They had some kind of solo play, be it Sota, be it Loyal, be it Kimura, even JR had their moments during that search and destroy. Peterson just flying like eagles high in the sky through that S&D.
Yeah.
Misawa didn't really feel like they had a chance.
I think that for Misawa, I was really impressed by the ideas that they were bringing in. You could see that they prepared in terms of strats, but they didn't have any idea on what those timings were from the other side. And for Peterson, they just got timing after timing for every single retake or every single shutdown on that defense to open up those rounds. And for Misawa, they just were not able to replicate anything on the defensive side. They had no answers for those opening first bloods. Every single time that they were in a 2 versus 2, there was just no change to the play. They bunker down, they turtle up, and Peterson were all over the case for that. Not to mention Soder in that incredible bait play towards the helipad. I gotta give him some props for that. It's a bold strategy to just leave your teammate alone on heli, but it works out twice-fold for the team. So big way to bounce back after map 1. Doesn't really go your way as you were expecting, but sets us up for now the series to be a little bit longer, Brody, as we're guaranteed a map 4 hardpoint. We got control coming up very soon to see who is going to take the lead for this series. Tim Peterson go back-to-back. Well, we got to wait to see what happens after this break. Welcome back after electrifying search and destroy. We're tied up one apiece between Peterson and Misawa Air Base. We're heading into the control now. Brody is, we have officially reached a part where your pick'ems cannot be correct. And that's my favorite time every time when I'm in a best of 5.
My prediction strategy has been the same throughout all of these Air Force Gaming events, and it will continue to be the same. Just pick 3-0 to either of the teams and hope for the best. And that's going to be my prediction strategy for the rest of the tournament. You are not going to see a single prediction be anything other than a 3-0. And that's okay. That's okay, because that's what I do best.
Get a load of this guy. 3-0 sweeps all the way through, Brody. I hope I never see you guess a Game 5 or a Game 4 throughout the entirety now that you've said that. But looking back at the maps for the series, we can see exactly what we're sitting at and what we've seen so far. And the hardpoint looked fantastic from Misawa. Lots of slaying, good rotations, and good setup in terms of the objective. But when it came to the search and destroy, just absolutely zero slaying. Lots of setup, but no follow through.
Yeah, and you know, we go back towards what worked in the hard point for Misawa, right? And I think a lot of it was kind of breaking up the setups that Peterson were bringing to them, right? We talk about the fact that there were a couple of crucial moments early on where Peterson looked like they kind of had a strategy as to maybe how to approach certain hard points, and as soon as that strategy was blown wide open, it felt like they never really had much of a follow-up, and Misawa played around that very, very well. You kind of compare that to what we saw in the search and destroy, and I think for Misawa themselves, the strategy was just nowhere to be seen, right? It really felt like Peterson had their number in that department. So we go back into another objective game mode in protocol control, a respawn game mode, I should say. And, you know, we're back here again. You know, what do the strategies look like for Peterson? And are they 1-0? You know, how quickly do Misawa adapt to that? Because that was kind of the name of the game back in game number 1. If we are going to see Peterson come out with some solid strategies off the round number 1, I want to see what the reaction from Peterson, or from Misawa, excuse me, is like. You know, how quickly do they learn what Peterson are doing? How quickly do they adapt to it?
Well, that's the big question. And I know we got to see a little bit of a sneak peek, but if you guys forgot how Control was played, let's take a look at it again.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Well, what a showing there from the bots in the control round. Stafford having a good go at that game. And yeah, Control, I mean, it's a fun one when we do get down to the nitty gritty in terms of what to expect for these maps. Me personally, big fan of Protocol Control as we've gone through, or sorry, Vault Control as we've gone through this season. But for Protocol Control on the different end, I feel like it really comes down to the slaying. I know that it's very easy to kind of point towards kills being everything, but when you're on the attacking side, if you're not able to get those kills, this is probably one of the hardest spawn traps to break.
Yeah, it absolutely is, right? You know, especially if you're one of those kind of annoying sub players that's just kind of running around up top, you know, running from kind of left side to right side, maybe watching the middle of the map. You know, you kind of off the back of the spawn, you're like, right, we have to almost immediately deal with, you know, 1 or 2 people, and you don't know where to look, right? It's very, very difficult to deal with a spawn trap once you're deep in it. So, you know, if you're on the offensive side, just slay forehead, right? Don't get put in a spawn trap. That is the last thing that you want to do here on Protocol Control. So yeah, we'll see whether or not the team on the offense can get it done. But the other thing I would say that's really important here is AR control. All right, making sure that you got players in key power positions. You know, if you have a player, if you're on the offense, for example, right, and before you get in said spawn trap, if you make sure that you've constantly got a player up top in the windows, right, up top in top triples with an AR or something, that affords you a lot of map control, a lot of map presence that you otherwise would not have. So putting your ARs in key power positions, I think that's the biggest thing for me, besides the obvious, just don't get spawn trapped.
Yeah, anything that can really keep that pressure off of your spawn when you're an attacking team on Protocol. I think that really points towards two exceptional players that we got to see back in that hard point. Of course, we have to reference Sweets, who dropped 40 kills for Misawa, 31 of those kills being non-traded. He was an absolute menace in that Skyline Hardpoint, but at the same time, you had Loyal on the other side. He had a great hardpoint, 41 and 27, almost 5k damage, and that translated into the search and destroy at all. Loyal was 7 and 4. Kimura was right there with him. So the fact that for Peterson, they've had back-to-back games to really warm up, that search and destroy is going to make them feel really comfortable going into this control. And I think I expect a lot coming out of this team as we go back to a respawn, as they don't want to give Misawa too much. For you and I, we definitely expect Misawa to show up here. I think we expect Sweets to, of course, be the player to look at, but I mentioned it in that Skyline Hardpoints for Knight and for Nase Michi. They had good games there. Search and Destroy, they were not there whatsoever. They cannot have back-to-back maps where they put up performances like what we saw on that Protocol S&D.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, maybe the fact that we go back on the respawn, they've actually got kind of more time, more map to work with here, other than just kind of headbutting a bomb site and hoping for the best. Maybe that'll change things for Knight and Nase Michi, because you're right, I think the thing they were doing really well, beyond just slaying pretty well in map number 1, I think was actual map control, right? You could very clearly tell that there was a lot of communication between the team as to what those guys needed to be doing, whether it was running routes for a rotation, I'm not American, running routes for a rotation, or making sure that they held said rotation. They were constantly in the right position to pick up 2 pieces, 3 pieces. They weren't just finding them for free. They actually got into some really good positions to get those kills. And, on protocol control, that's relatively easy to do. So I do think this is going to favor them. But I do think, generally speaking, at the same time, just make sure you are providing quite a lot of slaying power for the rest of your team, because it can't just be Sweet doing it. Everybody needs to step up to the plate here if you want to get control of that.
That's the big thing for Black Ops 6 just in general that we are kind of looking towards throughout this season, as you recognize teams who excel and teams who don't really find it being put all together, is the fact that that individual play is just not good enough for this game just in general. It's too fast, it's too dynamic. You have to be able to fill those spots where your players fall, and that's one thing that really did impress me from Misawa back in that map 1, is that whenever somebody fell, you always saw those rotations really covering those open lanes from the team. They weren't really taking solo fights. They weren't really pushing on their own to break those hills. A lot of teamwork went in through that. If that can be what brings this team right back into the series now going into the control, I think that is something that we can almost expect them to bounce back in when they're away from those search and destroys. But again, for Peterson, this is no team that's just going to roll over and allow for Misawa to go back into the lead of the series. Again, I mean, we referenced for Peterson coming out of CONUS, they put up a strong fight towards some of the players that we saw in the finals. Of course, Cannon are winners of CONUS. They 3-0 swept this Peterson team. But for Langley, who was the runner-up, they took Langley to a Game 5. His Peterson team is strong. They were one of the top teams in CONUS. Yes, the placing doesn't really show that, as, top 6 isn't really one that you're going to be feeling good about in general, but you make a couple tweaks, you feel a little bit better going into the World Championships. This is a dangerous Peterson team, probably one of the more sleeper picks when you're looking at the seeding in terms of going into this World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Peterson, they looked good, right? I think during the earlier stages of that tournament as well, I know we had kind of the regional brackets. I believe that they were the Western bracket champions, and they made a kind of phenomenal lower bracket run. They're a really scary squad. I think especially early on in these tournaments, where it kind of takes a little bit of time for teams to adapt to them, where, figure out what the strategies are, what the best maps to play are. It feels like where Peterson thrives really well, because, at their basic level, every single player on Peterson can shoot really damn well. They're all straight shooters. All of them can slay out when they need to. And that's the hallmark of a really terrifying squad in a tournament like this. So Peterson are not to be trifled with. They're a really good marker, I think, for the power level that CONUS brings to the table here in the DAF World Championships. So, something to keep in mind, I guess, moving forward. Peterson are definitely not a roster to be trifled with. And, if everyone can step up to the plate here in this control, this might be a real quick.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, you got Soder coming into this team. I mean, he was left off the roster last year in terms of lands due to travel conflict, not because the team wanted him to. He's got a little bit of a revenge arc coming into this tournament, especially, you know, when we see him even playing outside of things like the DAF Gaming League in terms of, you know, when we saw him in the USAA when he's representing Air Force Gaming. Soder's been there. He's done that. He's been around the block in terms of competition, and he's looking to lead this team heading into the World Championships to see if Peterson can take home a world chip. So a little bit of a redemption arc coming out for Peterson, the captain, looking to get his get back in the server as we're loading into the protocol control, see if we can kickstart the swing map mode combo and, you know, bringing things back to what we were saying as we are breaking down this map for anybody just tuning in. Everything is going to ride off of what these breakoffs look at. For the offensive side, it is one of the hardest in the game to win.
All right, well, let's see if a team can win offense off the rip here in this game. Peterson are going to be the team on offense to kick things off. And, well, I think there was one player trying to keep an eye on that transition in towards A, but almost immediately they're swiftly removed. Masawa trying to fight for control of Armory, and they will immediately get it. So Goldfish needs to be dealt with. Nase Michi from the other side, though, good on the defense, does get traded out. But off the back of that initial push, only one player will move forward and actually survive. That is going to be a problem for Masawa, but not a problem just yet.
Yeah, I mean, something that you definitely have to keep your eyes on. But for Loyal, one thing that was good was the slaying back in map 1, but he was missing a lot of that objective time. He's going to drop back with the rest of his team, see if he can hop over towards A, and they got double progress going on both zones, so that's going to surely split the attention of Misawa. And now over towards B, that's where you're putting your eyes on.
Now we're trying to be a nuisance here. Goldfish, yep, using the route that nobody was checking. We'll take Kimura out of the play. Sour trying to deal with it, and yep, they are dealing with absolutely everybody who has moved past that 50-yard line. There is still one player who's being a nuisance. That's Loyal, who's had a phenomenal start to this game thus far. And you've lost Kimura towards Armory as well, and there goes Loyal. Every single key player that Peterson had in a powerful position is being shut down. Oh no, Soda, that's unfortunate. Sweet on a tear, and we're barely a minute into this game.
Shots looking good as 3-4 go down yet again. Only a segment at A and B. 15 seconds to break this one. Goldfish flanking through the spawn. Kimura not even going to be able to read this one. Everybody in the blender for Peterson's Space Force base. It's not looking good in the respawns yet again. And Misawa are just all over them. 9 in a row. 4 sweets inside of that round. What a way to open things up, and that just represents how difficult attack is on Protocol.
You know, Peterson, they didn't lose that without trying, right? You know, they sent players forward. They tried to make those individual plays to clear a lot of space, right? You know, I think it was a couple of attempts there from Peterson to try to get some kind of Grandmaster control, and both efforts unfortunately went awry. But if they didn't, you know, if those players were able to find some value inside Grandma's, then maybe things would have been okay for Peterson there. Maybe they would have been afforded a lot more space, but ultimately I don't think Misawa full send it towards those players. They just won the crucial one-on-one engagements and cleared out the map. So I think all in all there, what, a couple of ticks for Peterson off the back of that round? It's not the end of the world. Misawa, maybe they can have better fortune here. Sweet, starting off exactly where he left off on the back of the last round. He's died once. He's won a 10 spree since then. Somebody stop him. Somebody kill him, please.
I mean, fortunately enough, he's made no progress towards the objectives, but 11 in a row.
Oh.
That is impressive. Weird one for Soder. He's going to get caught. Sweets now with a Hellstorm to worry about, and the rest of the team going down. So, again, just slowing down this pressure. Sweets getting all the kills, but there's now 50 seconds. You haven't touched A or B. Sooner or later, Sweets is going to have to drop out of this window and start helping the objective.
Well, that's what you'd have to imagine. So can't just get the kills here. I mean, they could theoretically win by kills, but I doubt that Mr. Peterson will give that much of themselves away. Nase picking up where Sweet left off, as Sweet finally gets taken down off what was, I imagine, probably a 13-14 spree. And now finally they're starting to make moves towards the objective here. Keeping on number 8 on the minimap. That's Goldfish moving forward, but he gets shut down. And Misawa, I think, now going to start regret just picking up kills in this round. They have to move forward.
Oil goes absolutely massive. 3 kills on the flank. Slows down any chance to go to the objectives, and it's Soder's turn to fill that lane. So 2 life difference, make it a 3 life difference. Well, 12 and a half seconds. It is going to be a second for Misawa to touch over towards one of these zones, but they just haven't been able to set up as a full team. Constantly getting shot in the back, constantly getting put off the respawn in the blender yet again. It's even better than what Misawa were able to put together on their defense. 0 segments given to Misawa's attack.
Yeah, and for what felt like a more indomitable round from Misawa, even though I know it, statistically wasn't. I don't know. It feels weird. They didn't really even have a stab at any of the objective there in that round. Despite the kills, they just did not move forward. No matter what happened, I'm really not entirely sure why. So, yeah, Misawa, you got to focus a little bit more objective as you go forward and towards your next offensive effort, because now you're on the defense once again. And we talked about what went wrong for Peterson previously. They tried to get players forward to garner a lot of space. Every single time, those players would be shut down. So can they get players forward this time? Look at this. Full hit towards the point. Well,
I like this.
Almost immediately here, they get a couple of players through. You take a 2-for-1 trade. Loyal's got to be careful, though. Sweet takes them down. And, well, that's everyone forward from Peterson. Shut out.
I like the attempt, though. The double stack over. Now a couple shots from JR trying to hunt down this last remaining player. Knight to the rescue. Keeps his teammate alive out to the helipad. That's going to force the respawns of Peterson deep towards the top left of the minimap that we're going to be looking at on the offensive side. Gives some space for Misawa to get into the building, and all eyes are going to be on this flank of Chimera to get something going from the opposite end. Nice shots there onto Knight to go down, and this should open up a lane to one of the zones. I'd like to see everybody from Peterson do it together.
One player forward, though. Yeah, I was going to say Nase Michi. You have to take him out of the equation before you go further. Now another one to deal will be Goldfish behind. Misawa, they haven't dealt with everybody behind enemy lines right now before jumping onto the point, and that's why you're seeing those players again start to move forward. They're not comfortable with the fact they could get shot from behind, so they're moving forward instead now. They're going to get shot from the front. Nase Michi takes down Loyal. JR will take Nase Michi out, and once again, Peterson have one player forward, but you have to start focusing on the objective. You cannot just keep trying to get kills.
They have Grandma's control, but so many lanes just left unchecked. Misawa always able to break back into these objectives, and with 19 seconds, you're hoping you can get a swift 4 down, but that's going to be so difficult. Now that Sweets is back in his perch all the way up top. Rope. 7 seconds. Somebody's going to have to touch. Has the race out over towards A. Knight is here. 5 in a row. Another spree coming out from Misawa. And to make it better, just rips the head off the last member of Peterson to put away another defense for Misawa, up 2-1 in the protocol.
Just again, the same story for Peterson, right? I mean, look, Peterson are doing better than Misawa on the offense right now. Let's not get it twisted. They are finding... Was it 2 ticks again in that round? I think it was. Maybe just one. No, I'm not entirely sure. They got some kind of objective, right? Yeah, unlike Misawa on their offensive effort. So they are doing categorically better.
It's 3-0 in general, favoring Peterson.
Right. And still, the problem is, you're still not doing anything in terms of actually trying to grab the objective, right? Everything is about trying to get a player forward, and then that player, generally speaking, doesn't really do much in creating a window for the team to get on the point. They need to start focusing on the objective. Misawa, they want to do that off the start here. Soda, crucially, doesn't just get that kill. He gets away. He has help on the crossfire. Peterson, that's the first wave of gunfight. That is a bad position to be in, Misawa.
Yeah, we're definitely putting a lot of focus onto the negatives that we've seen from Peterson on their offense, but when it comes to defense, they were a step above Misawa still, not allowing any segments to be captured. Nase is going to dig them out of a hole for a second, but you still have Soda to worry about in the corner. Soda finds another one, slips away, just looking to be any kind of distraction to keep him away from this A zone.
Misawa trying to get some kills here. There we go. Sweet doubled up. No, Simichi with another one. Now jump on the objective. There we go. Sweet's going to stop the clock. It's not a double stack, though. Instead, Misawa are favoring map positioning. Finally, Knight will get over towards the point, and Misawa, they recognize they need to make progress. Kimura, maybe he's going to be able to ruin this one. No, not enough shots in, so this might be the capture of Misawa. Goldfish gets another one through the middle of the map. Nase Michi takes JR down. Loyal, the last player, towards the point to slide. Not good enough to get the kill. Actually, Loyal will take down Goldfish. And that second tick is all they're going to get for the moment here. Finally, some kind of reprieve for Peterson, but it's not going to last that long because Misawa, they've switched attacks to B.
You slay out your spawn, now looking to get rid of this pressure over towards B. Sweet's going to find another double kill through the middle of the map and a big win from Knight on that B zone objective. And he's going to push on forward while the rest of the team looks to clean up A, and he does get secured. Minute 35 as Misawa have nearly given themselves a secure defensive round 5. If this is shut down by Peterson, we will be seeing an offensive attempt from them. They just have to get there first as it's 9 playing 11 with a minute 20 left.
That's the crucial thing here. Just the fact that they've got that 4th tick through. It makes it impossible for Peterson to guarantee defense around number 5. Big shutdown, though, as Kimura takes Knight down. But that is the only shutdown in the feed for Peterson. Misawa can now knock at the door, but instead, they've halted. They're going to wait for Peterson, who are down to 6 lives, to make the first move. And from their perspective, I think the first error. Knight now jumping on the point here. Misawa ready. They're watching every single point of ingress. Goldfish to the side for the first kill. He gets a double. JR finding one. Loyal will double up. That saves things for the moment here. Brings it down to a 3 versus 5. Point now cleared. Peterson looking for a reset.
I think you really recognize there for Misawa, those back spawns for Peterson were right into the lighthouse, but no more respawns for Peterson. 3 versus 5. It's going to have to be perfect if you want this round 5 to be played. Kimura out through the middle of the map. He's got some assistance, but it's Nase Michi flanking through the top of ropes. Is it even going to come down to that? It does. Nase bringing things into a 1 versus 4. Loyal going to have to ace this round. And he doesn't even know where to look. Stun's going to check them. They know exactly where it is. The stack comes through. And for Misawa, they want to take the lead in the series. They steal away the offensive round. It goes all the way the distance to the last few seconds. But nonetheless, they take back that advantage in this best of 5.
Huge rounds. We kind of, it was somewhat critical, right? And Misawa are back in their first offensive effort for the fact that they were not able to get any ticks whatsoever, right? I think, they didn't really do that much. And then, of course, in that round of number 4, they come out, they completely changed their strategy. They're able to get it done in the way in which they play the round. Just totally different, I think, from what we've seen from both teams in the first 3 rounds of that control, where they're playing super duper, like, I guess, passively. They get players forward, but they're never really trying to play for the objective. They're just trying to play for map control, and it never really feels like the follow-through is there. In that final round, finally, it feels like they changed their minds. They're actually trying to hit the objective, and that just changes everything from Misawa. They play so much better.
Over to A was perfect. The fact that nobody's getting aggressive into grandmas, you have that map control towards top ropes, and not allowing the flank presence to be as loose as it was back in the first couple of offenses that we saw from both sides of the field. And Peterson, they never really were able to achieve that when it came down to that objective presence. Every single time we saw them on the offense, somebody was getting into grandmas, always trying to play off those respawning kills. But instead of being a part of the team, you were letting players funnel through those lanes, not picking things up. And we constantly saw just issues in the setups from Peterson. And I think that Misawa were able to just crack the case in that last round, and it's what you usually expect. You don't usually see teams make the same mistake twice, and Misawa quick to adapt. Peterson not able to get it done, but fortunately enough, Brody, Peterson are not going to be out of the series just yet. We do get to go to that map 4, and looking back at the map sets, we can get a little bit of a recap on how things have gone so far through this best of 5. And really, it is that search and destroy for Peterson that sets them apart from this team. The hardpoint and the control, it was a disaster class for this team. Going into this vault hardpoint, they have to start figuring out how to really get a grasp on these objectives when it comes down to the respawn modes.
I totally agree, right? And I think, part of it for me, right, is learning to adapt. We talk about it back in map number 1, right? The fact that Peterson, they did have control of objectives, time and time again. And as soon as those holds got broken, there wasn't really much in the way of adaptation, right? Their breaks themselves were pretty much lacking for Misawa back in map number, or for Peterson, for back in map number 1. So, we go into map number 4, and maybe things change here. Maybe things look a little bit different on Vault Hardpoint. Maybe your holds, you have a little bit more variety in what your setups look like, so that they're not so easily breakable. The one thing I will say, positive here, looking towards this best of 5, is we do go back to that search and destroy, and, they decimated Misawa in game number 2. You get through this hard point, you're going to be smiling from ear to ear going into that map number 5 because you're feeling pretty damn confident you can win it.
Oh, that's the hard point, though, or the hard part, not the hard point. I guess it is the hard point. We're going into this game is, can you win a respawn? You know you have the search and destroys. It's just getting through the respawn that's the hard part for this Peterson team, and it's a struggle that I didn't really expect from them from what we got back in Conus, but here we are going into the vault. Pressure is there for this team. And I mean, realistically, even looking back to the Skyline, the slaying was not the issue. It just comes down to who's going to be the one to jump in the objective. And with the difference that set apart was you had a 40 bomb from Loyal where he had 17 seconds of objective time. And then you had a 40 bomb from Sweets on the other side where he had nearly a minute 30 in the hill. It's just so different on where those kills are coming through and how efficient the slaying really is from these teams.
Yeah, for sure. Man, things have to change for Peterson, for sure. It is, again, kind of a massive indicator of the power rankings between all of the teams, right? We have a very high-level team from Conus here in Peterson going head-to-head with the best of the best, it would seem, from PACAF in Misawa. For all of the trash talk between the two regions, Seymour, and I'm sure that we're going to get a lot more of it through this tournament, obviously, with all the teams here attending from all around the globe. It really does feel like this is a solid start for Misawa. To just, you really put your mark on the series, really put your mark on the tournament right off the rip. To be like, look, you know, we're here, but we can take down a big roster like Peterson. Yeah. We can probably take down anybody. So big confidence booster for them.
And I don't doubt it at all. I think that a lot of us have some favor towards Peterson to be better than what we're seeing on screen. It's just, it could be first series jitters. It could just be woken up on the wrong side of the bed. It's not the Peterson that I was really expecting to come through this matchup, albeit I did predict Misawa to win this series. I hope to see a little bit more from this Peterson Space Force-based team. And excuse me, I had to sneeze there. But at the same time, Misawa, you just cannot look past this team as what they were able to accomplish over in PACAF. This is a team that fell into the lower bracket in round 2. They beat Osan, they beat Kadena, they moved into Anderson, swept them, and then just took over versus Hickam. They slayed the monster in their closet for that lower bracket run, and it was magical to what we witnessed from this Misawa Airbase team. You know that no matter how much pressure they face, they are still a team that is resilient. And for Misawa, they showed it in PACAF. They're showing it versus Peterson here in our first match of the World Championship. I don't expect them to start slowing down anytime soon. Peterson just have to wake up.
All right, well, Peterson, they have to wake up. We know they are capable of greatness, but taking down a monster roster like Misawa might be a step too far. It's worth saying, folks, this is still early days in the tournament. Everybody makes it out of groups regardless of what happens, but you want to get as high of a seed as possible. This is a big game here for both Peterson and Misawa. Misawa starting things strong already. Sweet. This is the guy that we've been talking about. He finds 3 in the feed off the rip. That is not the start that Peterson wanted.
No, it definitely is not at all what you were hoping for, but fortunately enough, it hasn't really been Misawa jumping into this objective time, so you're going to be able to work your way through the middle of the map, get back into that hill, and start to fight back. You just need the kills here, and fortunately enough, that hasn't been the case. Kimura's going to get one, at least stall things out for the meantime, but real pressure is going to come down to this back fight that you win for Loyal. He's traded out, and that P2 break does not come in just yet.
Yeah, that is a big rotation for Misawa to grab early on. You really can hold on to this hill for a solid 60 seconds. Peterson, want to be careful about how much time you give away early doors in this hard point, otherwise things might be over before you even really get a chance to look at this game. Misawa finding the kill feed in their favor. Now Peterson spawning out on the other side of the map. Kimura starts things strong. There's a team kill in all of that, though, from Peterson's. That's going to weaken things, but they managed to walk in towards the front of the hard point. Gold is just taking shots, so they should theoretically know he's here, and they do. Kimura catches him. Soda finds another one, and now Peterson should be flipping those spawns out.
Yeah, so Peterson now looking to turn this into time. Goldfish around the back. Can you mount this comeback? Good shots in for the damage. Stun, though, going to catch him, and that actually stalls out the break for now. Still able to stay alive. Finally gets dropped out. And now on the attempt to reinforce this zone, Peterson trying to get their AR set up, but Sweets is making it so difficult to make that happen. 10 and 4 on the map, bringing his team back into the hill.
Yeah, just sweet. It's just sweet things at this point, right? Every single map, we expect this guy to show up and perform. And that is exactly what he's doing here. 10 kills through the first 2 hardpoints is a nutty stat line for Sweet to have. So, like you said, but not solo carry necessarily, but certainly is a big reason why Misawa are in this game right now. It is going to be Peterson in control, though, and we talk about this P3 rotation, specifically, you know, being able to chain P3 to P4 back-to-back, and having a player in top art is going to make things difficult for Misawa. Nase, for a moment, is able to walk straight out in towards the hard point. Sweet now, the only problem on the other side. You've just got to make sure you watch the cross, but I saw it through the X-ray. I don't think JR is alone here. Somebody has gotten through right below, and it's Knight. This is a big kill for Knight to take.
Knight's gonna have to find it. He does just that. 3 in a row. AR to his pleasure as well. Kimura trying to make some noise around the back. Nase is going to be in trouble. Kimura now has to stay alive as everybody's going to turn around to see if he can clean up this last remaining player. He's blocking spawns. He's going to force those split spawns. And it looks like Knight hasn't really been able to track him. Kimura gets in and allowing for the rest of Peterson to follow up. They just need these kills. They haven't been able to find him.
Loyal being a nuisance here. Able to find one. Oh, not expecting the second player, actually. They have no idea that a second player's gone past. Loyal has just seen him. Yeah, that's real unfortunate for Nase. Michu, Loyal's not done. Loyal's not done. Sweet might be. And, well, Soda has to be there for the follow-up, but Loyal plays his life to perfection. Peterson now back in for the back 35 here, and this hill is very difficult to break when players on the defensive side are in the right positions to just fly across towards the hard point. It's such a difficult ask. Top of the players towards the backline here. Spawns have flipped out, and now maybe not so difficult. They're going to flood straight in towards the hard point. Kimura overwhelmed. Slide out coming through from Soda, who does manage to take Nase down. Loyal doubles up, and Peterson break back through for the back 15. But those spawns were not locked down there from Peterson whatsoever.
No, not one bit. Peterson's still turning things into a good chunk of time back at that money hill. So heading into the second rotation, something that we never got to see in Skyline, is a comfortable lead for Peterson, space for space. Feeling good for the vaults. Kimura blocking off the flanks, reading the top cat control that Sweet has, but just not able to beat him at his game right now. Sweet's just doing so good at playing his life, allowing for the rest of the team to get back into the hard point.
All right, Misawa down ever so slightly right now. Peterson have players towards potential P2 Roto. Kimura going to get cut down, though. Loyal, yeah, he gets the comm and will only find one. Almost immediately traded out here by Misawa. So Goldfish finding that kill means Misawa now in control for P1. Can't really afford to give up these back 20 seconds if you're Peterson, but you also want to have some kind of focus in towards New. JR could be the player to try and get behind enemy lines. They're not checking for him. No one is watching that swimming pool side. So JR could cause quite a bit of carnage and finally activates for the first kill. But he immediately gets traded out. Misawa, they make sure to get that trade. They still have control of Roto.
They do. Sweet's looking to play his life. Good hunt by Loyal. That's 2 down for Misawa, heading over towards this P2 setup. Peterson are going to be in first. Holding on to this lead. Sweet's down low on the approach. Good shutdown from JR, holding those backside. Hill time, and now for the zone on the inside. Kimura has the backup that he needs fully to break that 100-point marker. Oncoming traffic is going to be dealt with. Nobody's able to get in to this hill just yet, and JR around the back going to make it even more difficult for Goldfish to make a play towards this hill.
Oh, wow, he's done it, though. Goldfish finds more kills. Don't know how much help he actually has, though. He's going to get hit from the front sooner rather than later, and yeah, Loyal is able to clean him up. So it does really feel like Misawa, they're good early on these rotations here, Seymour. They manage to get kind of first touch more often than not, but they seem to not have the map control to actually hold it for the majority of the time. And now you're facing down a really awkward point, because Peterson have been early both times. JR now under threat, though. It's a big gunfight for Sweet to take. JR needs to try and play his life. He's got 2 players flying his way. Misawa know how important taking JR down is, and that is exactly what they do. Second kill, the follow-up. Loyal Potential issue, and Goldfish will take him down, but Goldfish is far from done. You don't have these spawns locked in. Goldfish knows he's got more to do. Goldfish will find the second, but does get shut down. JR back in his rightful place and can now cause carnage for the hardpoint.
Hey, here we go. Goldfish actually turning up for the team. Not the best map one that we saw back on Skyline, but for Vault, he is pivotal for what they have been able to attempt on these breaks. Still Peterson weathering the storm over towards P4. Lots of time like what we saw back in that first set. These rotations have been so crucial for the team. And having a lead heading into the second set, P4, that is going to be so important for this Peterson team to try to recreate that.
All right, Peterson. 40 points to the good right now over Misawa. Big gunfight to take. You take Goldfish out of the play. Or JR out of the play, excuse me. They've done exactly that. But Peterson should adapt, and you can see that on the X-ray. They've pushed players to try and make sure that transition doesn't happen. Kimura also offering comms, but in doing so, he isn't watching the front. Somebody else needs to go do that, and that is exactly what Soda does to the slide for that one gunfight. But Knight gets through. Again, these guys are trying to patch up holes in their setup, and now Misawa are puncturing new ones. Knight towards the top. He goes for the slide. Jump out for more through the front, but it's a blue feed. Peterson, they hold for now.
Well, still spawns in the back, so job's not done for this hold. Peterson getting all the time, though. And Misawa need to break fast if they want to get some value out of these spawns. Knight's the only one to find some kills, though. He's making it look fancy, but it hasn't amounted to absolutely anything in this rotation. Peterson lead, it grows even further through this vault. And this is going to be a tough task for Misawa to bring it back, but into the P1 we go for the third set of rotations. Misawa, they have the setup that they want.
Do they? That's the question. Almost immediately they get shut down. Goldfish the only one of the lot to find any value whatsoever, and well, he's just trying to play his life at the moment, right? He's in a crucial position. He wasn't watching over towards the pool side, though, so he's actually going to get shut down here. Towards said pool side, Nase Michi wins a crucial gunfight, but they are giving a lot of time. They're bleeding a fair amount of P1 time here away to Misawa, and Loyal slides for the third. Peterson now in for the back 20 seconds, and while I want to say it's a positive for the rotation here from Misawa, they've lost this before.
Peterson knocking on the doors to a game 5, feeling good in this series. Game number 1, it was close, it was contested, but it was all Misawa towards the end of that Skyline for the vault. This team looks reignited in the passion that they're bringing, and it's Loyal who is just barreling through this game. 31 and 22, a minute 20 in the hill, doing so much to allow his team to flourish in this vault, and now he wants to see if he can put this one away. Only 50 seconds for Peterson to get that map 5 that they want to get to.
All right, Misawa, you have to hold. You have to do something you haven't done previously, and it's Loyal once again to blow it up. Immediately, 2 kills, and within 35 seconds, this hill is theirs. It's not enough time to close out this game, but it is a lot of time that Misawa knows is worth buying for. Kimura watching the cross, shut down. It's a 4 feed for Misawa, finally right back through. They bleed 10 seconds, and if I'm honest, Seymour, at this point in the game, that's a lot of time.
This is just a step-by-step process. You get in towards P3, you have to contest this hill, and please play for some middle map control. Well, at the same time, you're really thinking about this P4 rotation. If you're Misawa, if you can get to this P4, you can bring this game back, but really just comes down to how much you can get out of this P3 at the same time.
Nase Michi peppered up here. There's not really much of a way to survive. This is, again, the big gunfight. It's distraction away from the rest of the Misawa squad, so they've got room to maneuver, and Goldfish is actually going to win that fight. At the same time, Nase Michi and Knight win theirs, so yeah, things are okay here. One thing I will say, you probably don't want to play with an SMG up top.
No, not at all, but this is the first step in like a 12-step comeback right now for Misawa. You just need to win these fights and get this hill time. The important point is that you forced another P4 hill. And we've seen Peterson get 40, 50 seconds off this hill back to back. So there's nothing that's saying that Misawa can't do that at the same time. The only issue is when you see those X-rays, everybody for Peterson spawns at P4.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted whatsoever. Peterson, they spawned in. 3-piece coming through from Goldfish, though. Knight able to walk through the front door. Job not done. He gets cameraed. Oh, almost gets a turn and burn on towards Soda. Should have known where he was. Soda for the jump down. Not the tastiest of shots. So, Misawa surviving at the moment. They are on the rope, but Peterson seemed to be pushed back here. Misawa, good opportunity to try and close out this game if they can, but Kimura getting that gunfight, that's going to make things difficult.
Peterson are slowing down. You see still Peterson spawning away. Misawa going to be able to reinforce this, but Loyal gets in. He's traded out. Still time that Misawa are slowly chipping away at JR. It's his turn now inside the hard point. See what you can steal away from this. Nase's not going to read it. In front of him, nobody reads JR down low, and Peterson are going to get a ton of time. They can win off this. You have to contest.
All you need is one contest. Are the spawns in your favor? Nope, you're spawning up over by the driveway. Cross now being watched as well. There's very little chance. Soda makes his position known. He does get traded out right now. Util over the top. I don't know if you get the tick over here. Peterson, they're going to try for it regardless. Yeah, you do. That is it. Peterson force a game number 5.
And I really don't understand what's going wrong with Misawa on the vaults, but the setups at P4 just were not it. And Peterson finding some momentum towards the end of this best of 5. They are going to send us the distance to open up the World Championships. And Brody, honestly, this is the World Championships at the end of the day. So, I mean, why not have Game 5s all throughout the entire bracket, just showing exactly how close these two teams from two different regions truly are. And looking back at that scoreboard, it's Loyal another 40 bomb in the respawns. He was absolute takeover mode. The difference is, though, Brody, when we're going to be looking through these replays, is that Loyal had a lot more chance to get into the objective throughout the entirety of this hard point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, most of the kills that we see Loyal get, right, I think there's a 3-piece towards the back half of the game that basically got Loyal and Peterson control of a hard point. The majority of his kills are in and around the objective. They are for key power positions, whereas I think from Misawa, a lot of the slaying that we see kind of feels futile in a way, right? You know, Sweet might get a couple of kills, but then the immediate follow-up kills from Peterson almost feel like, hey, look, was it really worth it? You know, you've now lost power position and you're fighting from the back foot once again, almost every single time. We saw Loyal on the minimap there. He was, or on the map, I should say, because we didn't see the minimap. He was constantly doing something of value for the roster, constantly getting kills. And that's frustrating, but you talk about those setups, right? Those setups for Misawa, I think, left wanting, shall we say, right? Yeah. I think, you know, the most obvious example of it was about P2. The amount of times that we saw a P2 rotation from Misawa, and they seemed more preoccupied with keeping ammo control than actually the front of the hard point or even, you know, those back spawns, right? Generally speaking, the best possible position that you can be in is having a team spawn towards the back and just basically keep an eye on it. But at no point did it ever really feel like Misawa had any kind of spawn control over really any hard point. And I think that was especially true of their constant P2 setups getting broken.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing that reflects back in the Search and Destroy. This team looks like they have strategy for these maps, for strategy for these modes, but they're trying to do it perfectly. There's no dynamic and no feel for, you know, when things do end up going wrong. Sweets is doing a good job at making things at least a little scrappy, keeping himself mixy in towards these setups and these objectives. But for the rest of the team, they're looking for picture perfect hard point, and they're not really getting that whatsoever throughout what we saw throughout that vault. Same thing with the protocol. It's just getting a little ahead of yourself at time. And even looking throughout the rest of the series, we can get a recap of what's gone on through this best of 5. So everybody who might just be tuning in, whether you're from the region representing and, you know, maybe rooting for PACAF, or if you're going to be, you know, a fan of this CONUS side, this best of 5 has been a lot of fun to witness so far. And the fact that it's going all the way to a map 5 really sets us up for what could be an exceptional World Championship, Brody. I think that is the big takeaway here. First game in, we get a map 5. Every team is going to be bringing their A game.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot more back and forth. You know, I might be saying, look, I'm going to predict 3-0s every single matchup, and I'm going to stick to my word on that. But I do think we're going to see a lot closer matchups on the whole, you know, throughout this weekend, right? I think, you know, just by virtue of the fact that we've got a lot of teams where, you know, they seem to have a lot of strategy, right, to their names. They seem to know at least a little bit more of what they're doing than kind of just, for the most part. Obviously, I know we've had moments in this series where maybe it doesn't feel like they know what they're doing at times, but, you know, it's not just rushing into a point, right? It's not just, you know, fully hitting it, right? So yeah, it's interesting to see. I think we're going to see a lot more closer series. Not the 3-0s every single match that we saw maybe in the regionals of Konus and PACAF.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what, we're kind of looking towards for sure. But let's look towards the map set. Let's see where we're going for this map 5 for the Search and Destroy, just to keep things going forward. Rewind is where we're headed. A lot difficult than what we expect over towards the protocol. A lot more chances for these teams to get involved for these first bloods. And I'd say one thing that's going to be different, especially for the retakes from the defensive side, Brody, is that for Rewind, you have a lot more opportunity on this map to make those retakes from site to site. So that's going to be the big difference here for Protocol Search and Destroy, and for a team like Misawa, who looked so flat in that map number 2. I think Rewind is going to be a little bit easier for them to handle.
Yeah, for sure, right? And, we talk about kind of the strategy around Protocol Search and Destroy, right? Even though it felt very one-note at times, right? I mean, that's what Protocol Search and Destroy should be. It did really feel like the lack of kind of communication and strategy between the teams really what befell Misawa back in that map number 2. And you talk about the fact that, retakes are going to be a lot more possible on this map. It still feels like you're going to have some kind of setups. And that's what I want to see different here from Misawa. Coming in a Rewind, Search and Destroy, yet there has to be some kind of play call made at the start of the round, making sure that your trades are in effect, the basics, fundamentals of Search and Destroy. If Misawa can start to get those down, hey, maybe we'll have a game on our hands. But honestly, I said it before we even got to the Vault Hardpoint, we should be looking at Peterson here taking this game number 5, right? I mean, they just looked like a much, much better put together Search and Destroy team back in that number 2.
It's not really a want right now for Misawa. It's a need to step up. And even looking towards the stats, it's going to say a lot for this team when it comes down to the slaying. One thing that was the most impressive, like you said, it was the objective, or the way that they were coming in with the strats there for Misawa. But for this game 5, just in general, Brody, I mean, we can just boil it down to this is Konus versus PACAF. A lot of trash talk coming from Konus when we were watching PACAF all the way back at the start of 2025. And for both of these two teams to get pushed to a game 5, both of these two regions to kind of look a little bit sloppy on either end, now you're kind of thinking, is the trash talk really there? Cannon's sitting comfortable in the back. They're like, all right, we're kind of worried because Misawa is bringing the heat to this world championship. But at the end of the day, this is a lot of bragging rights to kick things off for PACAF. If they can take down Peterson, Misawa are going to be feeling really good going into this, especially if you can put away a Search and Destroy. That's really where we need to see this team change. The respawns have been good. The Search was abysmal back on that protocol. So you go to this Rewind map 5 for Misawa. It almost feels like a map that you really desperately have to show different face on.
I totally agree. Yeah, you definitely need to have a better go of things here on Rewind, Search and Destroy. As I said, that there needs to be a deeper strategy playbook for Misawa coming into this game 5, because it really felt like it just wasn't there back in map number 2. Again, I'll stress, yeah, you want to kind of start things strong, right? Obviously, the seeding going into the championship bracket is very important, but no matter what happens here, you are making it to that bracket. So if you want to try some things, now's probably the time to do it, right? Peterson on the defense to kick off this Search and Destroy. They're going to have to try to deal with Misawa going towards the point, and almost immediately here, Misawa starting things off with the opening numbers. Let's get that rock down, shall we?
So rock down as quick as possible. They're not even going to care for that. Misawa goes for the kills, and round 1 is over so incredibly fast. Misawa, no better way to shake off what just happened in that vault than kicking things off in a map 5 round 1 victory. Kimura, that final kill cam, getting gunned by Sweets, and Misawa kind of understanding the objective there. You want to get that bomb planted, but with numbers, winning those opening duels, why not just keep the snowball going?
Good start from Misawa. That's the hit that I wanted to see from them, right? I want to see the team play for Misawa. And we saw it right there off of the rip. Nice set and ace from Peterson to kick off this round. They're going to tag up over the top. Knight and Sweet might have to slow up at the back of that. Instead, they're actually going to throw some ambitious stuns. Kimura will have spotted the jump up there from Knight. Instead, has gotten through. The timing means that they don't know, unless they got an auto cue, that Kimura actually got through. Knight has no idea. Will look towards the cut, though, and those shots not good enough. Kimura might have gotten through, but now he's in an absolute struggle bus. There's nothing you can do. And yeah, Kimura, I mean, he might not have been known, but by the time he was, it was already over.
Yeah, even though Goldfish didn't, or sorry, Knight didn't find any kills necessarily off of those, the damage was good. Goldfish had the lineup, and that's back-to-back rounds that Peterson are trying to fight fire with fire back on that protocol. They just bullied their way through a lot of those sites, and Rewind is a different beast in general. Fighting through these chokes, it's really hard to get through without taking damage, and Misawa have been on point with those timings. As back-to-back rounds, they've gone by so fast. Sweet's now in 3 in a row. It looks like on the attacking side for Misawa, it's a play back over towards A. This time around, you lose the first blood, you lose the second as well, and 2 versus 4. This is looking tough.
Yeah, Misawa, this is what I want to see. What happens when you have to adapt? You're now in a 2 versus 4. Now, see, Michi, you really wanted to get with that kill cleaner, because now you're going to see the adaptations come out from Peterson here. Playing around those last 2 players. Loyal's just throwing shoulders right now. This is a lot of information that Loyal is getting away with. Knight is on the hunt for this kill. Loyal, oh, he gets away with a kill! How on earth has that happened? And now Nase Michi needs to 1 versus 4. He's found 1, but this is incredibly difficult with 40 seconds on the clock.
1v3. What a clutch this would be. Timing's gonna have to be good, and the door is closed. Slow peek out, and he makes it. Loyal's gonna be spotted. Seems like Loyal has seen him at the same time, and the patience doesn't pay off. Loyal slides right through, putting a round on board for Peterson. Space for space. Finally getting it done. A chance for Nase Michi. I thought it was gonna line up Brody, but these shots from Loyal, so crisp.
I think he just waited a little bit too long there in the moment. Obviously, I wouldn't do any better in the play. But, you know, he had a clean shot onto at least 1 player, and it would have made Loyal panic in the moment. Maybe he would have had a better chance there at continuing that 1 versus 4. But nonetheless, doesn't matter. Got to give Loyal credit where credit is due. He was throwing shoulders, getting info that round, and then ultimately found those kills. So, shout out to Loyal. He is beaming right now. Peterson finally around on the board here. Goldfish getting aggressive for the start. I love this adaptation from Miss Sour. It's something you see. Keep a check on Blue. Over the top, Sweet with the shots. Is going to make a couple of players weak, and I expected a follow-up, but Goldfish actually goes down to JR, so this is more difficult than I imagined, and that team nade, I don't even know what to say. That makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, sorry, man. 2 versus 1. Knight's going to hit that reposition out through Elephant, but both players from Peterson have escaped this A site, playing outside on the rotation, now over towards B. Knight's going to have to pick up the pace. Soder, I like this call to just sit and wait. Knight's going to get caught in the rotation, and it is perfect on the call. The read from Soder, it is sublime in that round. Peterson, first 2 rounds, went in the blink of an eye, but back-to-back now to bring things back, and that is a clean slate wiped.
I hate to kind of blame the team nade, because it isn't all down to the team nade, right?
It's all down to that team nade.
It does feel like that team nade definitely makes things untenable, though, from Misawa, right? I mean, you start off with an advantage, and, you know, even another thing, right? They throw something to the middle of the map, somehow Goldfish doesn't find any value off the back of that. That is really weird for me. Just Misawa kind of fumbling the bag there in that round. Now we go in towards this one, and Nase Michi trying to play his life on the other side, looking for some kind of information. We'll know where Kimura is, but the response should be pretty quick from Peterson here. They're trying to get in towards the A site, and Loyal in the position that he's in is huge. He's just trying to get some mid-map control right now.
What can get done for this first blood? Peterson have had back-to-back opportunities. Misawa have been testing them. Goldfish on the backup. Knight's going to try that first one, and that might open up a route into A. And the recall from Peterson is they're going to relayer back outside, and Loyal has a complete gap to get on this flank.
There's no way. Misawa making a lot of noise. I'll say this much. You know, JR absolutely knows what's happening here just because of the fact that they swing those doors as open as they do.
Might be muted for a second, so I'm going to take back over for this one. Misawa down to 25 seconds. 2 versus 2. Goldfish trying to split the difference, but Sweet's going to get caught. And it's all down to Goldfish with the time against him. Doesn't know where to look. And Peterson taking 3 rounds in a row to take the lead.
Can you hear me now? I was not muted.
Welcome back.
I'm very confused. I don't know why you couldn't hear me there. Was I muted on Discord? Oh, that might have been it.
Maybe.
Never mind. Anyway, hi. Hello. How you doing? Great play. Great play from Peterson. They were playing solid there in that moment. Misawa, again, they're making so much noise and just giving away too much information, for Peterson to work with. Had they been a little bit quieter, they probably would have been all right. But that's now 3 rounds on the bounce from Peterson, right? They kind of started off here. It really felt like Misawa had played so well as a team. Now Peterson feel like they're in the driver's seat of this game. They've kicked Misawa out. They've hit the eject button. Misawa, they need to have a better start here in this play, and that exactly happens again. Goldfish shut down outside of Elephant. That is the last thing that you want.
Well, it's desperate at this point for Misawa as they just continue to find themselves off the back foot. Can somebody trade out? No, Loyal again. Another kill for Peterson. Finally, some value. But Nase again just going to get overwhelmed. 1 versus 2 for Sweets as bombs getting planted at A. And he hasn't even seen him. JR's going to get it down. Sweets going for the full wrap back around Elephant.
Soda finds the kill, and that's going to be it again. Peterson, yet another round on the board. I need to see Misawa get aggressive here, Seymour. It feels like so many rounds right now. They're losing that first blood, and they are completely stunned. Like a rabbit in headlights. They do not know what to do.
That is a moment for Misawa that they're just losing way too many fights at the opening. Peterson, though, you have to give some respect to the way that they're reacting to that in general. As soon as Nase gets caught outside, he finds that kill. There's just multiple players there for Peterson to trade. Keep those numbers going. Not give up a chance to have an advantage in these rounds. That's 4 in a row. Misawa need to stop this now.
And look at this difference. Look at the way in which Loyal plays around the middle of the map. Oh my god, the movement.
It's buttery.
It gets traded out. It is butter smooth. He is going to get traded out. RC car on the map from Kimura as well. Soda does get shut down, but RC car trades things out. The 2 versus 2 we go. Misawa, they don't have the information as to where these last 2 Peterson players are, and that's going to lead to this. Sweet flying out in the open. JR able to take some shots in, neither resulting in the kill though. Good news, though, for Sweet. They've got the bomb. They can make the roto.
I thought that was going to be a little bit of an overheat, but re-clearing back through P5. Trying to get this bomb plant over towards A. As it is wide open for the chance. They're planting it for Elephant. But Nase is sitting right on top of him. Both players retaking from the same side.
Made out. Doesn't tag. Backing all the way up here. Again, that door slammed. JR will have heard it. Also has to keep an eye on Broken, though, and that shot is going to make the call. Yep, sees Nase Michi make the cross. Sweet, though, taking Kimura out. This is now awkward for JR. Knows where both players. Snaps on towards the first. Little flanking play happening, though. Nase Michi has his number and has the kill. Misawa finally find their footing.
Brody, I thought for a second Nase was going to get the worst timing ever in that last play. It was right here. We can see jumps out, looks a little bit too far to the left, but fortunately enough, JR was reloading. And Misawa finally put an end to what is a 4 spree for rounds for Peterson. Misawa bring things back to a 1-round difference. And all the way into the 1v1 it goes. It is a round win nonetheless. So it hasn't been as clean as it was in those opening first 2 rounds. But now see if Nase and the rest of Misawa can get some momentum off of this one. Stun is going to connect. Semtex to re-clear through Elephant. And looks like Peterson are playing this exceptionally slow.
Goldfish being it. No, you don't need to push. Do not need to push that Goldfish. Just stay where you are. And finally, some value here for Goldfish at the start of the round. That's been the problem for Misawa. They finally pick up that kill and now have mid-map control to work with. Peterson spinning their wheels a little bit. Where do they go? There is one open lane by B Seymour, but that's about it.
See if Peterson can work any magic to bring things back. He can look towards the minimap and see Kimura Starting to work his way through P3. Door's going to open, and Nase is in the perfect spot. No way. Kamira reads it, but he does nonetheless, and Loyal's going to double down. 2 versus 2. Suddenly, things have completely blown out of proportion, and Loyal getting the information onto Goldfish as well. 24 seconds. Peterson have everything that they need to win this round.
Tweet could still be the wild card. Loyal's one right past him. Goldfish as well. Sour dancing around Peterson now. Loyal gets that rock down. Kamira, yeah, gets away with the fight. Immediate trade. Now 1 versus 1. Sweet. I think he might have seen or heard where Loyal is. Loyal definitely knows where Sweet is. And so the dance begins. Pew's taking their lessons. Loyal running right into Sweet. Oh, turns around at the wrong time, but Sweet doesn't get with the kill cleanly.
22 seconds.
Loyal now knows he just needs to run away. As you said, 22 seconds on the clock here. Sweet sliding away. Sees Loyal on the cross. Loyal trying to dip and dive and dodge, and not enough for Sweet to go down. Peterson with a clutch, a 1v1 for Loyal.
The egoist ego chow that I've ever seen with a Jackal. Loyal. It's like a bunny just hopping over these dumpsters. The nade as well coming in to pepper more damage down onto that battle versus an AR. And the Jackal gets the job done in the 1 versus 1. Peterson this time taking it and taking that lead back into a 2-round advantage. Match point for Peterson over Misawa here on Rewind Search and Destroy. They have completely come alive on these S&Ds. It is breakpoint now for Misawa. They need a chance.
And they've lost their ace in the hole. Something that's helped them so much over time has been Goldfish. And it all comes down to Nase. Michi, how quickly the dominoes fall. He's already found one, but he's been in this position before in this game. He had to 1 versus 4. He's got to do it again. Finds one from long. Needs to get the hell out of dodge. And he does, crucially, without them seeing.
Yeah, he is. Now looking to cut some noise, see if he can reposition and get some timing around. Both players playing together, just playing for the trade. Nase around the outside. Loyal's going to spot him. Nase hits the brakes, expecting the chow, but it's never coming.
Oh, the timing. Nase Michi out into the open. He gets caught on the cross, and it's all over for Misawa. The search and destroy looked better in game number 5, but it still isn't up to snuff. Peterson, they move forward with a 1-0 record.
Yeah, Peterson walking away and knocking down the number 1 seed coming out of the PACAF region, and they look good. At the same time, Misawa, they gave them the task, they pushed them the distance, but it's just not enough to clutch up in these S&Ds. Peterson look a step above behind the leadership. That comes out of the potential of Loyal to anti-nav. And so Peterson now going to feel really good for the rest of this group and what they have achieved in this first best of 5 for the World Championships. And even looking past this one, I mean, it looked so grim going into that map for Brody, but you expect for Peterson, if they could just polish up a couple of these respawns, they might be at a whole different level.
Yeah, Peterson looking really good right now, right? I mean, their search and destroy your team play, I think, is just phenomenal, right? The way in which they're hitting. You know, and again, they proved that because Misawa looked much better in that game number 5, right? You know, they still weren't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I wouldn't necessarily say that search and destroy loss was their fault, right? It was just because Peterson played it so damn well. They looked like a really well put together squad on hit as a roster, especially with Loyal, as you said, in the mix. The way that he was moving around the map, there's not really much that you can do about that, and that was the case all series long. Loyal is without a shadow of a doubt my MVP for that series, especially in the hardpoint. The amount of crucial 2 pieces and 3 pieces that he was producing, not just in that hardpoint, but also I think in the respawns generally through the series. He was moving for kills pretty much all the time and afforded a lot of space for Peterson that they otherwise wouldn't have got to. So shout out Loyal, shout out Peterson for their prowess in Search and Destroy. They are a roster right now to be scared of.
They truly are a roster to be worried about, especially going into the rest of the groups. Taking down Misawa is going to really set yourself up in Group A to maybe even walk out as that number 1 seed when we do make it into the top 12 bracket for the World Championships. From Misawa, you're going to go back and you're going to look at a couple of those rounds and you'll be like, all right, maybe we're a little bit too fine point in trying to make these happen, but the potential is there for Misawa. And hey, we talk about this team, they are resilient, Brody. We saw them get knocked down into the losers bracket all the way back in PAC. PACAF at the start of 2025. They climbed their way back into the grand finals, and they still walked away a champion through their region. So now getting knocked down a little bit here in the Group A section of our World Championships here for DAF Esports. The road just gets a little bit longer for Misawa. We're going to head to a little bit of a break, switch things up. When we come back, we head to Group C as we look at Hickam taking off it up next. Welcome back over to the DAF Esports World Championship. My name is Seymour, joined on the desk now with Proper, all the way from the opening of the day. Proper, welcome back. How you feeling after watching that map 1, or that series 1?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I mean, a best of 5 to start off the day, a map 5 to start the day. I mean, I will absolutely tip it. I mean, for Peterson, their search and destroy looks strong, man. Only giving up a total of 4 rounds. I look forward to seeing more of them.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the rainy day does stop, too, over there for you. I'm really hoping you get some sunny skies like they have out in Florida. But for this matchup, just in general, we're taking a little bit of a pivot from what I said we did have to begin with, and we're moving towards Anderson versus Eglin. Still sticking with the whole narrative of Conus versus PACAF right now. But this one's a little bit different because for Anderson, when they were in PACAF, they made it all the way to the lower finals. They had a chance to make it to the grand finals. Top 3, not a bad finish. You cannot say the same for Eglin Air Force Base. Down in the lower quarterfinals, they lose 3-0 to Cannon Air Force Base, and it was not really a good showing from this team. So you go into the World Championships now proper, and this team has to quickly show some improvement from what we saw back at Conus.
Yeah, I think that for Eglin's sake, who also got knocked down to the lower bracket by Nellis, who is another team that we will be seeing later on today in that group A, I think that you're mostly trying to see improvements, whether that is immediate turnover or what you can possibly provide in just a short amount of time. Look, when it comes down to it, you have the shortest amount of time travel. This is a Western Florida base at the end of the day, so I guess you got that riding for you, but Anderson's got everything riding for them.
Yeah.
Although only placing top 3 as far as their PACAF bracket is concerned, they did knock down Mississauga's air base down to the lower bracket originally, albeit losing to them in the end. That's still an incredible feat, and you got to see what they looked like just earlier today. So I think that I would highly rate Anderson within this matchup over Eglin, but I'm excited to be able to see what Eglin looked like comparatively to what the stats provide from their bracket representation.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this Eglin roster to see, you know, what they have coming through that Conus bracket. We're going to be looking at Floki, Charms, Shaky, Trippin' Burrito. This is a fun team. Again, you know, we put a lot of focus back at Conus and what Trippin' Burrito could bring to this roster, but for the most part, when you look at who's going to be the takeover player for these teams, it's a shared feat between Shaky and Floki for the most part. Charms, he has his moments. He's a pretty charming guy, but I'm pretty excited just as a whole for this team, especially when you do get the most out of Floki and Shaky.
Yeah, I mean, Floki, Shaky, Trippin' Buttons, these are Trippin' Burrito, sorry. These are all 3 players that are joining Charms as the newer guys on the block, I suppose, for Eglin Air Force. So Charms is kind of the veteran, but through all of their representation, like you already said, they were able to showcase a lot of their different scrappiness. And you're going to need a lot of that, as we already got to see earlier, just because you are unable to win map number 1 once you do get towards your map picks. That's what we expect Eglin to be their strongest.
It is where we expect Eglin to really step things up. Let's introduce who they're going to be playing as our favored team in this series. It's going to be Anderson Air Force Base coming out of the lower bracket of PACAF, losing in top 3 finish for their region. We got 2-time Big Mike, OC, WR, RJ, and Wick going to be jumping in for this roster. And if there's anything to really say about them proper, whenever I do see it, 2-time Big Mike either looks like the scariest guy or the nicest guy.
Just like a bear, you know. Like, you don't want to piss off a bear, but like they could be super charming, I suppose, at the end of the day. Only time will tell to be able to see what type of Anderson and 2-time Big Mike we're going to be able to get. Again, this roster, this 5 OCWR, RJ, and Wick, they did take down Misawa in just 3 maps. Going all the way back towards their PACAF regional playoff bracket, but albeit losing to them in the end, we definitely know that they have what it takes to be able to contend with some of the top, and that's exactly why they are favored to be this number 1 team in Group B, let alone in this matchup. Because when you think about it in the long haul, being able to be the number 1 team from your group, that's what you're mostly looking at. It might not even be this matchup that they ultimately prepared for if they did it all, but you can only imagine when it comes down to Anderson, they're going to rely on their guns, knowing that they were more than battle-tested through the regional playoff bracket.
More than battle-tested, indeed. Let's look at that, where those preparations are going to be laid to the test now in this best of 5. So we move over towards the map set for this series. Andy, we get to start off with the Hacienda Hardpoint. We get that Protocol Search and Destroy yet again. This time, the Vault Control map number 3. And if this does go to the 4 and the 5, we get to see the Skyline Hardpoint and the Rewind Search and Destroy. How you really feeling about this map set? It's a little all over the place.
It's more of a square up than it is where it's going to be happening all over the place throughout all these maps. It's realistically up to you. This is kind of be setting up for a lot of butting heads. I'll just take like the guaranteed first 3 maps just to start off. I mean, Hacienda, P1, big battle over top of the upper hallways. It's going to come down to a lot of these big money hills like P2 and P4. We'll talk about that later on. But Protocol, you even got to see in our last series, Protocol Search and Destroy. You'll get a lot of traditional bang outs over by the helicopter side or down over by screens. And then Vault Control, Colin, I heard what you said and how it's been growing on you as far as your favorite map 3 swing map mode combination. We'll be able to see it here. But it's a lot of kills through the middle of the map can really segue a lot of teams to success to then get over towards that B control zone. Over the tenure of Black Ops 6, teams and individuals have been finally figuring it out how to be able to convert those 2 zones for offensive conversion. So I'm interested to be able to see how these 2 teams end up playing out that map.
It's just a fun map in my eyes. I mean, you even think all the way back to the early Elite stages when you had Tyler Fellow bringing out a 4th SMG on a Vault Control for those breakoffs to try to see if you could at least get some pressure through the middle of the map, even from your quote-unquote slow ARs. But even towards the end of Black Ops 6, we've just seen so much evolution for that map when it comes down to how to get over towards B, the quad AR setup that we normally do get. Not as many routes being run to try to get behind P4, just spawn out those defensive teams as far as possible. But that is for down the line. Going into this first map for Hacienda, that's where we got to look at these teams to kick things off. And for you and I, we have to predict who is going to win this series. And we're both in the same feat of Anderson feeling more comfortable in taking this series. I had the guess of a 3-0 sweep. I took Brody's route, and I thought this one was going to be clean for them. I think that, albeit I want to root for this Eglin team, I still think Anderson are going to be a little bit of a step above. Andy, you took Anderson 3-1. Where do you see them falling behind?
If it's going to happen anywhere, it's probably going to be in the Search and Destroy. Very much so could be a round 5 loss on the Vault Control. But I'm eyeing either the maps 2 or the 3. But this ends in 4 regardless. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because I'm sure we're soon about to figure out, especially on the Hacienda map number 1, just how fast the pace for this Anderson Air Force base can absolutely be. So I think that you're mostly going to be watching for those respawns to go the way for Anderson. But maybe the Search and Destroy is going to be taken by Eglin.
Oh, hopefully we can see if this game can go a little bit further to another hard point. But Anderson are going to be feeling good about it for sure. I think that going into this Hacienda, it's going to be really telling. Hacienda is just one of those maps where, off the break off, especially for P1, a lot of times it does come out to be quite scrappy, especially when we're watching challengers of the CDL. But for things like this, for Hacienda, whenever we go into the AFG, it's usually telling if teams can get a lot of time off of this P1 and break P2 comfortably. That is where normally a lot of that lead will grow.
Yeah, I think you're mostly comparing apples to oranges, and I mean that quite literally, right? Because, we're talking about active individuals as far as the Air Force is concerned representing the United States, right? So you only have so much time on your hands. So I'm thinking more like rank play, and where I'm thinking for rank play, I'm watching for these couple individuals to hit these crazy routes. You guys got to see it earlier in the Protocol Search and Destroy. I forget who ended up doing it for Peterson, but it was dope. Well, you just leave your 2 teammates, just completely bait them in the open in a post-plant situation. You go for a wild wrap all the way through top trips and drop down through the big door. I'm talking about nonsense like that. Nobody's going to be predicting this play. You can never really foresee what we're going to be in store for. So I'm mostly going to be watching, as you already said, that P1 breakoff. Yeah, for layman's terms, if you start off on the unfavored side of the map, aka where the favorite side of the map would be is on that P2 side, where you're probably going to be getting a full 60 on in this map mode combination, how you're going to be able to just completely bust down those front doors. You get a lot of that when it comes down to AFG tournaments, and I think that this one's going to be no shy of such a feat.
I think you're thinking all the way back to Chimera, the P2, or the reflank over towards Big Door that we did see on that A site post plant for sure. It was great that we got to see from Peterson, but for this one, it looks like it's taking a little bit of time to get into this Hacienda map 1. We're going to throw it to a quick little break, get things set up for the teams, and we'll come back as soon as they are ready for our map 1 hardpoint. We appreciate your patience in waiting to get this one back in, but it seems like the players are ready to lock in for Hacienda Hardpoint as we're hopping into the fly-through between Anderson and Eglin for this map 1. Welcome back to the stream. And Andy, welcome back with me as we're getting into this one. Obviously, we put our favor over towards Anderson, but for a Hacienda Hardpoint, this is something that, especially over the course of Black Ops 6, never really was a straightforward hardpoint to always watch.
Yeah, man. Hacienda can be an absolute barn burner. It can be a bang out. It can absolutely be a slaughter as well. It's very easy to lose yourself throughout the entirety of this map. You can realistically turn any one of these 4 hardpoints in the opening set into a money hill, as you were alluding to before we went to the break. It mostly just comes down to this opening break-off, as I'm sure we're going to be alluding to throughout the majority of this very long week of Call of Duty. All about these upper hallways control throughout the opening salvo, and just to try to maintain presence before you rotate over towards the Lamborghini Hardpoint, which I saw its ever so beautiful car spinning in one of these opening fly-through moments in between Anderson and Eglin, just to set the table one more time. Eglin looking to step up to the plate and really hand it to Anderson, one of the more favorites in this group, let alone in this tournament.
Yeah, just to see if Eglin can take down a team like Anderson would be pretty interesting. Would be a shakeup just in general from what we saw Peterson accomplish versus Misawa just the series prior when it came down to those search and destroys. And for Brody and I, we put a lot of focus onto how much preparation did you have going into something like the World Championships. Well, for PACAF teams, it has been a long time since we saw them in the regional tournaments, all the way back at the start of 2025. For CONUS, it's just been a few months. So that turnover time for Eglin Air Force Base, and see how much they've been able to really repeat, as you hinted to it when we were looking at the roster just in general. Fairly new faces joining Charms into this roster. Now they've had time to really mold together to see how they truly play going into this World Championship. And Charms, before this, has been undefeated in every Air Force gaming tournament that he's entered. So we can see if now Charms can take that into effect going into the World Championships against other teams, other bases, not just from North America.
Yeah. Should be very, very interesting to be able to see how they are able to produce. On the opposite side, as you're already hinting at, for Eglin, they are from that CONUS representation, and albeit they did come up short as far as it seems that they did lose to in their regional playoffs, as you were talking about not too long ago, that they have some regional competition between themselves. But, just for all intents and purposes, we didn't see that happening the way we did for Peterson, even for your predictions, yours and Brody's, rather, for that opening matchup. Peterson, for whatever ended up happening, really came through clutch as far as their map 4 pick is concerned. So, I'm going through, the rest of these veto, picks and being able to see which maps to be picked and which maps that they did not want to play. Eglin were really trying to get rid of a lot of the square-up maps, which would lead me to believe that they are not really wanting to win this maybe out from a hard point, because Skyline and Hacienda were the ones that were inevitably picked. They got rid of the Vault, and when it comes down to Black Ops 6, you realistically only have, a bang-out hardpoint or a bang-out hardpoint unless red card is vetoed, which Anderson said, nah, see you later. So I think the protocol search and destroy is what they might be looking to play out, but maybe it could be just slowing down to a snail's pace. I had the opportunity to at least go back to watch some clips and highlights, at least from the regional playoffs that did happen for CONUS, and Eglin were realistically getting mowed over. But you know as well as I do, Colin, this may be an SMG's playground as far as Black Ops 6 is concerned. You get an AR head glitch playing off, and a lot of these very notable power positions on Hacienda, we've been seeing it happen for years back on BO4 as well.
Yeah, it's funny, too, because at the end of the year, we're actually reflecting a lot of that difference, knowing that the AR players, most importantly, were the ones who were the impact players for this game, especially when you were able to get those power positions, who can at least slow the pace down from those SMGs that are looking to take over. And, towards the end of the year, what was that? It was Dashy and Mercules, the two just absolutely putting up numbers for the team, really shutting down so many back in the CDL. So for looking towards a map like Hacienda, yeah, for sure, that's going to come into effect, especially for those P1s, those P2s, anything that really your AR can get above the play or onto a power position and lock down some long lines of sight, which Hacienda on pretty much most of their hard points and say only one that doesn't is going to be P4. That AR has so much impact on locking down the lanes. That P4 is just the mixiest of them all.
Also, just comes down to being able to anchor out the spawns. I think that's the player that you want to have some of the most experience on the game with, is just being able to know where they need to be in the right position, because SMGs, they can tweak out, right? They can run as far forward until like a certain line of scrimmage, and they essentially have gone too far, and then they could be threatening out the spawns towards the back. But like your anchor for a lot of those players, like your dashies for your team, for example, like your main AR playing all the way in towards the back and even towards the Rock Hill P4, you could be anchored all the way to the backside of the boathouse for positional advantage like that, to be able to get the read on the far spawn out to occur. And just ultimately what I'm saying here is just it comes down to towards these AR players, not only to be able to layer down the damage, but to be able to also enforce the spawn trap, right? Set up these SMGs for success. It's a beautiful symphony is a game of Call of Duty once you actually do break it down at such a molecular level like we are. Currently going through at least some technical difficulties, so we appreciate your patience thus far until we get into Eglin versus Anderson. But Colin, should be a very, very good time. This is a Group B matchup, and Anderson's in here with Ramstein, Langley, and of course Eglin. We saw a Group A turn of events coming through, with Peterson being able to win that map 5 over Misawa. And we got Kadena versus Nellis actually happening in later, but Group C does have Hickam involved in towards it, and I know a lot of people have been eyeing that group to be potentially the one to be most difficult to win.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult one no matter what way you spin it up. We saw that back in Group A, so Group B, C, going to be fun to see what goes on across, who's going to take the top echelon of these group stages. But for this one in general, looks like we're still dealing with some technical difficulties, so we will take another step away from it. We'll be back when the game is hopefully ready. And looks like we are back and getting into things with the hard point on Hacienda between Anderson and Eglin Air Force Base. It's been a long time coming. These players has a lot of time to figure out how they want their opening break to go, and it looks like Eglin are taking full effect off of that.
I almost completely forgot what the map one was until I heard the production talk about we were going into map one. I was like, whoa, let me flip to the right page of the notes. Yeah, map number 1 in a Group B matchup, Anderson from PACAF versus Eglin Air Force Base out of Conus. And, well, at least starting off on one favorite side of the map seems to be Eglin. They are locking things down, though RJ found a route through inside of Elbow. It should be enough to thwart maybe some early setup, though Floki's locking things down to the driveway.
Anderson going to be over towards P2 first, already inside. RJ doesn't know where to look. Shaky. Now on the approach. Hops in. He's got assistance. Floki looking to lock down those spawns in the back. Two-time Big Mike still there to keep Anderson in at least a fighting chance for this P2 break, but they got to start putting something together very, very soon. Eglin have sunk their toes into the water so far, and nobody has to worry about the flank. OC in trouble, slides out, gets Floki. Still nobody on the break just yet, but the flip happens, and Eglin are getting everything across this Hacienda.
Talk about keeping your head on a swivel, right? I combined 7 spree between Burrito, Charms, and Shaky towards the tail end of that. A whole minute of OBJ time there for Burrito. They've thwarted all of the back spawns from driveway out of Anderson. And then the moment that RJ started shooting, they knew immediately that the spawns flipped over by the boathouse. That is as clean as a full 60 and a hell of a start as you could have asked for out of Eglin. Now they're from the outside looking in. Floki trying to be the tip of the spear, though OC locks things down. 3 in the feed for Anderson as they're finally getting themselves on the board with 20 points.
Yeah, all 4 down. Get the spawns now. All eyes over towards the arches. You also have some presence through the middle of the map. That's Wick. See if you can cut off a couple of those approaching members. A flank coming in through from Eglin. It's Floki up top. He's going to put some damage down. Flips those spawns as well. And the pinch going to push Anderson away from this entire hard point. Still kills to get. Charms doesn't want to jump in just yet. 8 and 3 looking for number 9. He gets it. But Anderson still fighting for all this time.
A big turnaround coming through here for Anderson. There's only 10 seconds remaining, so you know you got to be tightly hitting the rotation over towards New. This rock kill, if you can get a good setup, you could bring yourselves fully back in towards the game. Choking up the scrap time there towards the end will be Shaky. 2 teammates signed on the rotation, now the 3rd, so RJ completely aware of that. Anderson, they got the back office spawns. Oh, no, Eglin do, excuse me, but Anderson are first on the time.
Yeah, Eglin now in the hot seat to see if they can break once again. Shaky going to kick things off with a kill. Mike going to turn around just at the wrong time. 3 down immediately as you get picked apart. Now for all 4. Quick break from Eglin, and that forces those spawns back on the other side of the map for Anderson to now see if they can get something going. But you're just going to funnel in through one choke point, the middle of the map. Everybody's going to have their eyes peeled. Floki, a kill. Flank going to be shut down. 3, make it 4 clean for Eglin.
4 dead immediately, and another combined 7 spree with sub 20 seconds. That means you can start pressing up a little bit further forward. Shaky's able to find one in towards the bottom side of office. Trippin' Burrito stuck in a 1v1, catches bad timing on the slide out, but Charms is right there for the assistance. Wow, you cannot have asked for anything better to come through out of Eglin Air Force Base. Again, the guys out of Western Florida really came to play out of Conus. They just showed up and showed out a little bit short in the regional playoffs, but this opening set was great. 124-51, and back towards P1 we go.
Second set, Eglin will silence some haters. Looks like we have lost somebody from Anderson.
Oh, no.
But they are still going to play things through. Good kills coming out. And it's just, can you turn this into some time for Anderson? As soon as they do, it seems like there's just another member standing over you for Anderson, or it's for Eglin. That's because quite literally there is at the moment. So Anderson hoping to see if they can get their 4th back in as quick as possible. As Big Mike, he is trying his best to get back into this game. But as we get the rotation over towards P2, Eglin looking for old and setting up for new.
I don't know what their esports experience may look like, but you got to keep playing the map as if the 4th is still there. RJ aware of that, working up towards the 3 spree, and much like how we had shades towards the first set, RJ will be the first one here thanks to a route, very same route that he did hit all the way through Zig. Anderson still working on the 3. They'll be in for the initial time, and, well, Albeit Colin, they're finding a lot of the kills within the kill feed. Eglin's still spotting it over by driveway.
Hey, Anderson, I mean, if you can hold on to this game long enough to see if Big Mike can find his way back in, then hey, all power to you. But Eglin's still going to be a force to be reckoned with what they got done in that first set of rotations. They break P2 again. Now they have to set up. You're spawning Anderson all the way back over towards P4. And it is going to be very difficult to crack this case for Anderson. It's going to be a 3-on-3 for the moment, but Floki on the off angle. Nice shots in. Floki 15-9 in map 1. Having himself a game.
Yep, sure is. Going to be continuing to play out through here as the spawns will come through the backside of driveway. Trying to hit a route now is RJ all the way through the top side of office. He's going to get shouted out on the way towards behind. I mean, Shaky almost just got absolutely turned on. Should be there for the trade easy two-piece, and Eglin should have the spawns on the backside of office. Now, Anderson spawning it over by the well. They're still 110 points down, though. It was a great spur of events that came through from the opening salvo of that P2 Collins. RJ trying to do something, turns into nothing. Eglin still have close spawns. Almost good shot to the Jackal, but Shaky, it's his turn now. A little double whammy to get back in. Eglin keeping this comfortable lead in and around, like you said, 110 seconds. Now maybe a little bit more as you're going to eclipse that 200-point marker. Anderson, you are really backed against the wall. Looks like Big Mike, he is back in the game, but is it too late? It kind of feels that way. I mean, 120 points is the difference. Can you somehow surmount this comeback kill feed? Not suggesting strongly so, but there's only 10 seconds remaining here on P3. Gonna be rotating over towards New. Charms is gonna get shot at. That's a red dot. And he knows the spot. They're running towards the back. What a turn towards the back staircase. He's get the reading on towards the second 3 in the feed. A 5 spree for Charms. Just when Big Mike rejoins the game, it is a massacre for him and his team. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Charms. What a play there. Shaky on the front line. He's going to slide out. Good damage. Not able to finish it out, but the rest of the team is there, and you are in the blender if you're Anderson. Flip the spawns yet again. Will it matter? Well, good shots from Big Mike, but you have to get the break now. Floki on 9, looking for number 10 and 11. Almost getting them. He's shooting his teammates right now. Wick gonna keep this one as close as could be, but still a chance to win this if you're Eglin. That's exactly what Treyarch had in mind when they developed Omni Movement. Floki just made an entire trailer for them. That was impressive as all get out. Here comes the final break attempt potentially for Anderson, but they're spawning so far away. Big Mike's gonna find one that can test this in. Only a few more seconds. Nobody seeming to get here in time. And Eglin with a comfortable win on the map 1 Hacienda. A team that we predicted to struggle in this game versus Anderson. Well, they come out, and granted, you put an asterisk on that when majority of it was missing Big Mike. Even with Big Mike, that first set of rotations, it was so clinical. Yeah, it really was, man. I mean, albeit like FPS issues aside, 3v4s, whatever, when all 8 players were in the lobby, here comes that little trailer moment again. Floki double positive 23 and 11, just by the way. Besides like all of like the 3v4 shenanigans, that P2 hold in the initial set of hardpoints out of Eglin really did suggest that they are much better than what the statistics had suggested otherwise. But their results in their CONUS regional playoff bracket suggested otherwise, Colin, because being able to read the spawns is one thing, being able to team shot is another. Keeping your head on a swivel through 2, almost 3 wave of gunfights. I mean, we're not out here playing public zombie lobbies, everybody. Like, this is quite literally 2 teams going up against each other, and Eglin were reading all the spawns and getting every single kill that they could possibly find in that moment. Yeah, the opening first 2 hills for Eglin were near flawless for them to have those setups, and that's where Eglin, I think, really showed to me the most improvement from coming into this. I mean, there is a conversation to have in terms of practice that you might be getting from the North American region in comparison to some of these teams coming from PACAF over the course of the months. Now to the World Championships, but either way, Eglin, they look fantastic coming into this series. When you look at Anderson as a team to beat, you already get that hard point under your belt, and that brings us into what could be a chance to upset yet another team here at the World Championship, as soon as we saw Misawa drop to Peterson just a series prior to this in a Game 5 format. But looking forward through this series, Andy, that gets rid of that hard point, brings us now into the search to destroy map 2, so we can take a look at this map set to see exactly where we're going, because
It's been a little bit since we looked at this map set. So Protocol up next, we get to the Search and Destroy, and this is where Peterson really flipped the script in our map previous.
Players with a reset might have to come through if you're looking from Anderson's perspective. They wanted to get rid of the double red card. They didn't want to keep the long range of gunfights, and you were near their Search and Destroy, so they ended up coming here for Protocol, Search and Destroy, Hacienda Band on the opposite side for Eglin, but again, for what we had already talked about previously towards the tail end of that 250-86 slaughtering, all notes don't really mean a single thing as far as this day is concerned. Didn't mean anything in the best of 5 to start off the series. Didn't mean a darn thing now. All I can tell you is that Protocol Search and Destroy should be a good one. You know, we got to see a lot of good dipping of strategies back in towards the 7 rounds, at least worth play between Misawa and Peterson in that opening matchup, Colin, but it's going to be a decision and a half for these offensive teams, and more realistically, what I'm going to be watching, we get the Blessed mini-map back in towards the status, is we will end up being able to see what the adaptations are going to be for a lot of these teams as well. Got to be able to learn and be able to quickly maneuver on your feet in a game mode like Search and Destroy. As stated earlier, you have no respawn, so you really got to keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, you do. You have to make sure that you are reacting accordingly. And one thing that was very tough when watching Misawa is their defenses were something to be desired, or at least desire a little bit more. So hoping these two teams can have a little bit of a lock on this map too. As it seems like we are once again going to be dropping to a break, getting ready for this Protocol Search and Destroy. Again, I apologize for the interruptions, but we're doing everything that we can to get things as fair as possible between these two teams across the best of 5. So we'll see you soon. Yeah, here we go. Another run at this matchup between Anderson and Eglin in a map 2 that might be record long. So we're going into round 1 for the protocol search and destroy. OC above, dropping down with the rest of the team over towards an A take. There is a player here. It's Charms alone, and he doesn't even realize what is on his table. Still walks away from a kill for the finesse. Charms for 2. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
He's gone. He's gone. Wick has no idea where he's gone to. Now he finds him. Charms 80 HP. Last alive Wick. 20 seconds remaining. Takes 4.5 to plant the bomb. And he is trapped. Floki's on the opposite side of this play over by Spiral. Wick hasn't a Scooby where he's located at. They're playing the time. Here comes the bomb plant. Late stun. Dead to rights. 1 for 1, but there for the trade regardless. What a play out of Charms to keep that under lock and key. That was a full-on 2v3, 1v2 down low in screens for Charms.
It was a James Bond clutch and a half. He didn't even know they were coming. Still walked away with the first blood on that approach. The second one is the cherry on top, smoking on that A site. Anderson, not even a lick of a clue of what just happened to them, but they just got smacked upside the head. And Eglin are carrying over that momentum from map 1. Charms and Floki doing the heavy lifting in that round. And now Anderson have to see what they can do on the defensive side.
Not a whole lot to digest off of that, but we'll check back in for the side swap after this. To digest what Eglin's going to do. They got really aggressive through that first map, and it seems to be the same idea here, Colin. All the way through the P2 side, though it does get traded 2-for-1.
2 down, 3 down. Wow, this one is going extremely fast. And Anderson have a little bit of an answer back. Shaky, 1v3. This would be a dagger if he pulled it off. But with the bomb down in Big Door, they know exactly where Shaky is. Not that they've seen him, Big Mike. You thought he'd have the jump, but no. 1 versus 2 now for Shaky, as he is doing his darndest to keep this one in the palm of Eglin's hand.
Since we lost RJ along the way, so it seems like OC and Wicker just going to buy this time, force out the issue out of Shaky, because they know that bomb is dropped right in front of the Big Door. So Shaky's looking to make the move. Elevator's being watched, but it's going to be a drop from the opposite side. This is where Wick needs to keep his head on a swivel. He's tasked with watching both the Big Door and Spiral.
Shots out, Shaky. Whoa, 1-for-1, but the trade is there. It gets so close in both of these 2 rounds, but Anderson, they do get their answer back in the clutch. 1v1. OC puts it away, ties us up in a crucial round with losing RJ there. That could have been a very, very difficult one to kind of, I guess, difficult pill to swallow just in general. I think one thing, I think is always fun, proper as we wait to get these players, seems back into a situation where they can restart that game with RJ. I love the unisons that's coming out from Eglin. Everybody using the ballerina skin. It's just, the whole team, it's like a uniform.
I mean, they definitely know a thing or two about wearing a uniform, waking up every single day, putting on the same exact drawers, and being able to go to duty every single time. You know what I'm saying, Colin? So, I mean, I think it's one of those things that you're going to be able to see a lot of that synergy. And we do get to see a lot of that, especially for Eglin, like we were saying, even though they lost that round, because it was still round 2, and round 1 ended so quickly that there were no trophy systems. I really got to tip it. Just the overall understanding to be able to play as a core 4, playing for the trades is definitely a sight to be able to see, especially for Eglin, again, who a lot of people, ourselves included here on the desk, are ready to write off given what happened in the regional qualifiers. I feel like I need to continue to rehash this every time we come back from break, so that everybody understands the severity of the situation. The sound problems be darned. This Eglin team is definitely looking pretty good so far.
Defying the odds, I'd say, for Eglin, especially in that map 1 hardpoint. And, people, again, just going to kind of hit back on this one. You're going to look at that, you're going to say, yeah, it was a 3v4 for majority of it. Yeah, sure, but those first 2 hills in the 4v4, it was sublime coming out from Eglin. They looked fantastic, so I don't want to take anything away from them in terms of the respawns. And when we get these players back in for a 4-4 for the Search and Destroy, I mean, it's tied 1 apiece inside of this protocol, but this is a big one for Anderson to see if they can walk away with, because going down 2-0 to this Eglin team, you do not want to give them anything, because they will, and I mean they will, bounce right through this series if you give them the chance. They've had that opportunity. I mean, this is a team that when you look at their losses, I mean, right away you look towards how difficult that CONUS bracket was in general. I think for the likes of Eglin, who they lost to Cannon. Like, the Cannon went on to win the entire thing in CONUS. They looked so good at the same time. And Cannon was one of 2 teams that won for the losers bracket in these regionals, but they did it from losers round 1. So the fact that you were just on the warpath of that Cannon team in the lower bracket, we do not know the heights that this Eglin team can hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the time in between that tournament and in this moment in time There's a lot to be able to digest. There's a lot of ranked matches to be played. There's a lot of scrimmages, I mean, if they're up to the task as well, to be able to up their game. And the one thing that we continuously talked about, especially for not only just Eglin, but for Conus in general, like, they are here in troves, just from the unfortunate circumstances of some other teams not being able to partake. Shout out Usafe, but still, it's one of those things that, you know, Eglin are coming from, I guess, a tailored group of teams that are continuously being able to play that higher echelon as far as Call of Duty is concerned here for the Air Force Gaming. So I don't know, man. It's all just kind of like poking and prodding at this point as we're waiting for the tech issues to be resolved. Lobby should be back and ready for us here momentarily to be able to see if Anderson can bounce back, because I mean, so far, even with a number being down, one less eyes in the sky for them, their hard read there in the round number 2 for Eglin's offense was really good. So who knows? It could be a Neslo team coming through for Anderson to be able to win this series outright from the pace that Eglin did set in that map 1.
Yeah, we do appreciate everybody for, you know, kind of rolling with the punches here for the World Esports Championships here for, I guess, DAF Esports. One of the biggest things that we'll say is just big shout out to everybody who's put this whole circuit together behind the scenes. Big shout out to USAA as well for, you know, sponsoring this entire circuit that has gone through Asia Pacific, North America, and Europe, all for regional qualifiers through Air Force and Space Force bases to be here. That is an incredible thing in its own right, and throughout the entirety of the DAF Gaming League, from years on years of just history that has been made for teams, for players who have been able to, you know, garner not just teamwork and, you know, championships, but camaraderie and friendships. At the end of the day through this program, to go into the 2025 year, have a chance to go through a circuit like this, go to a world championship. This is the first of its kind, and hopefully the first of many to come in the future, because you talk to some of these players, some of these service members who get to do it, and it's more than just the game. It is just the pleasure to, you know, come home, hard day's work, and be able to compete, you know, in a little bit of a esports activity, not just a sports activity that some might have done in the past, to have that leisurely stroll through Call of Duty. And it means a lot to these players, and I'm happy to see them all get to go to Patrick Space Force Base to compete in this tournament, to have that chance at glory, Andy. It's a really cool opportunity. Yep,
no, it really is. Again, it's all about just the I guess the companionship of being able to create that ecosystem. I mean, you and I have both partaken quite a bit of eights. We understand fully, even when it comes down to a multitude of different esports, being able to not necessarily replicate, but being able to play up to the highest level as possible. Being able to set that scenery does make the experience that much better, and it does create that that friendship like you were talking about, especially when, at the end of the day, after a long day's work, some of these guys, albeit at different bases in different parts of the world, do share some similarities, whether that is a history spent together or just in their day-to-day job. So, yeah, definitely love to be able to see what AFG has been able to produce, and especially for Call of Duty. It's been a long time tenured esport as a whole, being represented for the Air Force as well, being played on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, it is a really cool opportunity. It seems like we're getting these players loaded back into this map too, to get a look at if everything is a-okay with RJ, Big Mike. Hopefully we are done with the DCs, because we have put so much focus on Eglin and how much we've underestimated them going into this tournament. But proper, it's got to be frustrating when you're just not able to play as a full core 4 right now for Anderson. This is also a team who, you know, albeit I don't want to talk down on, because we haven't seen them at full strength just yet. So I'm hoping that they can get through these issues, get back into that full strength, and show that resilience that they do have as service members to get through this best of 5. So showing up, Anderson, let's see if they can get it done. RJ already blooded in this round. Looking for the turnaround.
Again, tied up 1 apiece in this series, so just add 1. We're playing to 5 here in the Search and Destroy now, as sides have been swapped. RJ being blooded leaves Anderson in a precarious situation for this offense. You can see the spread across the map. A undercover. It was Charms that did it in the opening defense. He's got a lot of space over here, over by the elevators.
They need to get a kill back. It is an approach through the middle of the map. Floki, he's going to spot this one. The information for Shaky on the other side. Finds a second kill for Eglin. And now it's a jump down the elevators. Charm's going to be in trouble. Still finds one. So it's a 1v3. Would have to be a 1v4 ace for Wick. And For a second, I thought he was going to hit a mad dash all the way over towards this B site, but he's just trying to find any value that he can before getting this rock laid. He gets the 1 kill, turns around, and the trade just around the corner. Eglin kick off the reset with a round win, bringing it to a 2-1 difference.
Yeah, had a good read on the second, right? Did Wick, but I mean, at the end of it, still had one more player he's going to have to be worried about. Again, does take just under 5 seconds to get the full-on plant through, and when you're sub 20 seconds like that, you would imagine that the third player for Anderson is probably going to get screamed at Shirley, or Eglin, excuse me, not to go for that challenge for the 1v-A's. But regardless, comes through in the nick of time. It's 3 in the round for Shaky off of that last trade, albeit very, very close for Wick. Those heroics were not that of John Wick. I know, low-hanging fruit. But here comes the offense now for Eglin. We got an assault over by that courtyard side for A. Anderson, we're banking on that again, but Eglin have no part of it. Two-time Big Mike, he getting a lot of information because that's exactly where the push is coming from.
Not able to get the first kill. Charm slides right into the helicopter for that kill. Floki's going to be traded out, so still a chance at this round for Anderson, but they have to react to this attempt over towards B at some point. And losing out on a second member is going to pull Wick away from A. See if you can catch anybody on the flank. Shaky. Got to be careful here. Bomb is down mid, so Eglin, really, they're making no play to the objective now.
Charms does come join Shaky. Last 2 players are stuck inside trips. They're either playing a corner. Got Wick playing inside of lockers. OC's getting active. He's going to be back behind the play. He saw one go up the zip. He doesn't know about the second. The pinch is coming around the opposite side, but running out of time.
Oh, no. Oh, no. OC. The shot's there for Shaky. It's going to be finished off by Wick, but got a little bit scary. Charms has to recover this bomb and go to either site. It has to be B. No time to go towards A. You should know this. If you're Anderson, all you have to do is go check this.
And he does, and he'll find the kill with relative ease. So Anderson will tie things up yet again, 2 apiece. We keep trading defense for defense, and that mostly just comes through. I mean, you isolated Mike over by the helicopter. Albeit finding the damage, you would think that the bomb needed to be one of the first 2 to go across that entire lane as you're pressuring the helicopter to be able to get that bomb planted. When it's dropped over by P1, you know as well as I do, Colin, that is a very difficult task to be able to recross, especially when you haven't clear top trips. So Anderson under a really good reprise to be able to take back through the middle of the map after a hard read on the north side of the map. They're tied up here to be able to see what they offer for offense. Going to be another quick hit down low.
It was a good attempt. But now you have to do it again here. Charms down low. Stone's not going to hit him. Oh, it does. And the second one. Charms now in trouble. First blood to Anderson. That could have been a little bit worse. Charms, he has been feasting in that position.
Bomb's going to get planted here. Numbers for Anderson. Any late utility for Eglin would surely help them out, but Loki's going to give away his life. Shaky's late to cover all of the big door, and that's a tough head glitch to fight against, even if you do get the first bullet. So Trip and Burrito, even in the 1v4 clutch and the ace and the opening bullet's not going to be good enough. Yeah, this one is all Anderson. We finally get an offensive round.
It's cooked for Trippin, unless we get to see the most miraculous 1v4 in less than 20 seconds, because you need time to defuse at the same time. But it seems like Trippin, he is going to go for a swim on the outside of the map. And that's going to give Anderson a lead in this series, or in this game at least. 3-2, they go. As again, you're going to take the score of the game, add 1 to either side off of the reset that we had just before the elongated tech break. But for Anderson, that is a huge round, because you get Charms down on that first blood. Andy, that is a position that Charms exploited you on earlier.
Yeah, it sure was, man. Have to see what Eglin can do as far as their adaptations are concerned. They found value before we went to break. Their one round that was won on offense was from an assault that came through by the courtyard side. But Anderson now are not hard reading anymore. They go for the spread. You got one player's assistance. The head glitch, it was Wick, but he still dies. Shaky wins another one on the opposite side against RJ. It's all gone crazily bad.
Yeah, Big Mike, nowhere to hide.
What?
3 down so fast. OC 5 in a row on a streak. Hopefully able to turn it into some kind of a streak. Maybe get that Hellstorm. It would be handy, but 40 seconds. You just got to stay alive. Get any value you can. There's the first. So now they know your position, but I don't expect anybody to really go hunting for this. You don't want to feed into the 6 spree.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they're counting streak numbers, then Should maybe double up a Chow, be able to end it, but it's going to be pretty close to slide out through the front door, and Eglin will get that last kill and the round count to boot. So tied up again, 3 apiece, but I just don't understand how Wick doesn't at least find 1 kill, or how Mike inside of the chopper doesn't at least find a sufficient amount of damage to be able to at least go help 1-for-1 there for Wick. RJ losing the one on the opposite side had to have been a lot of confusing, and bells and whistles be thrown asunder as far as the communication is concerned for Anderson, because that timeliness for Eglin on the 2-2 split assault was something very, very nice. And I'm pretty sure Shaky was just going over towards that lane, Colin, just to be able to cause a ruckus. He didn't want to be able to find that kill, but he did. Works out wonderfully as Anderson are back towards the offense.
Absolutely clinical to get it done. Big Mike, RJ, 0-6. Opening up this search and destroy. Still a tie game, so chances to maybe come alive into the back half. That's what you're waiting for as you see Charms. He is dancing with the idea, and I think OC has spotted him, so information that there is a player down low if you do want that A attempt.
Full retake and wrap around the backside of the courtyard. RJ's going to give away his red dot. And OC's going to drop down. This is not good timing coming out from Anderson. Eglin are getting good reads on this.
OC's got him behind. First blood on the trip and burrito. That's out towards the helipad. Floki's going to get active, at least bringing things down into a 3 versus 3. But with OC holding down the back spawns, he is holding things down for that bomb to reach over towards B. It's Shaky in a 1v3, trying to get anything going.
Gonna end up at least resetting his HP. That should be the confirmation. You get the bomb planted here at B. It's a 1v2 for the post plant. Already got Mike playing over by the helicopter's defensive position. Wick's going to be playing the bomb. Here comes Shaky on the flank on a 3.
It's going to have to be some clinical shots from Shaky. No need to take the back turret position, but
he's going to have to rip this helicopter player first.
It's going to be something that you have to get the shots off as soon as you see them, but shots up there. Wick follows up. It is perfect from Anderson. Back into the lead in the protocol.
Yeah, and a really good just fleet footwork being represented here by Anderson, right? You end up getting a lot of utility thrown back in towards your face, bullets being directed all different sides, and although you were posturing through the middle of the map, that's why they were showing a lot of different focus. See who was playing onto the backside of the tree. Trying to see if there's any pressure into the backside of top trips, which of course there is. It is protocol search and destroy at the end of the day. It's a very good power position. And once they ended up finding the pressure, they saw more numbers rotate back over towards the A lane. They just quickly wrap back over towards B. Wonderfully done and finding kills along the way. OC now up to 8-3.
Yeah, OC is in absolute takeover mode where Big Mike and RJ happy for that. Good shots from RG, backs down Floki. So it looks like Eglin won a chance over towards this A site. Charms in around it. Nice finesse. And Floki outside. He backs him up for 3 down on Anderson's end. Eglin are just crashing through the round like they don't even care who is standing in front of them.
Little shades of that opening round before we got the full-on reset out of Charms. Just sliding into screens, though, this time for the offensive attempt to be able to snap fine, too. And like you said, the assistance was there from Floki over by the lane. Shaky's now up to 7-3. That's a bounce back round if I've ever seen one out from Eglin, who really set the pace, got a lot of good licks in through the opening map. Got 100-point clubbing a limping Anderson, but we are all tied up a piece at 4. Who's going to reach map point first?
If you get a little bit of a step up from Big Mike and RJ, I think that Anderson would be leaps and bounds above Eglin right now, but sheer force of teamwork and the power of friendship is breaking Eglin through this one. Nice shots from Big Mike on the Charms, just showing a little bit too much ankle.
Bomb's going to get planted because of this. That's a 3v4 on the retake. You got players doubling up on both the draws. A 2-player retake over by screens. RJ's not traded immediately. And you needed that one if you're Eglin. Now you're not going to retake this at all.
When you needed it most, he is there. RJ popping up and down on these computers. Stun check from Trippin. No follow-up just yet, so chance to restabilize if you're Anderson on the double swing out. Floki of the team kill brings it into a 1 versus 3. Can you get the clutch in less than 16 seconds? That's impossible in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Anderson, they keep the trend going and keep their lead strong.
All right, so Anderson going to be the first team up to map point. It's all off that first blood and being able to get that bomb planted as quickly as they did. If you cannot find that trade, you're forced for the 3v4 retake here on Protocol for that A bomb site. You can see how difficult that it is. If that stun comes through a little bit earlier to be able to stun up the player in the backside of the bomb site, and then you double chow the player on screen to be able to get that trade onto RJ, maybe Eglin find their way in, but it is a slim chance and a snowball's chance in hell. Anderson up to map point looking tie the series.
Slim, but not far gone. As OC, he is still somebody to worry about. 10-4 now off that first blood. Just has to play his life.
Just trying to play for information is Floki. Not wanting to give away that secondary, right? Without Shaky, that's been your leg worker, I suppose, for Eglin. He's up to 7-5, and now he's just eyes in the sky.
Seems like they want to go down to A, but you're going to drop the bomb to Charms. Cannon fodder into the bottom of elevator. Nobody is here. It's going to be a free plant.
This is your best chance to be able to force around 11 if you are Eglin. Iron up. Make sure not everybody's watching the same thing because Anderson are setting up for a 3-player take around over by the big door. Mike's going to go for the flank. He's going to drop down for the zip and work the pinch.
All you need to do is trade out, but Charms
Charms!
for 2. And that's going to change things up. You give up A, you give up the round, it seems. Charms in the 1 versus 1. Has time to reload. Big Mike looking for his 4th in a row. Early shots from Charms. He doesn't back down. Eglin, keep things tied up.
Round 11 by way of Charms. Again, you get this guy into a position to be able to set the pace here inside of screens. Does well every single time. They were first blooded. There was nobody expecting for the challenge to come through over by A. And to be fair, Anderson, once they did find that first blood, they backed all the way off. They thought it was going to be a reposturing over towards the helicopter, over by the B bomb site. They thought it was going to be a push over by the courtyard. No, Eglin just dropped down from the elevator shaft. And now it's a round 11 offensive attempt for Anderson. They're wanting it to be a fast one. Eglin are here.
Trophies down.
Smoke.
Shots from Big Mike. Big shots from the 2-time. Charm's gonna have to back this one down, and it's really on to Shaky to do any damage, but he's dropped. And everything's gonna come back from what can Trippin' Burrito do on the drop down from elevator. Charms is looking for an angle. I thought he could see Big Mike. Doesn't seem too comfortable to take those shots just in general. As he's doing everything he can to get a little nerdy with this one. The shots don't hit. That's the go button for Trippin' Burrito. Unfortunately, he's only good for the 1 kill. And it is all down to Charms. Now you know exactly where he's coming from. Anderson feeling good to go to map point in the search and destroy. Charms, he is blocked off and canceled from the round.
Yeah, not enough time to be able to work that, plus the defuse. Had a really good shots, played it out as best as he possibly could, but when push comes to shove, it was a fast hit back down towards the A bomb site. Just as we started is how we finish for Anderson in their offense. It's just this time Charm wasn't alive inside of the bomb site to put it all to rest initially. So tied up, 1 apiece within this series, Colin. And Anderson, well, I think we got to see a little bit of the aggression that we were missing from that map number 1. OC was in his absolute bag. Mike was there to assist so many different situations. And although RJ was not making a grand appearance as far as that the reprise of this map 2 is concerned, his pressure was definitely felt in those close plan situations. Eglin just could not crack the code as far as an A retake is concerned. Though, to be fair, not many teams can.
No, it's difficult, and it really comes down to the first blood that you get all the way towards the top of trips. And you still give up Anderson to that A plant with lesser numbers. You're just making some small mistakes on a map that you really can't give things like that up on. And Anderson, they're going to make you pay every single time. And it kind of circles back to the whole idea of, you know, this Anderson team, albeit they lost pretty handedly in that hard point, that wasn't a full strength Anderson, and we've seen them struggle so far through this series. It seems like it's not their fault, and when we finally get them to band together, yes, it's a slow performance from RJ, but the rest of the team, OC, they looked fantastic.
Yeah, being able to land a lot of egregious gunshots, being able to turn a lot of different gunfights, right? Those are the key points that we were missing from Anderson, and it's probably the key points that were able to push them over the margin to be able to beat Misawa as far as that, what was it, the winners quarterfinals of the regional playoffs are concerned for PACAF. So, yeah, I definitely love to be able to see it for Anderson to be able to spawn in towards this series because it definitely wasn't there in the map number 1. And as far as a guaranteed Skyline Hardpoint is concerned, they'll be able to get their retribution, whether it was their map pick or not. I'm not too sure in my notes. Feels like forever ago since I looked at that spreadsheet, but I'm not gonna lie, Colin. I think that it should be a very, very good time to be able to see what this Anderson team can do. But we go to a Vault Control in a map number 3 where you do get at least a little bit of the in-between work of Hacienda and Protocol. Very difficult to be able to convert offensive attempts and rounds to be. But still, when you get moments like what we saw from OC, if he can find a multi-spree off of Rip, you get shades of like Abe on Vault Control back at the Esports World Cup, right, man? Where like you can just like run all the way in towards their spawn and being able to get that A zone captured immediately, converting over towards B is just an easy day.
It's something where you definitely look towards your subs to get active on, and you know that is a very, very good shout. Vault Control, something that you can take over even on the attacking side. We've seen it many times throughout the course of Black Ops 6, and that's why this game mode, this map, has grown on me a little bit over the course of the year. So we're going to keep the ball rolling and get into this map 3. Hopefully see who is going to split the difference between this 1-1 scoreline and take a lead heading into the back half of this series, as we're guaranteed a map 4 Skyline. We're guaranteed to get a little bit mixy in the next hardpoint. So for this Vault Control, this is a very important one to see who's going to bring that momentum. And for Anderson, after watching that Hacienda, this might be a map that you feel like you need to win.
It's very rare that you go in towards a map 3 with the series tied up and you don't hear somebody end up saying whoever wins this will probably win the entire series. For the momentum's sake, we'll have to see how they get on. Offense first for Anderson, and well, 3 go in the grave immediately.
And Shaky's up top, so you clear off that A zone, not even allowing a lick of objective to Anderson. Forced off the respawn over towards P2. A lot of ground to cover to get back into this one, but Shaky making it very difficult to get onto that approach.
Nice head glitch being played there from Charms. Make sure that nobody gets through open as easily, and it'll just peek back up knowing that Big Mike wanted to be able to get that challenge. So 2 kills now for Charm, trying to reposture over towards his B defense. It was Wick that was here a moment ago. He conceded that space trying to join his teammates.
He gets back and still haven't been able to get over towards A in general. How do you read this from Charms? He's all the way behind this play, and Trippin' Burrito right there to back him up. So he clear A once again. And there hasn't been any map control from Anderson at all. Plays, it's like throwing darts at a board blindfolded at this point.
Posturing themselves real well. Eglin have only lost 4 lives since that opening salvo. Shaky. Top weapon setup, had a really good attempt there to extend his spree, but it'll be Big Mike there for the trade onto Shaky, and Charms following soon after. 25 seconds remain. Last really good attempt here for Anderson to touch his zone, but every single moment you start building them up, they go 3 dead in the feed. Eglin looking great on the defense.
Can make the wrap around, able to find Trippin' Burrito, but not able to translate it into 2. Over towards A. Time stopped at 14.9 now. His OC is going to be turned around. Shaky on 3. That stalls the time once again. Clearance towards A. One last chance. One last effort for Anderson to make any play on the offense. But it's all down to OC up top. Tags up. The contest is in. But nothing more than that time. It is gone. And Eglin, they hold strong.
Wow, do they ever. The opening break, they held the multi-life lead all the way down to about a double-digit margin. Shaky up to 10-3. What a start he had, right? I mean, Charms was able to get up through the upper hallway. He's playing the head glitch on the stairs. Shaky was there originally, but it's just because he got bumped from Charms off the respawn block, and from there, Shaky just going AWOL. He goes on that mid spree. He doesn't end up getting any sprees, or any streaks, excuse me, but what impact is certainly being felt. And that is the Eglin we got on the Hacienda. Again, audio issues, 3v4s, doesn't matter. That pace was a little diffy. 10-3 for Shaky coming in towards this. A 2 spree there for Charm, see if he can build it towards anything in particular. But the opening break-off is important. Anderson needed to respond.
So important. Oh, she shot from Mike. Wick's going to double down. RJ wants to get active forward. That's going to be 3 down for Eglin as pressure now onto the respawning members. RJ, he wants to accomplish that, but not going to have the read onto Shaky for said respawn. Charm's going to slide in, clearing this A zone. He's going to hop on and stop the clock.
A little mistiming there with the Semtex, though. Is going to catch Charms on the reposition, though. Good repost there from Shaky to watch the big door, but RJ is still getting active through the upper hallway. So, remain even. 24 plays up against 23. No spawn trap being enacted so far.
It's a big battle for Charms. Wins it versus Wick. 22 versus 22. Trippin' Burrito now going to be an answer over towards A. Double kill opens it completely. And out of the stack, up top, Big Mike, what can you do? Shots in behind, only good for the one so far. Has to back down. First segment already going to be collected, but it's really down to see if Big Mike can do anything more at the zone. He's going to go for the full flank, takes out Trippin' Burrito, leaving Shaky on his own, but Shaky still gets that second tick. This is not bad.
No, second segment still being locked. Big Mike, shot's not there. Charms good for 2 more. 12 and 7 now for Charms, just swan diving his way up and out of the window. They're working up towards the third segment. 2 players strong. Here comes the pinch around the side. It's Wick dead. Third segment captured. Forward life lead to boot. Eglin. I step forward over towards B.
It is feeling like it's snowballing over towards this next zone. OC
Nice
standing
read.
on business. What a shot. Double kill again. RJ on the flank towards Charms. Gonna make it 3. So stabilization for a moment out of Anderson.
Good prediction coming through from OC. He knows that he needs to pressurize this a little bit further forward, but his teammates are nowhere to be found. RJ's trying to cause a little bit of ruckus through the already captured A zone, but they lost their B defender. Nobody was inside of Art, so now the clock is stalled out again. Shaky's here.
Mike trying to get up top. See if he can play off of what is shutting down Shaky. And OC turns it into another multi-kill. As off of this search and destroy, it seems like he has just roared into action for this team.
Burrito holding. Look at this play starting to develop over by the P2 lane. Got one player who's already past the palm trees. It's going to be Charms. Everybody's going to be forced to spawn on the backside of Art. Big pickup out of RJ just to make sure nobody gets behind enemy lines.
You know, Wick's looking to make a play. And there's a hint of this coming from Eglin, but the delayed flank from Wick isn't going to make any noise. It does take out Trippin' Burrito from getting any more segments captured on this B zone. He's escaped through the middle of the map, so now you look towards not just the time with 40 seconds, but it's a 5 versus 5. This is going to come down to lives.
Shaky's slicing people up in the upper hallways. 1 respawn remaining for both these two teams. There might be enough time just to whittle it all the way down via the clock, but Charm strikes first. That's still a player up at the top, inside the top gold. Wick's playing a very good position to be able to watch this lane, but they're just playing for the timing. RJ's waiting for it.
This is really going to come down to what can RJ get done and how much help does he have from top
yeah,
Ard. Well, he's got all the help he needs. Nobody's going to be watching down in water, and RJ's double kill may have sealed the deal for this defense. Just can you get it down to one last member? Trippin' Burrito trying to do his best, but his best is impossible to get through that B zone. Albeit not a terrible round from Eglin on the offense. Still, Anderson keeping things even.
Not terrible. I mean, as far as the bar graph is concerned, that was stupendous. Anderson got full held. Eglin were able to put up 4 segments, so 4 segments really good for Eglin. Again, if we continue to trade defense for defensive rounds, we reach that round 5 offense. For those watching at home, for control, segment manipulation and overall control of those segments is how you get a round 5 defense. If you have not been able to tell so far through 2 rounds worth of play so far, control is a very, very much so defensive-driven game, so Eglin very much so in the driver's seat. RJ coming in towards this on a force spree. He woke up late in that round. Can he transfer that towards an offense?
Trippin' Burrito traded out. RJ finds his 5th. That's where his spree ends. Everybody's looking to flip the map out of Anderson, but Eglin are on full effect to see if you can whittle down these lives. Couple kills from Wick, and it's not really going to warrant any chance to touch the zone. Charms is going to try his best to keep you away, and with Floki, that double kill surely is going to stall.
We're just not checking corners. RJ's in that same position, but this time on offense. RJ's going to get traded, though. This is very similar to what we got in that opening round from Eglin's POV. Just trying to find where these isolated players are. Waiting for numbers is Trippin' Burrito. and he's going to take this challenge together. But it's not just one, it's not just two, it's the full team from Anderson this time around. In Eglin, they're shaky, they're disjointed, they don't make this hit together, so that second segment's as good as locked.
Should be. We'll see on the off angle. Love this play. Trip and Burrito's going to read it, and that second segment doesn't get collected. Wick, a non-factor for the moment. I mean, yeah, you're finding kills, but realistically, all Eglin have to do is slay out around the objective, and Wick just isn't going to be making as much noise as you'd think.
The biggest problem was they wanted to bump maybe one, but two ended up hopping off towards the zone. If a second player stays on that zone, that second segment gets locked over by B, and then Wick's presence gets a little bit more notable, but Anderson trying to do a little bit too much. They hop over towards that A zone. It was RJ on a solo isolated play, but it was bait. Sets up 3 to hop over towards the B zone. Charm sees all 3 of them, wants no part.
Yeah, he's just going to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, give it
Full
up.
wrap around. B's going to get collected, and things get a little bit easier for Anderson. A quick 4 down, and this round could be well over on the offense. Big Mike through pool. Routes opened up. He's in behind, and that should be a freebie. It is. RJ not spotting the player behind him, so still a chance to blow this up if you're Charms. You've been so patient the entire time, and as soon as you turn around, RJ has your number. The stack is on A. 2 members here, but look at OC. He's top barred. He's going to draw so much attention back to him. You got to dive into the point.
Not going to be able to get there in time, Colin. 3-player stack. That's as fast as it could possibly go. You capture all 3 segments as the 3-player stack in just well under a minute in that, or well under 10 seconds, excuse me. That's exactly what occurs right there. Big bump coming through from OC, but even more 5-head play being enacted here by Anderson, by way of RJ, who's been causing discourse and distress towards the back line for the latter half of a round and a half almost in this control, man. So it focuses a lot of attention just to be able to hop over towards one of the 2 zones. It causes more than one player for Eglin to be able to come deal with him. And by then, you go deal with RJ over by A. 3 players over by B. Charm saw it. He saw at least 2 nameplates. Dropped down to half HP. Didn't want no part of it. Everybody from Eglin was across that P2 lane side, and what a series of events. An offensive turn for Anderson. Now they have a real good opportunity here, Colin, to go up in this best of 5.
Sun check on RJ. Patience, though, to get back over towards A. First segment's in. The double stack. It's going to go a little bit faster than normal, and you know that, so you're trying to put some pressure fast back into this if you're Anderson. Charms, though, dives right back in on the slide. A double kill for Eglin, and now the stack fully can be cemented. It's just Wick and RJ to see if they can take anything more down, but Trippin watching up top. The good shots on the outside. 2 down yet again. Floki's not going to find that, but Burrito still here, just not able to get the kills.
Yeah, good kill there on a Trip and Burrito. They deny the trade with Shaky. Charms, the original duel comes right back. Charms with another 2-piece. He says, I'm just going to go ahead and pick right back up where I left off. Third segment's going to get locked. He wants to shoot everything, including his teammates, but 60 seconds added on towards the board. Anderson, going to take this moment to breathe. Lives aren't too far gone. They're playing the 50-yard line pretty well. Charms a big one in towards the center. That doubles up there with Shaky. Watch player number 8 on the minimap. Floki's making a route happen to work for this pinch.
Yeah, he's going to force those spawns deep, and they should know this, but all the attention's going to be to you, so you have a chance to really blow this up if you're Floki. Nobody is watching for this flank into Art. Wick's going to jump out before Floki can make a play, but even still, you're giving up a major position to the side of Eglin, and now Floki, they know exactly where the issue lies. Big Mike, it's all on you, but they know you're there. So nobody on Anderson in a place to make a play. 3 go down. It's Big Mike alone on the flank, and he hasn't been able to get any shots down towards B.
And now he's dead. Now you can set your eyes setting forward. You got 3 players on towards the zone, at least 2. Might as well get the third. Floki's on a 4 spree up top in Art. Nowhere to go if you're Mike. OC stuck in a 1v1 inside of P1. And Eglin starting to sing the nursery rhyme. I can only imagine to Anderson, anything you can do, we can do better. 10 segments to the good, comparatively to the 6 segments in total for Anderson. That'll force a round 5 defense. And just as I was saying, the map 3 win was afloat for Anderson. A few porcupines going towards that water, and it just pops every single air possible. And Anderson are slowly sinking in this map number 3. Eglin are going to be on that round 5 defense, and they are heating up. Combined 50 kills between Charms and Shaky. At the beginning of that round was barbaric.
And a quick little
Just
dap-
ran at him.
Exactly. You little dap up your boy and get right back into the mix now for the defensive side. Floki on 4 in a row as well as he made the play towards Ard. He's the first to drop in this round as to go down. OC finds a third one and no way it happens again. Charms this flank. It has to be monumental. Good for the first one. Makes it a double kill. Backs right down knowing exactly what he just did.
The Charms is going everywhere. He's twisted. He's so twisted he didn't see the nameplate of Wick over top of that head glitch.
Well,
but
it's still going.
yeah, he's still going. That second segment's that first segment's locked over by A. First segment might be locked over by B now, but slowly gets put to rest by Shaky. Also gets up to kill number 27. Don't get too cracked for your own wear here, Eglin. There's still a game to win.
I'm impressed by the way that RJ's been able to at least bring things back after what was a terrible map 2 search that your teammates carried you through, but for the control, he has been ever so present. Shaky's going to spot some players down towards the tree. It's going to be noted, and Charms clears it. 2 down again. 51 seconds.
Just like picture just when anybody gets damaged and they call somebody one shot, just Charms just like run over their shoulder like in game.
I got it.
Shoves them out of their way, just like I got him. Don't worry about it. That's what I'm seeing on the mini-map. RJ's trying to meet that pace to your question, or to your point earlier. I think Wick was just shooting Charm's body. Maybe it might be getting a little bit of chaotic there as far as the arena is concerned. Second segment being worked on over at A. First segment being worked on over at B. It's a 2-for-2 kill feed. 1v1 now for the Zone, and it's Charms for another 2-piece to stop it in its tracks.
Foaming at the mouth for any opposition. It is going to be a chance for a double kill. Charms is there. 3 in a row now. Tripping up top is going to assist, and not enough to clear the rest out. Still getting that second take. And it's Floki who's holding things down. 27 seconds. It has to be all in towards this A zone.
OC finds another one. How about RJ to pick up 2 there off the damage? It's now to Trip and Burrito. Gets traded immediately. 24 and 27 now for OC. Third segment lock. It's a single life lead, but Eglin are nowhere to be found. Nobody inside of R. Player number 6, he's the one that's furthest up, but it's Charms, and there's no other player you'd rather have.
This is in competition for the longest series in Call of Duty Black Ops 6 history. Second segment's going to be contested. Charms waiting for the regen of the slide out, and now for the jump onto these players. Anderson dancing on a nice edge on what to do to unravel this B setup. Well, RJ goes first, and B's down first. 3 versus 4 on the site. Charms the second one. Nobody's going to get an advantage here for Anderson.
6v8. Still doable. Just got to play your numbers. Charms is overextending. Tripping Burrito is watching the very long flank around the back. This is a turtle setup. They lose Burrito in that long hallway. Charms is the next one to defend.
Trophy's out. Charms immediately get a dispatch of this one. Slides into the cover, and 3 down again. 3 versus 6. Eglin, they want this one done. They want it done now.
30 seconds remain. 3 lives remain. Big Mike nowhere to be found in this last round, but Trippin' Burrito, he's dead. 1 respawn remaining, but we're sub 30 seconds.
Got to figure out a time to go. OC trying to find an angle. Shaky able to stay alive. Tough fight for OC. And we see exactly why when you have the cover of a window in the backseat of a car. 3 down clean. And that's going to call game for Eglin, going up 2-1 in this best of 5 as they have the advantage heading into Skyline.
Wait, why do you have a rear view window in front? For that? Is that why they install those guys? I don't want one anymore. It's crazy.
Have you ever tried to shoot someone through this window?
Can't say I have.
It
Not
is
in a while,
so
Colin.
hard.
Because it is August and we're talking about Black Ops 6, Colin. But Eglin definitely came prepared and they were more than ready for those shots. Shaky and Charms, absolute demons on this map. It almost felt like every single time we were talking about like Charms in a desperate situation, he's like, nah, don't worry, twin, I got this. Finds a 2-piece. Shaky's right there for the coverage as well. It's just the pace being met. Anderson did a really good job, stepping up in that second offensive attempt, scoring no segments in the opening round against Eglin, who had a full hold on that defense. Then be able to win the opening offense. Eglin said, don't worry, little bro, I'll do it better. And then that round 5 was just absolutely insane. It almost felt like Eglin forgot that it was a round 5 defense and almost not an offense because they almost scammed that a handful of times.
Yeah, it would have been a very difficult one to deal with if you went into that game before, you just threw that away. But Eglin, they don't falter. And you're right, exactly. The duo between Shaky and Charms. Yeah, you also have to give a little bit of a heads up there to Floki as well for what he did on that flanking play towards Art. It's just, in general, you just look at your boy, you just, way to go. Just amazing, immaculate plays going through that map 4-3. So setting things up now for an advantage in Eglin. They get not just the first respawn, but the second as well. And now you're looking over towards Anderson. Where do things go wrong for these respawn modes? You're going back into the hard point. You didn't have Big Mike back on that Hacienda. A little bit of issues that are being resolved. You're getting the rush shaken off, trying to get that camaraderie back into this map 4. It's a Skyline, Andy. Is that really giving you any favor to this team to get it done, to go to a map 5?
It's tough to gauge, right? Because you were missing Big Mike a lot of the time, especially for that Hacienda. In crucial moments where you would really like to have an AR being able to hold those irons, to be able to watch those longer lines of sight, because it probably would have denied Charm a lot of different access to be able to find these routes throughout the entirety of Hacienda. The same could be plug and played right into Skyline, right? When you think about these power rotations, especially over towards P2, player to the top side of the balcony, being able to watch that cross, getting inside a kitchen, over on the balcony side, or over on the P4 side. Whatever you may have it, having an AR line of sight to be able to hold these SMGs at bay, it is quite single-handedly the reason why we were just praising both Shaky and Charm in that fall control in going back to the Hacienda map number 1. So yeah, maybe having Big Mike might be able to settle things out a little bit more when it comes down to Anderson, because we didn't get to see what their full-fledged team did look like in the 100-point club that was that Hacienda map 1.
Well, look at what the outcome has been when it's been a full-fledged 4-on-4 after that hard point. 6-5 search and destroy, 3-2 vault control. All right, Skyline Hardpoint is setting up to be an absolute mix-fest banger, as we expect this map to be. And if we do go to that map 5, rewind search and destroy yet again for back-to-back games, Andy, this is going to be one of the longest days we've had. This is kind of leading into it right now with everything going down. But, hey, it is the World Esports Championships here for the DAF Esports circuit. And so far, it has been nothing but cinema in terms of the competition that we get. As you would expect when you're bringing two different regions together, there's some pride on the line between both of them. And, you know, like I was saying, I mean, you missed out for that PACAF, but in the Twitch chat for PACAF Regional Championships, a lot of players from CONUS were saying nobody from PACAF would stand a chance.
Well, so far, they're at least making that argument, albeit it's just one round and a 4v3 away. But, you know, a small sample size, I guess, Colin. We'll have to see. But we'll get the control, the constants, and other variables for the science project. We'll resurface the conversation on Friday. How about that? Skyline Hardpoint map number 4, well on its way here to be able to see if this series will extend to that rewind search and destroy that you saw in that best of 5 graphic, or if things end here. And what a beautiful sight we would end up having to be able to get on with our next series. Just as a confirmation, we're going to be hopping over towards Group A as the next series. We're going to be able to see what that Nellis roster has to offer. Again, that same Nellis team, actually, what was it? They beat this Eglin team? I can't remember. All my notes are kind of crossing in wins, but should be a banger.
Nellis 3-1 over Eglin. That was the case back in the winner's bracket for CONUS. Eglin looked a lot better this time around. So you look to see if they can put it away here on the Skyline. Anderson trying to force that map 5 as we are out the gates and running to one of the mixiest maps we have in Black Ops 6. All kills going the way of Eglin, though, as finally Charm's going to get on for the time.
All right. Couldn't have asked for a better start. I mean, especially for Eglin. They started off on that P2 side, but they're starting to lose their numbers all the way across the bridge. TK is going to be coming through for Anderson, so that's not going to help out their efforts to be able to hold on to the P2 rotation, and that'll actually bounce them back out of said power position, though they do have time inside the hill. You mostly want those spawns for P2.
That was one of the craziest team kills I've never really seen. As we're getting ready for this P2 rotation, Trip and Burrito trying to lock things down to the upside. Wick not able to get at least unchecked through T. Is Shaky keeping his team in good graces for this P2 roto. Trip and Burrito another kill to get set up for Eglin. They are into the driver's seat for now. Only player unaccounted for is RJ.
Oh, so I haven't found him, by the way. Floki's going to find OC in towards the back. He was more than one shot, so the push over towards Piano is a little bit late. But Mike all the way up top, he's again killing everybody, including his teammates. Get a little bit of revenge for the TK just a few moments ago. But what a break in a moment's notice coming through from Anderson. They will be in towards the time.
Can we get a Team K count?
Well, we're up to 2.
We're up to way more than 2 after our first series of the day. Shanked
okay.
by Shaky. And it looks like the rest of the team is putting some pressure over towards this hill. Still RJ to worry about as Shaky's looking to get those shots down. RJ shuts him out. 3 go down. And it is a minimal lead for Anderson heading into P3.
Mike wanted to be able to get that kill cleanly. Charm's going to call duo of Shaky to be able to come out, and then he drops down from the bridge. That's why you help this guy stay alive. He just found another kill, by the way. He's up to 3. He's in towards the time. Charms, Shaky, the duo. Floki also finding the headshot onto RJ. Heads rolling across the kitchen. Yeah!
Oh, Charms. 4 in a row. He is doing everything for his team. 5 in a row. 10 and 5 starts to the Skyline. Why stop there? 6 in a row for Charms as he is just continuing to count up those numbers and bring Eglin back into this game. Looking for a little bit more, maybe even a Hellstorm, but he's shut down right before he gets it.
He shuts down himself. I mean, that's a little bit of an egregious ego child, but I guess when you're double positive, you might as well. Mike finds 2 off of the exit. Reposterizing ourselves for this game. It is still just about a 10-point lead. The Anderson hold over Eglin's head. Playing for new is OC. And we'll rotate over towards the shower side. Floki's worked their way all the way across the bridge. Not expecting the player playing all the way to the backside of the patio table. So Anderson set themselves up inside the time, but Eglin are setting themselves up for a very quick break.
Oh, RJ gonna get shot. Just showing a little bit too much over that bathtub. Anderson's lead. They want to push it even further off this P4 setup, but they've lost the back spawns, and they're losing the fights inside the hill as well. So, setup for Eglin, they're in.
He's got good presence up towards the top. He needed that kill versus RJ. He's not waiting for the regen, and that is a very unfortunate mistake to come through. You really needed to wait for that regen to set up for Mike. Maybe off of the re-break, you already lost 2 teammates along the way, and that's going to be the last 20 seconds, more or less guaranteed here for Eglin.
That's what we're thinking. Eglin going to tie things up yet again. Couple of exit kills that you'd love to get. 3 down, so lovely transition into the second set of rotations proper. That's going to give Eglin a really good set, at least setup for P1, you would think. It doesn't seem like they really took advantage of that. Still, Trippin' Burrito just barrels his way through.
Does need to be said. I mean, 12 and 6 start for Charms. He has slowed down. He's up to 15 and 11 now off of that death. OC off the double kill headshot. Bazing there with the aims. Headshot, hipfire, go burr sometimes. There's another team kill. Added towards the tally. And towards the back, though, getting the kill inside of Piano. Charms a little bit late there for the trade, but still gets the kill regardless. So that'll secure spawns for P2. Biggest problem is Anderson not really worried about that at this moment of time, as Anderson are more focused on towards the hardpoint time itself. And then maybe trying to make this wrap happen all the way through kitchen. It gets stuffed, though. And now Eglin can refocus themselves back over towards P1.
Well, Wick, he's looking for a route. It doesn't seem like Shaky was actually going to spot this one. So in behind, Shaky gets the info that a couple of players are there. RJ gets up top and looking to flip this one out. 2 players in the back line for Eglin, and Charms is one of them. So you have to be careful, as everybody's going to be hunting for this last player. But locking down Charms is going to be a very difficult thing to do.
Very difficult indeed. Mike over towards the top. Loses his life to Trippin' Burrito. OC very quick to try to pick things back up, but in a 3v3, you couldn't have asked for more of an even Stevens to be able to see how this game is going to be panned out.
Oh, boy.
20 and 12 now for Charms. Trying to work his way up a little bit further through the totem pole. It almost feels like a race. Who's going to get their 4th back and towards the lobby? But if it plays out 3v3, all good. You couldn't have asked for a more even game.
Floki and RJ. That's who we're looking at to see if they can get back in as quick as possible. Tie game. With 20 seconds left at P2, OC is going to get a chance to slide all the way through. Shoots right over him, and oh no, how does that go away from him? As Trippin' Burrito off the regen is able to keep Eglin inside the time. Couple of seconds now to Anderson on the back end of that scrap, but Eglin going to be able to set up to P3 first.
Sure will be. Just 7 points is the difference. When you don't have that 4th player, especially for Floki, you might be losing out on an opportunity to maybe try to anchor spawns. Though for RJ, you're missing a lot of big-time routes. But how about Big Mike, though, with the AR just through the gut? Finds himself another 2-piece. He did quite well on P3 last go of things. And seems to be doing quite well again.
One player picks up mid, one player anchors the spawns, and the other one holds down the hill. That is what you're looking for. Eglin, they expose that right away. Everybody works together to break that P3 setup, and now you can see the hunt is on to find Big Mike over towards the anchor side, but big win for Mike, and that should hold down those P4 spawns for Anderson.
Should. Eglin, no, gonna get that security of the scrap time. Oh. And it's gonna be putting themselves just well about 25 points away. Another double for RC. Or OC, excuse me. He's up to 21 and 20. Floki's now on the opposite team. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Yeah. Now you can truly get the best of both worlds, and you can kill your teammate, but it's gonna matter something now.
I don't know what's going on right now.
I don't know what to believe anymore, Callan.
Up is down, down is up. We're in the upside down.
Yeah, there's an imposter among us, like
taking out every
and
pop
OC
culture
looks
reference.
to his right. It's like RJ was like right there, and like he turns to his right, all of a sudden it's like Floki. Got people tripping over burritos up on the main stage. Like I don't even know what's happening anymore, man.
The near god of deception, quite literally deceiving the team. Shaky, what a shot there. Still fun to watch as Big Mike is back.
Hey!
So, Eglin.
70-point deficit, though.
Yeah, I mean, Floki now joining in. RJ's here, too. This is the full gang's all here, Andy.
What? And... yeah, all right, here we go. Well, can you come back from a 70-point deficit? Well, we're going back to P1 for what surely will be the final set of hard points. Just try to see if anybody can keep their feet beneath them. It's a good luck moment coming out of Anderson.
Yeah, very good luck moment. Breaks in, though. You're on the time. Big Mike up top. Needs to provide some support to the players trying to soak up this much-needed heal time. See everybody off the respawn for Eglin. Going to kick back into gear. See how close they can get to putting this series away in 4. Up top, OC. Nice clearance. Floki. Whoa, ripped off the heady by OC. 3 down. Still 30 seconds that you do not want to give up.
Tricky, tripping burritos, trying to play their way on towards P1. 15 seconds. Anderson, you're going to try to soak up all of it. RJ's going to die, so he's going to be sent back to the respawn block. But Anderson, they do have those P2 spawns, Colin, and this is the best chance to maybe set up for a full 60, but they lose Mike on the backside of the cobble.
OC up top. Traded out back and forth. Eglin, first one's into the hill. Everybody off the respawn now have to break this P2 setup. Big Mike's gonna at least strike first, but it's a 3-on-3 still. Trippin' Burrito gonna have chance to regen. RJ beats him out. Charms in the hill. Another double kill for Charms. 16 seconds left to put this one away in a 4-map setting, but OC is holding on as long as he can.
Trying to play his life. From the backside, it's a very durable table. Trippin' Burrito's gonna go for the flank. 15 for the win. Trippin' Burrito there for the second. Looking for the third, but the spawns and towards the back. RJ's there for 2. Floki there for the trade. Still enough time to win here.
Try as hard as you want. It seems inevitable for Eglin. 7 more seconds as the rest of Anderson playing towards the scrap time as the rotations to 3 for Eglin. They're there.
Gonna be here first. Gotta try to find a little bit of a snap break, but the pre-fire's all good. RJ, though, just rushes through the cobble. He's last alive.
Can he stay alive? He can. RJ doing some dirty work for the team. Perfect hard point is what you're looking for. And perfect hard point's the only thing that you can settle for at this moment. Wick jumping around the corner. Good damage in. RJ 4 in a row, but the trades come through. Eglin back in, locking down the time, locking down the series, and holding things down on the Skyline Hardpoint for a 4th map win to take it 3-1 against Anderson and top the group to open up the championships.
Gonna have to start cueing some Benny Hill music as far as production is concerned, because that was just some straight up nuttiness. But Charms was definite. He was the control in this science project. Nothing but consistency there for Charms. 35 and 25. The guy was a walking highlight reel. Every single time we were on view with him, dropping 2 pieces. Sometimes 3. We'd hop away from his POV. He'd sometimes go on a 5 spree. 33 and 30. Those 63 engagements for OC were definitely felt, but not as impactful as the 35 and 25 from Charms. Shaky also had himself a fantastic series, and in this 3-1 win, there might be a lot of question marks as far as the series development is concerned, but one thing is for certain, Eglin were definitely the more prepared team.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Anderson will be a little bit PO'd at the end of this one, but still
Yeah, a little
time
bit.
to get through this group and get some revenge as storylines are now forming versus these two, as I'm sure it will be very spicy if we get to see them match up again across the course of this tournament. Gotta give some, at least, props to RJ, especially for that Skyline. I mean, you did not show up in that map number 2, but 3 and 4, even off the reset when you get back into that Skyline Hardpoint, 11 and 5 is what you end. I mean, he was doing everything to try to hold down that P3 rotation. But the lead that was garnered from Eglin, so difficult to come back from, but RJ was doing his best.
Yeah, he sure was. In RJ in that search and destroy. We'll definitely go back and talk more about that later on, as we know that Anderson will be at least talked about not this last time throughout the entirety of this week of Call of Duty, because they had a lot of bright moments. Eglin, though, coming away from the Conus group, going back to what was the initial blood-ridden agreement that nobody from PACAF were going to beat them. That remains to be true at this moment of time, because Charms is undeniable.
Well, with that, it is going to end, well, very, very much prolonged series between Eglin and Anderson, with another Conus team taking down another PACAF team in our opening games. We're 2 matches in so far through this World Championship, and as we get ready for a third one, we're going to throw to a break, things set up. We'll see you on the other side with some more DAF Esports World Esports Championships.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome everybody here to the DAF World Esports Championships. We're about to get into our third match of the day. It's going to be a banger. And what else is going to be a banger is I get to cast some Call of Duty with the one, the only proper. I know you guys enjoyed that last matchup, mate, but you're about to join this one more because you've got me.
Yeah, no, I truly, I mean, getting the whimsical noises of a Brit rather than a Canadian in my ears talking about some Air Force, yeah, it's already off to a great start.
Alrighty, right, it's going to be a great matchup, of course. Next up on the docket, it's going to be Kadena versus Nellis. We're transforming ourselves over towards what I believe is going to be a Group A matchup. Of course, we started the day with Group A, so it only makes sense that we're actually going to take a look at that group as well. Earlier on the day, we saw Peterson take down Misawa. So, you know, I think this is really important. We talk a lot about kind of, you know, group stages. Obviously, every team gets through regardless of what happens, but you want to have as high a seed as possible. So for these teams coming up in this matchup, this is going to be a really, really important matchup, right?
Yeah, I mean, having the higher seed, naturally, in case you guys don't know how a full-on 12-team double elimination bracket will work, the higher seed naturally will face the worst teams, although from a different group. That is typically how things will be playing out. And for all intents and purposes, this is a group that I really wanted to take a look at again because it allows us to have that conversation, as what you already talked about, between Peterson and Misawa earlier today, as we will end up having a little bit more teams from the same neck of the woods pitting up against each other one more time in Group A, because it feels like that this team is, or this group as a whole, are going to be hotly contested, especially for if what we already know is that the Pacific squadrons are definitely coming to play, and there is some fire in between them and the Conus.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, those already pretty some good matches between Conus and Pakaf earlier on today. Let's talk about this one then. Let's start by talking about our teams for this matchup. We've got Kadena and we've got Nellis for this one. I think it's going to be an interesting one. I'd start with Kadena, right? I mean, you look over towards this roster, Bang, Chronix, Ephesians, and DC. All of these guys were a pretty phenomenal roster back when I got to cast them in the PACAF Esports Championships. I was a huge fan of Ephesians. Ephesians was a guy who could come out and just pop off at any one time. Kadena looked like a really well put together roster.
I think what's even further than that for Ephedinas is the decision making throughout the entirety of that. This is what we're going to be mostly looking at. When we talk about like cracked out players, the ones that stand out, the superstar moments, if you will, out of some of these Call of Duty players, is a lot of those decisions that need to be made, and the teams that do support them along the way. But we're looking for more charms.
Yeah, I would love to see more of that for sure. You know, every roster seems to have like this one like star player, right? And for me, Ephesians is just one of those guys. So yeah, definitely would love to see more of that. On the other side, though, you've got a Nellis roster that were kind of you know, somewhat impressive. You know, during the Conus Championships, right? You know, they had so many good moments. But if you're looking for star players, for me, the unfortunate thing for Nellis, unfortunately, they've had some kind of roster changes coming to this event, right? So you guys might recognize the roster is very, very different. Tones and Smack recently becoming fathers, so congratulations to those guys. They will not be competing for Nellis here at World. Instead, you have, I believe it's Bum and Floops are the players coming in. So I know nothing about these players. They could be absolutely phenomenal, extraordinary. They might be the X factor, but roster changes are always something kind of that you kind of have to handle, right? It's always kind of something thrown in the loop, right, before we get into in every championship.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Floop seems so tall that he doesn't have enough space for headroom in as far as photography is concerned. So he seems to be an absolute unit, Brody, and that's good enough for me. Let's just put it that way for Nellis. But, you know, I think still, when you look at it for the core as far as his team is concerned, as far as Kuzo and Smokey, they were so part of that same Nellis squad that were so very good in the Conus Championship. I mean, yeah, they came up short, still able to take a map, or the 3-1 series win over Eglin, and we got to see what Eglin still looked like, and you could still have that same conversation. Whether or not they had the same experience and practice leading up to the event as Eglin is completely up to consideration, but what we've got to be able to see so far, at least on the day, is that Conus individually, I wouldn't even put it that much further to be able to say, as far as teamwork and a macro sake is concerned, have been that much more impressive, at least to me individually. So I'm excited to be able to see what these two teams are going to be able to do, and if Kadena can be able to throw a wrench in towards the system as far as the Conus structure is concerned.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Kadena, very good roster from PACAF. They are definitely up against it in this best of 5. Speaking of the best of 5, what maps are we going to play in said best of 5? Well, let's show you guys what the maps are. I actually don't know. I haven't had a look yet what these maps are. I've been all over the place, mate. Rewind Hardpoint to kick off this best of 5. If you're a fan of Hacienda and Rewind, just generally speaking, this is the series for you. We have a Hacienda Search and Destroy, Hacienda Control, whole Hardpoint, and then we're going to be closing the series out on Rewind, which we did see earlier today. Initial impressions. We're big Hacienda fans here, so this is a good map set for us as well.
We're just overall big Square Up fans, apparently, on the day, because nobody wants to play Red Card. Red Card Search and Destroy was very much so up for grabs, and we still decided to go Rewind and Hacienda. I'm here for this. I'm a big, it might as well just get rid of the Red Card and bring Skyline Search and Destroy back into it. If this is the type of aura that we're going to be producing throughout the entire of the week, I kid, I jest, of course, do not make that decision. But I'm excited to be able to see this opening 3 maps again. Much like for Rewind Hardpoint, the same conversations we would end up having for Hacienda Control. And you really do have to pick your poison as far as positioning is concerned, because getting inside of a spawn trap is very, very easy on Rewind Hardpoint, especially when it comes down to your decision making on how you try to get inside of the shops on rotation between 3 to 4. You can actually get trapped over by beepers by way of a Burger Town hold during that trash can hardpoint I have seen a handful of times, and we did see that being enacted, funnily enough, by Omit versus FaZe at EWC. So be on the lookout for that in the way that these 4 players will be positioning themselves on Rewind Hardpoint. Comparatively to the other Hardpoint maps that we have seen on the day so far, it is the biggest as far as north to south is concerned. So you really do have to pick your poison to be able to see what lanes you're covering.
A lot of AR action, I think, for sure with this one, right? I mean, this is going to be one of those maps for your ARs. Like, certainly for me, I play a lot of Black Ops 6, even though it's August. I'm still playing that game day in, day out.
You heard that,
and every single time that I'm on Rewind, I'm a sub player. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to survive. I feel like I'm, dipping and diving. I feel like I'm playing dodgeball, if anything, along the map, just trying to play my life while the ARs are absolutely beaming you. So I feel like ARs are going to be really important going into this one. Onto Rewind Hardpoint. It's a very big series, generally speaking. Of course, Hacienda is also, generally speaking, a pretty big map. So, yeah, interesting to see kind of, again, who is going to take this one. We talk about big picture for a second here. We've got Conus versus PACAF as one of our big storylines. We're going to keep them going back to something we're revisiting through the series. This is going to be another one we're going to be talking about. Let's talk about our predictions then for this series. I said earlier on today that I am going to be going 3-0 for the entirety of the day. I meant it. I might have accidentally said 3-1 and then realized, okay, no, I've got to stick to that. It's going to be 3-0. Definitely didn't do that. But it's a 3-0 for me, and we've both gone for Kadena.
Yeah, and I mean, I was more or less just blindly following your swagger. The way that he said it, he typed it out so adamantly as far as the prize chat is concerned. I was there for it. Plus, I just also want to see the wrench be thrown in. So I'm kind of like willing it, if you will, for Kadena, for PACAF to be able to stick it to Conus, because I think that it would be very, very fun, narratively speaking, for the rest of the weekend. But I do like their chances, I will say that much. Again, like you already said, a team that's been sticking together a whole lot longer comparatively to a team that just went through a change. And we're not talking about a Mercules level buff here, of course. We are talking about a different level, so it's tough to be able to gauge that on paper until sold otherwise. This is how I feel.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I think early on, right, because we haven't seen these teams go head-to-head, the only things we've really seen are like, all right, cool, how did they play in their region? So it's very difficult to exactly say what the hell we think is going to happen. I'll be honest, I said it in the chat, I'm kind of just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks at this point. If it's a 3-0 to Katina, great. If it's a 3-0 to Nellis, great. I don't know at this point. All we know is how they played in their respective regionals. Both of these teams are pretty good in their respective regionals. So we shall see. Either way, really excited for this matchup, and just to get some early impressions of these teams on this stage, right? We've had discussions today about kind of, all right, what is the big boy LAN setting going to do? Because we've seen these guys play on LAN, I believe, at Buckley Space for Space before as well, for the Conus Championships and, of course, for PACAF, albeit it might have been in a different location. But this is like totally different gravy. This is the final stage for these guys, right? That's got to kind of do something for the nerves.
I think you're also talking about like the time separation in between those championships and now
True.
as well. So I mean, like, you're talking, especially for Conus, like that was all the way back like on June 11th. So like that's quite a few patches ago as well. If you're talking from just the way that like some of the weapons feel, some of
Hardpoint
like, the
minimap worked.
That's crazy, but true. Also, at the same time, like I think that you're just looking for the comfort of being able to play within that pressure as well. In that moment, Nellis, again, on their run, they still took a map off of Langley, but being able to make as deep of a run as they did is still tippable nonetheless. So, I mean, we got to be able to give their flowers where it's possible, but for Kadena, also at the same time, they do have a very similar experience. So that could come in towards a factor, you know, when you say you go back towards the previous series that Colin and I just had, like your Anderson, you're having like tech issues. You gotta be able to bounce back from that some way or another, and like you gotta somehow stay within the moment, stay in the zone, and somehow bounce back and win the map number 265 the way that Anderson did. So I definitely tip it towards a lot of these players that are also serving within the Air Force at different bases as well. Playing at this level of Call of Duty is no easy feat.
Yeah, I think it's a weird balance, isn't it, strike between you've got to lock in to a certain extent, right? This is a competitive environment. There's big boy bragging rights on the line. You've got to lock in to win those bragging rights. At the same time, though, these guys are all pretty chill. Like, there's a little bit of banter, a little bit of competitiveness, even between Konus and PACAF, right? But ultimately, you know, they're all serving in the Air Force, one way or another, right? You know, this is, everyone's serving here. Everyone's, out to do the same thing. And this is kind of a side thing just to have some fun. So, there's an element of maybe the pressure of being off a little bit when you just step back and realize, hey, we're here playing friggin' Call of Duty for fun. Like, this is amazing. And it's just a really fun experience for all of these guys here on land. So I think there's definitely a balance there to strike. And, that does lead to some interesting sort of like trash talk across the table, right? When these guys are facing each other and they're just having fun. These are the kind of the best environments to watch as casters.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like these two are concerned, if you really think about it, like Kadena, that's Okinawa, it's in Okinawa, it's Japan, and then you got Nellis that was like in Vegas. So like realistically, as far as clicks are concerned, they're not too far away from each other. So I would expect for these two to maybe have some fun banter between the two. Not to mention how they do see each other and probably talk to each other like we were talking about. You do have these championships that do happen pretty regularly, and I'm sure that they are scrimming up against each other quite often more than not. So, yeah, but I can only imagine that the banter is fun and it is free. My only gripe is that we do not have a way to be able to hear some of the fun communication that they are standing up and saying to each other. I'm sure it's more than just GG's, but Game 1 should be underway here shortly, Brody. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, when we get to the final couple of days of the competition, I can't make promises because they might not happen. But last time we did get interviews towards the final couple of days of the competition, and those were always fun because you get like a real behind-the-scenes look at like the composition of the team, kind of how they're feeling, and then obviously, little trash talk about other teams, right? It's always real fun because you get to sort of see, all right, cool. We'll see, I don't know, Nellis play, for example, and they'll be like, yeah, I really want to play Langley next up or something like that. Those kind of rivalries, they're not really rivalries, but they're the closest thing you're kind of going to get, right? Where they want to take down a team, and you see those storylines form. So I'm really excited to get kind of post-match interviews later on during the week. We're just waiting to get some players in the lobby, folks, so we'll be there in just a moment. But it's been some interesting action so far today. I think Search and Destroy has been the thing that so far I think these guys are going to walk away from and be like, all right, this is where we need to tighten up going into the final couple of days because, today I think all three searches that we've seen have been kind of crazy. With that said, while we wait for the next match to get underway, we're going to go throw to a very quick break. Guys, on the other side of this break, we're going to have map number 1. It's time for Skyline Hardpoint. Don't go far. Get yourself a cup of tea or something. We'll be back with more DAF World Esports Championships after this.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Alrighty, folks. Welcome back here to the DAF Esports World Championships. Kadena, Nellis, it's on. It's time for Rewind Hardpoint.
Sure is, and although we don't have the mini-map immediately through the opening salvo, you can immediately tell who's on the favorite side of the map, and that would be the team that we're on screen with. That was Kadena. Got Mommy trying to at least find an avenue through outside of blue. Does find the trade on Kuzo, keeping things interesting within P1.
This is a good route for Chronix to take, of course, if they do want to lock down that PT rotation. Chronix is just going to chill in this corner here for the moment. Smoke looking to push forward, slide out, will immediately get channeled down by Bang, who has got those back crates area, or bins, excuse me, on lock. And that's the spawn that you want to have if you want to hold this hill proper.
Sure is. Bang's got the eagle eye view outside of the Jenny's Hill, just playing that Overwatch. You're mostly relying that Smoke can be taken care of at the 1v1, and they do. So all eyes set on the forward of the exit from the shops. Kills looking good for Kadena to hold.
Floops gets through for one, but almost immediately gets traded out. Pinstripe kill feed now good still for Kadena to hold. No from blue coverage, and that's now Ephesians on 5 in a row. Bang also started heat up in this game on 4. There's now approaching the front of the hard point through that front green crater. Got to be careful again. No blue coverage. Chronix will go to immediately cover that up, and Floops off the back of having to face a 1 versus 2. Having absolutely none of it. They're re-challing here, and I think at this point at the hard point proper, there's no real reason to get hyper-aggressive on this. You're just holding them off for that rotation.
Don't give them easy exits either. It's a really good call and a really methodical P2 exit out from Kadena. Ephesians, the player that you were highlighting earlier, Brody, now up to 7 in a row, doing quite well on the second life. Bait was there for DC to clean things up, and Ephesians will be killed off screen. So 7 is as far as it'll go. DC, though, what a turn. They're on to Smoke for the rotation over towards New. Wonderfully played out from Kadena in the opening salvo.
This already has been a solid lead early on for Kadena. Want to make sure you get control of this hard point. Then, of course, 30 seconds left. Also start to consider the next. That's what Nellis are trying to do right now. Make sure they have back SWAT side spawns, and also make sure no players from Kadena get past. One player has been caught out. Ephesians, he's managed to get away here. Gonna try and lay down, and Bum takes them down in the end. So all the gunfights being won. Meanwhile, back 15 seconds here has been secured for Nellis. This is not that bad at all, but one player seems to have slipped the net ever so slightly here. It's Bang. Has revealed that position. Should be an easy cleanup for Kuzo, and it will.
You know what happened to DC in their previous life. Mistakes were most certainly found. Probably some text that ripped off the wrong layer of the sticky side. So wonderful bounce back from Nellis, as you were already pointing out, starting to heat things up. Smoke up to 7 and 8. Only player positive would be Bum inside of the hill, as we'll play towards their advantage over top of that head glitch. We'll win the one as we get inside of Beepers for the nitty gritty. 4 seconds left to play.
Still a lot of time. Floops has to try and play their life. No trophy system to protect just yet around the back line, so we'll be whittled down by a couple of nades. Slide out from Smoke goes alright. Chronix comes through, not for 2, but for 3 kills. Kadena now in for the time. Smoke might well trade out on Chronix, but it's not going to last that long. You need help, and Kuzo is that help. Has too many directions to look, and does almost immediately get shut down. But those back spawns for Nellis, difficult for Kadena to actually break whatsoever. The best thing you could possibly hope for at this point is going to be some exit frags, but I mean, you talk about it, right? Nellis from P3 to P4 off the back of 2 hard points. They're back in this game.
Sure are, and with a 20-point lead to speak of, to go back over towards Jenny's. This is the hill of Brody's nightmare. This is where you probably want to pull out a submachine gun unless you are the team already within. So Kadena might have that advantage. Ephesians up to 13 and 7 now, double positive as well for Bang. The front of the entrance will be denied. Nellis, no easy kills to be able to find, as Kadena find everything besides one onto Chronix. Looking good here for P5.
Good team play. Oh, the fact that Floops doesn't get away with that kill is crazy. DC able to hit the full regen. Now that team nade. Okay, all right. Just tag your team out while you're at it. Why on earth not? It makes Chronic weak enough that into the gunfight with Floops, he will die. All just down to one player. Ephesians towards the hill. Good for 1. Ephesians not going to get a second one. That's a 1 versus 2. That's just 2 bridge too far. So Nellis back in now for the back 15 second. One last little hit for Chronix here. Nice jump chow in towards it, but you again find yourself overwhelmed. One last little clip coming through, and yeah, I mean, while Kadena might get it, again, the fact that Nellis are able to get that P3 and P4 back-to-back pretty much proper, it gets them right even season for Kadena.
Yep, that sure does, man. That's what I'm talking about. Never count out how powerful that Beepers rotation is, man. Nellis able to piece together that We go over towards the center of the map once again, keeping things interesting. What was an 80-point advantage, and Ephesians, look, albeit double positive off of that life that we did get to see, 18-9. It's not enough just to do a solo impact on a map mode combination that is Rewind Hardpoint. So Kadena are starting to turtle things up, mostly around the inside of the hardpoint, allow Ephesians to play these angles to slay out, to set up for easy alterations to the play, to soak up more hardpoint time. Their P1 is very effective.
Right now, they've done a good job of that. Trying to take a peek through the X-ray to see if any white players have gotten behind enemy lines here. Potential spawn flip. They're certainly trying to do so. Kuzo flies towards the hardpoint and is very quickly punished for it. That's 3 down on the feet. Last one up is Floops, and they're going to have to reposition here. So once again, Kadena, uncharacteristically for a hard point in any Call of Duty, get a wealth of time away from P1. They now have a solid advantage. Floops finishes off the gunfight against DC after much struggle, and now they're on their way. Nobody towards the back bins just yet. Nobody in position. Nobody ready for the onslaught that is Nellis. That's every single kill bar one they've immediately broken.
Yeah, Kadena, I wonder what the communication was right there, right? Because everybody inside of P1 was really focused over towards that Burger Town side. It may not matter at the end of it, as nobody was focused over towards the street side. As you just saw, that break came through relatively easy off of Flutes getting inside of the elephant door. They're still holding on. They got these back spawns, and they are really sticky into the backside of P2.
As we hit the last 20-second mark, I don't really know that there's going to be much to say about this. Ephesians might well just be best served trying to get some exit frags. Actually, to be fair, there's 15 seconds left. You've already got the double. Yeah, I mean, that's what was going through his head at that point. You already got a double. Why not go for a third? Unfortunately, that over-aggression might well cost them here, proper, because now, once again, Nellis are going to be the first team touched by P3.
Yeah, they will be over towards Burger Town first and foremost. Bang's just playing this head glitch. He was left one shot, so he couldn't press further forward. They will have these back spawns into the backside of Beepers. That is the favorite side of the map that you want, but you want your line of scrimmage a little bit further forward. Ephesians, he's inside of the time. Nice shots and centering on a Kuzo. Rips him where he previously stood inside of Burger Town.
Big kills here for Kadena. Back in towards the time. Also, equally big kills for Bum. Tech and kill is huge, and that should flip the spawns. Nellis now might have those back spawns locked. Ephesians still have to be dealt with. He's putting teams on skates around the point. He will only find Kuzo, though, before falling, and there you go. There's that flip of the spawns here. Nellis now regenerating around the backline proper. We know what happened last time.
Yep, we sure do. And this is where Nellis were really able to reap the benefits. The difference is there's not that much more time at the exit of P3 as they got towards the end of P1. So they're still trailing by 20. Kadena aware of that. They're not wanting the previous set of hardpoints to be their future for the current. Kuzo smoke off the exit. Smoke for 2 does get traded from the death screen of DC Semtex. But there's still players on the backside of Beepers. That's exactly where Nellis spawned.
Kuzo able to produce the kills, and that's Nellis for the first wave. They are good. How much longer can they hold? Mid-map coverage, equally good for 1. Floops immediately traded out, though. Now Kadena starting to break down the defensive lines that Nellis have set. Bang. Towards the hardpoint. Flying out. Not able to deal with either of players inside the window. A TK from Ephesians certainly won't help the offensive line for Kadena. And, well, once again here, proper, Nellis able to take the lead off of this hardpoint. 25 seconds left. Kadena are not going to stop hitting this. Now Smoke on 5 in a row. Bum and Kuzo also on 4 between them. It's a fully white feed for Nellis, and I think with this wave of gunfight, that's going to be it as far as this hardpoint is concerned. Nellis once again able to replicate that same success.
Until those 2 kills just came through, that was an unanswered 10 in a row for Nellis into the backside of Beepers. They own that shop. You better go new if you are Kadena. They already have players there. Towards new, you got 2 players strong. Back Beeper spawn still in effect for Nellis at this moment of time, but Kadena, again, with their SMGs in tow, looking to hold for this rotation. They're up the gut. There's no trophy system on the other side, but Kuzo gets it done the hard way. Smoke slides in, finds 2, 4 dead.
That wave of white kills in the feed might well be the end of Kadena here. It's very difficult to break back through. Smoke inside the hard point. Has help from teammates there as well. Floops also picking a corner. It's so difficult to slide out in this situation. Now it's a 3-stack towards the kill. Trophies down. Nellis bunkering towards the hard point, but you're starting to lose some of the defensive line here. Smoke for a 1v4. Can only produce 1. And Kadena will save the game. More kills coming through. They're refusing to go down.
All right, we talk about Ephesians 29 and 19. Bang just found kill number 30. 50 engagements. A minute and 12 seconds worth of OBJ time. Now it's trying to fight, though. They can still close things out in the upcoming rotation. Bang takes down his teammate of Ephesians. That's not going to help things out as we go back towards the center of the map. Only 30 seconds, give or less, is in between these 2.
16, all that Nellis required to win this game. Oh, good pre-stun from Smoke, but he turns around at the wrong time. The kill's now starting to go back in favor of Kadena. One more, and it's a full wipe. Extra bullets in the body for Ephesians.
He dies.
Kadena in control. Nellis starting to fall apart.
Yeah, but Ephesians still dies. Bums. Gonna be able to start pushing all the way past Burger Town. The pinch is starting to set up over by Elephant, but Bum dies. Ephesians, right off the respawn block, there for the trades. 2:30 and counting up. Kadena know that they can still win here.
Yeah, they can. They could get it done. More kills coming through for Chronix. Nellis, they're going in one by one. They're falling one by one as well, and Floops is just going to wait. Knows they have to hit this, but you can't waste any more time. You've got to get in towards the kill. Smoke going to find one on the other side through glass. Two players coming through. Smoke and Bum there for the trade, and both of them shut down. Kadena can still finish it. They get the tick over here. Somebody from Nellis needs to touch the time. It's not going to happen. Kadena start strong. They strike first in this series.
What a map one between Kadena and Nellis. You go back towards how P1 was so effective for Kadena. They got somewhere near about, I want to say about 70 of their 250 off of P1 between the first and second hardpoints. They played that last one ecstatically. You go over towards Beepers, P3, P4 rotation was so good for Nellis every single time. This map was an absolute banger. In between what was a Smoke versus Ephesians showcasing of just raw talent, Bang went underneath the radar for so many different people, yours and I's included. But throughout all of that match, he was the secondary player. If he had a laser beam over top of him for Ephesians with that AR, you know Bang was sliding through. He would find at least one, sometimes a second, depending on how much damage Ephesians was finding. And if we get a peek see of that stat screen, I guarantee you that was a lot.
Man. It really did feel like after two consecutive P3 to P4 rotations that favored Nellis that the game might be over. And when they broke in towards Electrical, towards the closing moments of the game, it felt like that was the dagger. You can't lose three back-to-back hard points. But then Nellis said, hold my beer. And they immediately lost the rotation towards P1 for the final set. And from then on out, it really only felt like they got, what, like 2 or 3 more kills in the feed after we saw, like, what, 10 or 15 consecutively for Kadena. Just an insane couple of hard points there towards the closing moments of the game for Kadena.
It's very rare that you do get a rewind hardpoint that just goes the absolute distance. All the contested time, being able to see the push for spawns, people getting out of the spawn traps, absolute insanity. It seems that all of these teams, albeit the last time that we saw them in a LAN environment in a tournament fashion was some time ago, it's nice to be able to see how prepared they are for this entire tournament.
For sure. Wow, what a phenomenal start to this series, right? Just for reference, by the way, guys, Seymour said 3-0 Nellis. What does that guy know? Absolutely nothing. He wrong almost immediately. Frame 1 to map 1. A phenomenal map 1, phenomenal start to this best of 5. Next up, we're going to search and destroy. We'll bring up the map set for you guys here in just a moment. Here we go. Look at that. Production's on it like a carbonic. Hacienda, search and destroy. That is where we're going next. So honestly, after a map number 1, I don't even know what to expect with this one, probably.
It's tough to be able to gauge. I mean, Ephesians with an AR in hand, you're expecting that to maybe be something that you would lean into if you are Kadena. I'm thinking this from, like, Nellis' perspective. So you might get a lot of, like, fence line pushes offensively, but the same could be said on the opposite side for Nellis, right? If you're looking at it from Kadena's perspective, their biggest assault was probably Smoke with the SMG in hand. So you're probably going to get, like, a lot of interior pushes and maybe some more methodical play, but I would say if you are Nellis, you almost want to try to slow things down because, like, the way that Kadena were mostly getting ahead of you as far as the setups are concerned in that rewind hardpoint was off of the initial plays. If they just slowed down ever so slightly and played with their numbers, they probably break that P1. And the same could probably be said what we would probably get as far as these bomb sites are concerned, and maybe in a post-plant scenario if they have to retake or defend.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, honestly, this is one of those maps that, like, it's very deceptive, I'll say, right? You know, I think at first, although it is a very large map, right, and there's a lot of different lanes in which an AR can kind of thrive, there's also a lot of lanes for you to just fly with an SMG, right? You know, it's almost impossible to cover every single lane on the map for a defensive team. And so I kind of wonder if we're going to see that, right, from either of these two teams, or they're just going to send their subs just to full send it on the offense, get behind enemy lines and cause utter carnage. That's what I do. Again, you know, what I do, totally different ball game. Everyone I play is rubbish because obviously they lose to me. But that's what I do. I'm just going to throw myself across the middle of the map with an SMG and hope for the best. Are we going to see kind of any plays like that here?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, the way the Hacienda is set up is for like a flow state, right? You got to remember when Hacienda was created way back in 2019. That's crazy to say that how long ago that actually was. But for Black Ops 4, which was created with competitiveness in mind, we had characters like Ruin with like a grappling hook that was always like hopping in and out of like windows or where P1 is located at. We don't have the grab slam anymore, but still, it's nice to reminisce. I would even say that the way that they adapted the map to be more modernized, some of the doors, the boxes, the way the curb sliding does end up working, the way the Omni movement is adapted in towards a lot of these areas around that fence line. Yeah, there are areas on the map where you do see a lot of instances where teams are going to start flying at you, and who knows, especially for this for these teams. Rewind is a very small sample size to be able to see what teams do feel most comfortable with. You are pretty much going to run a lot of 2-2, sometimes a lot more 3-1, depending on what hardpoint you are on. P5 is the only place where you'd probably see 4 SMGs. But Hacienda, for a lot of these breakoffs, it's most notable. You saw a lot at EWC if everybody was watching competitive Call of Duty at the time, and as well as chance for Hacienda Search and Destroy. Triple SMG is king. I think Optic were able to show that quite intently, especially with what Merc was able to do with that gun in hand. So, yeah, able to set the pace on Hacienda. It's built for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, the Jackal does crazy things. That's what we're going to say. That thing has range, despite the fact that it's been nerfed both with GAs and with actual nerfs.
Doesn't matter.
Over the last few months. That thing, yeah, that thing still beams. Trust me, again. I know, I use it. Yeah, I think it's all about setting pace, right? You know, hitting bomb site as fast as possible. I guess the flip side of that conversation, right, is what are the kind of the set nades? Maybe I'm expecting too much here, but what are like the set nades and the set stuns going to look like from these rosters, right? You know, because that's like one of the primary ways that you slow teams down on Hacienda is, you know, there's a lot of different areas at which you can throw nades and stuns over the top and basically stop teams on the offense in their path. Are we kind of expecting that here? I know we haven't seen much of that today so far.
I would say maybe not so much as expecting teams to be ready with the Crim 6 set nades in August, but still, I think one thing that you would probably be more concerned with is how much late utility we're more holding on to for the later half of a lot of these rounds. You know, we get a lot of like run and gun moments out of a lot of these teams, Brody, at least through the handful of search and destroys we've got to see on the day, albeit only just 3. I still notably seeing a lot of teams with a lot of late stuns, with a lot of late semtexes. Heed my warning if you are watching that broadcast there at the venue. Use those that utility. You never know, it might get you some information, let alone some damage to be able to win the gunfight.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, like, at least for me, again, you know, I'm not trying to act like I'm some kind of pro. I'm not. You know, there's a reason I'm sitting here.
But if you're not going to throw it early and you have it, like, you might as well throw it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and there's no point like ending around right with your Semtex or a frag grenade, right? There's no need to, right? And you know, I think certainly, right, if you are listening to this and you're looking for some free advice for some people that are definitely not too old to play the game, I would say make sure you do throw that stuff as early as possible in a tactical manner, right? I think, you know, one of the key things to do, right, is you're looking towards teams on the A push, you know, alongside fences for the A bomb site. You can throw a nade. You could throw a nade off the start. You can catch it towards well side, and it basically stops them in their tracks almost immediately off the rip. At the very least, even if they don't stop, you know they're there, right? You can make those communications. So, you know, and the thing is, I will say as well, I think some of the high-level teams in this competition, you kind of are very aware that they have those strategies, right? Some teams have those strategies because some teams are very good at search and destroy. We just haven't seen them today. When we see Cannon, I think Cannon's going to be the one that I'm really excited to see. Maybe even Buckley with Revenge on the roster. I'm excited to see those guys when those guys play search and destroy because they're demons in the mode. Anyway, with that said, Kadena starting off not very strong. How about that? We said we wanted to see aggression. Nellis come flying out of the gate for the first 3 frags.
There's something about SMG's upper hallway control, just sprinting at your enemy, and now Efficients is in a 1v4. So I guess if there's one person you hope for, it would be Efficients, but doesn't find that first one for free. Doesn't have any late utility. I really don't see this one scraping up any which ways. But yeah, that opening breakoff was something absolutely beautiful out of Nellis. Call the bluff. Visions does find 1, has 20 seconds left to work it. Oh, hold on. They might just give it to him. Oh, he's got some dirty 1v1s to play. Wins the next versus Floops, a 1v1 for the map. He doesn't have enough time, though, but he could get the ace, and he's just going to walk away with the kill. Let's talk about a consolation prize.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get it there for a second. Smoke was flying out towards the plat. I really thought for a second there. But alas, it was not to be. The fact he got that second kill, relatively smart, actually, out of Ephesians, right? You know, the fact that he kind of recognizes, hey, this player's going to be my left. They haven't moved. There was no reposition out of that player whatsoever. Some freebies, it was literally just that wrap. That one little decision that he made, didn't really have the time to make that wrap. No facilities for him to get that done. So, Kadena, 3 kills to Ephesians' name, but not a round. And now we see what they do on the offense in this one. Are they as fast and aggressive? Well, for Nellis off the start here, it is immediate push in towards B. Initial contact from Ephesians. That's information gain. Kuzo watching the cross, gets away with one. And, well, it would have been nice to get away with your life, but that's not going to happen.
Still walking away with one is great. You would love to be able to push for this trade on a DC, but Bang gets killed at the end of it. So Ephesians, 1v3 this time around, has the opportunity to double his kills. Gets the read on the smoke, but not ready for the initial gunfight for that dashy snap. Always going to remember that one play. I think it was like in Grand Finals versus Vancouver. I think it was like on Hardpoint. He just like snaps over to the top side. That's a very tough angle to be able to take that gunfight. Like, you only barely see the player's nameplate. No shy to Ephesians. Again, we are blessed there with the codcaster and the outline of the player. But difference this time around is that Nellis do not give him the isolated 1v1s. And I do love this pace that's coming out from them. Again, this is what I was asking for, to be able to see from Nellis. Able to pick up that pace with SMGs in hands. Working well.
All right, Nellis. Starting strong. Love the strategies early on. There's that pre-stun that I was talking about. Stun over the top. Nade is probably a little bit aggressive. Doesn't matter, though. All 4 players have chosen to hit up top, and Ephesians is lining them up and knocking them down just as easily. Player to the left. The pistol, it was a courageous play. It's not going to get you the frag, but it will hold Nellis off.
He's just ready to shoot at everything. Chronix is able to complete that flank. Goes 1 for 1, so keeps numbers in favor for Kadena. 3v2. Bomb still being held here by Bum, and they're looking to execute through the hallways. Maybe pivot over towards B. Now they want to full wrap this, clear office maybe over towards A.
Ooh, bang! What? Okay. That's one way to end a round.
It sure was.
Living up to his name.
Well, it's just interesting timing, right? I mean, it's so late, and by the time that you're trying to clear everything, you got to check every single corner. Especially when you're in a numbers disadvantage, you just got to clear everything. The pinch was set up. Love that. It's a good old clutch position. You can clear all of the B bomb site. That shows that somebody does their homework, and that would be Bang, whether it's S&D Chalice or just watching some pro streams. That's some good wear for all, knowing that you had the numbers.
Kadena have a free bomb site here. This is a reaction to what Nellis did in that last round, right? Nellis, they flooded through towards B. Kadena have gambled. That is the exact same play. And that rock is being firmly planted on towards A. Nellis on the rewrap. It's a very long path, and you've got to get past Bang. He was definitely going to be feeling himself after the 2-piece, but there might be some timing. You can tell them that Bang might have let them pass. Nope, never mind. He's just caught both of them with their pants down, and, well, they are not getting away like that. One more player, and this is over.
It forced Kuzo to also push over towards the top side of Plaid into the waiting hands of DC. So, Floops already gave away his red dot, just gets peeked over by the well side and eviscerated. So, what was a nice 2 immediately out from Nellis, it gets responded back with in kind by way of Bang. Got Patience over the backside of the desk, got Patience mince his gardening over by the well as well. So, Dina tie things up through 4 rounds. Let's see what this next execute would have to hold, because Nellis, ever since that opening offense, you go back towards the second one, the aggression's been stopped. It was more towards your point, Brody. These opening stuns are keeping them at a slower pace, setting up Bang for the later stages of these rounds. It's up to 5.
Bang on 5 in a row, she said.
Oh, cheeky.
Reliant on a play like this. Now, the thing is, with that water route, it's much more difficult to pull off. You can't just make the jump up like you could on other games like COD Mobile or Black Ops 4. You have to go all the way to make the jump up happen. DC has done it. And he's caught him off guard. Oh, Shark in the water will only be able to bite 1. Oh, he's bigger than his belly. Chronic's able to trade on out now. 3 versus 1. It's all down to smoke, and he might have caught them. You need to get away with that kill cleanly. He does. Might even be able to hit the regen here. They're not immediately challenging him. Yeah, he does, but there's the chow through the middle of the map. They eventually find him. No smoke and mirrors for you today.
What a cool setup, especially through the water route that was just played off by DC. I mean, Chronix was setting up for the pinch. He sprinted all the way through the middle of the map, through Secret, up through Spiral, and he was up through Lambo, lickety-split to join his teammate there to find the trade and slide back through. Smoke just wanted to make a simple execute and rewrap for the timing to get back around through Lambo's side. But by then, nobody was covering over towards the flank. All 4 players for Nellis off the offensive execute were so focused over towards Rock, besides the one that found the trade on the DC completing the water route. But at least they found the kill required through the last 2 rounds on the combined 5 spree. That's now split between both Chronix and Ephesians. But Kadena, 3 rounds on the bounce. They lead by 1.
And now really starting to feel themselves here. Nellis have changed their strategy. Isolated player by Rock should be a good trade, and it will be. So now Kadena should be able to get bombed down. 3 versus 2. There's one long flanking player. It's going to take a while for them to connect.
Ooh, didn't... Oh, I actually did complete the bomb plant. Okay, that got really scary with that sun being flown in, but sticking to their guns, 3v3 for the retake, and Smoke's clearing one in the back.
And short from Smoke is good. Shots out. You don't need to finish that kill necessarily. Someone from the middle of the map should, but Floops has now had coverage. He's being covered by Bang. Ephesians down. Bang on the other side. Smoke puts a lot of shots into him. Bang is so weak for this next fight. Needs to keep his head down or try to escape, and that's not happening. Floops immediately recognizes it, flies after him, takes him down, and Nellis will stabilize.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic right there. I thought that Smoke, if he finds that double, that becomes so much easier, but it still, nonetheless, it plays off wonderfully for Nellis there for the retake. Kadena able to at least get the fast bomb plant, but even as fast as the bomb plant came through, traded up 3v3, able to find the trades there at the end. It got really, really close, though. I mean, you really did feel like that Smoke just needed to wait 5 more seconds. If not just that, about 3 seconds for the regen to start coming through. Floops was about to be joining him around the backside. Almost really gave a clutch opportunity there for Kadena in the 1v2. But still, stopped the spree of rounds in its track. Going in towards this round number 7. It's an offensive take for Nellis. They've been struggling on the side of the bomb so far, Brody.
I'm going to try it again. No trophy to stop the nade. DC on the other side is not using the underjump. Instead, just flies out. I mean, I guess that's one way to keep an eye on the B side. Just like that, you're going to go down. You've already lost a man. Now Kadena needs to retake, but this wraparound from Kuzo is everything. The numbers starting to fall very heavily in your favor. A Bang for a 1v4 now.
Just playing for the timing of the peak. Bomb's playing for the opposite side. They're just playing for the cross over by the rock door. Had a really good opportunity for it, but still, like, what a nice execute. Remember what I said going in towards this map to you, Brody? It's all about the adaptations and how you manipulate the map off of what you're getting via the data from the enemy team. Dallas were able to do that previously. Like you said, they went back for the B execute. The difference this time around is that they had Kuzo on the delayed flank. The water route doesn't come through this time around. Maybe it could have panned off. I bet you they could be expecting it. But regardless, with Kuzo going on that flank, everybody was focused over towards the front. By the time that DC threw his life away for the information, everybody was focused over towards the B bomb plant. And Kuzo just being able to make them feel relatively trapped means that Nellis bounced 2 rounds back in a row, and they lead by 1.
Oh, look at this aggression. Nellis really starting to feel themselves now. You take that 1-for-1 trade. You've now got the information. And Kadena are going to try and get the bomb down. What? Bomb down with no secret control? That is a call and a half, I guess.
And most often when you find that first blood, either teams band together and they try to reflip the entirety of the map, or they just square peg, round hole it. Bomb 3 in a row.
What?
Oh! Nasty work. I mean, what looked questionable at first pays off for map point, I suppose.
I did not see who the other player in this 1 versus 1 was, but whoever it was, Bum took some, yes, it's Bang. Bum took some premature shots, and I'm really surprised that Bang didn't respond. I'm not too sure whether he's not got the headset cranked up, he's not got those audio enhancements, I don't know what's going on there, but when Bang takes those, or Bum takes those shots, excuse me, I'm very surprised that Bang doesn't immediately turn his head on a swivel and say, hold on, who is this trying to enter into my bomb site? But nope. Still gets caught unawares. Bum now, as you said, on 4 in a row. Nellis now the one stringing 3 rounds back to back. Kadena have to respond, and they have to respond now. It's an immediate push towards B. This time, DC not going to fly forward. That stun isn't going to connect. The shots will, though. DC, just try and play your life, and Bum's immediately going to try and stick this bomb.
DC got dinked, though. He gets the regen. He was just down to 79 HP.
What?
Now it's down to 21. Smoke just holding down the trigger, and DC repeaks it. Gives his life away again, leaves his team in a 3v4 retake for the map.
And they have 0 control on the site. Bang. Has to get lucky. Gets given a freebie here. No immediate trade out. The Dale's the Chow coming through. Bum taken down by Chronix. 2v2 we go. You know where one of the players is, and the other one gives them away for free. Now 1 versus 1. Chronix takes one down. You've got the player weak. You need to go on the hunt for the kill. Try to hit the regen. It's not going to be. You've got enough time for the defuse. And Chronix will clutch up. They keep Kadena in this.
A 3v4 retake. Chronix needed to get 3 in the round, and somebody's got to reel back DC a little bit. He's going to be giving that much space. He needs to stop giving away his life. At least get some damage and set his teammates up for an easy trade, but it's just really, really close. But shout out Chronix, man. Be able to work that timing, be able to shoot at least the first in the side to be full HP for the second. And then knowing that the damage was sufficient enough in towards the last player, that's when you hear those one-shot calls. And, well, that time he actually was, is Chronix able to clean up towards the third. 9 and 6 now for them. Just trailing by 1. Got to convert this offense. And Nellis have been keeping these bomb sites under lock and key. What's the response going to be? Bottom low defensive hold for Nellis. And Kadena are going to be here to meet them. They want B quickly.
Kadena, don't give yourself away for free. You've already done it. Smoke able to pick up 2 just like that. Once again, reliant on a long flank. Efficiency, you need to play your life. You need to get the hell out. This is so crucial. You need to play your life here. Chronix will get the jump up eventually. But you've dipped your head out of water. You might as well put your head back in it with the position your team is in. And Efficient's about to get caught from behind. There goes Chronix. Efficient's now stuck up creek without a paddle. You're putting shots in. You're good for 1, but there's no chance of surviving that. Nellis close out the search and destroy. They go 1 for 1. We've got a series on our hands.
Got ourselves this good old series. Guaranteed to go towards the map 4, but still, it is going to be one of those things that bouncing back in a massive way from that map number 1. So close was that to being a 2-0 lead for the series, but still, it bounced back nonetheless. Combined 21 kills between Bum and Smoke, and well, some call me a prophet, others call me a poet, but still, running it down through the early salvo and then being able to manipulate the map that much further. That's exactly what we'll get through these replays. Well played out from Nellis to tie up the series.
Yeah, solid for Nellis there, and a really weird search and destroy, right? Because we started off those first couple of rounds with Nellis just flying at Kadena, and they managed to win them. There was this massive achievement coming through from Bang to really lead what was a short-lived resurgence for Kadena, right? 3 rounds on the bounce, I believe it was. We saw Kadena manage to close this one out in a round number 3 in the end. They managed to stop Smoke from 1 versus 2ing, but after that, that's when Nellis really started to react once again. Kadena taking some kind of silly chows left, right, and center. Bang, I think, was maybe the primary culprit of it, where they would just constantly get involved in 1 versus 1s. They probably shouldn't have to, and, well, Nellis just started to get all the rounds in their favor. Towards the final couple of rounds, Nellis just playing it cool, managed to come down to a 1 versus 1 in the end. This was a big play from Chronix to keep the game alive, but even that just was not enough proper. Kadena fell short in search and destroy. As we said, we do have a series on our hands.
Yeah, at least guaranteed to go towards the 4, but hey, my pick'ems are still alive. You went with 3-0 because for some reason that's how you woke up this morning, but still, look, man, I think it's one of those things that you're not feeling too bad if you are Kadena. You very much so could have had that map win into your bag, and I'm sure they're going to be kicking themselves for scamming away a handful of those rounds, but still, it's one of those things that you know that you are firmly within the driver's seat within this series. Controls a different belly of the beast, but a swing map mode combination well and truly on its way.
Yeah, for sure. Phyllis said you said 3-1, 3-0, by the way. Did you not say 3-0? I think you might have said 3-0.
Oh, did I say 3-0 as well?
I think you said 3-0 as well. I think you joined me in the 3-0 bus. Anyway, both our predictions are wrong, but Seymour can't be right because he said 3-0 to Nellis, so everything is well in the world. Anyway, we're going to return to Hacienda here in just a moment, folks. It's going to be for Control, though. 1-1 in the series between Nellis and Kadena. One of them is about to take a series lead. Who is it going to be? Find out after the break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back here to the DAF World Esports Championships. We are 2 maps deep into the series. It's been pretty interesting between Nellis and Kadena so far. Of course, Hardpoint went pretty much this, well, like an 11, 12-point game or something like that on Rewind. Then we went to Hacienda Search and Destroy, and it was a real back and forth affair. 2 rounds go one way, 3 rounds go the other, then 3 rounds go the other, and then, I mean, the game was pretty much over at that point. So, 1-1 in the series proper. We've got a Hacienda Control up next. Where are we at?
Yeah, I mean, as far as Hacienda Control is concerned, it's tough to gauge how these two teams will fare given how close they have already been in these last 2 games. So here is the conclusion of what you were just talking about, Brody. Yeah, was it 11-point difference in the Rewind Hardpoint? Hacienda Search and Destroy was just a 2-round differential, though I'm not going to lie, I felt like we were deserving of that round 11 with all the alterations that we did get. Hacienda Control was kind of a combination of both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. If you're newer to Call of Duty, again, you do have that 30 life bank, and you got to manipulate it the best way possible. There's a lot of power positions to be able to do that, both offense and defensive. Like, look, this ain't no protocol control. You can at least get out of the spawn trap here in Hacienda that can be enacted on both sides of the zones. Just want to make sure that you try to lead as far as segment progression is concerned, so that way, if it does go round 5, at least you'll be on the favorite side of the zone, which is defense, of course.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been impressed with both rosters so far with their team play, right? I can't say there's anything other than kind of maybe some individual plays where I'm like, yeah, you know, maybe that needs to be changed moving further into this series. You know, as far as team play around objective is concerned, both of these teams are in a pretty solid position. So I think this control is going to be interesting. I trust both teams to jump onto the objective when they need to, unlike maybe some of the controls that we've seen today so far, where it kind of feels like it takes teams a while to realize this is how we win a control. I expect this one to be a close one. Very difficult to kind of split these two teams so far. But yeah, I mean, Hacienda Control, is there any players so far in this series that you've kind of impressed you? That like, yeah, this is the player that we're going to step things up. If I had to pick one for me, it's probably going to be Bangs, but I don't want to kind of lean that direction considering they just lost the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, but a perfect consideration, though. I mean, Ephesians, I think, is an easy one to shout out. I think that that Smoke and Bum have stepped up in a massive way on the other side for Nellis, really, when they've been digging deep towards the latter half. And if you go back towards that 3-4 rotation that we got on that Rewind Hardpoint, it was really good, thanks to Smoke as well as Bum. So when I'm thinking about Nellis, those are the 2 players that I need to shout out. But Ephesians is definitely one that has been jumping off the page. I mean, this guy's decision-making, he's got an absolute laser beam. And if you are a fan as far as Kadena Air Base is concerned and you're hoping for these 4 players to be able to get the series done as clean as possible, this is going to be their best bet. Again, you just Search and Destroy for an AR's perspective to be as a carrying montage type mentality. Very difficult to do in a game like Call of Duty, which is why Search and Destroy probably went its way, but you got to see the impact at least being felt in that Rewind Hardpoint. The same could be said when it comes down to an objective respawn game mode like Control. So I'm going to go ahead and give you that shout as well. I think that Banks has been stepping up because it can't just be Ephesians. He can't just 1v4 every single member for Nellis. We need to be able to see Banks step up like what we saw in that Rewind Hardpoint map #1, man, and to be able to find consistency along the way, be able to assist his team and airbase to be able to close it out in 4.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if I did have to pick somebody on Nellis, I probably would go for Smoke. Smoke is the guy that is just like constantly on one. I know that we kind of asked the question at the top of the show, right, or the top of the series at least. Bum and Floops. What do we expect out of those guys, obviously? Because, they came into this one with a lot to live up to. Tones and Smack were phenomenal players for Nellis during the Konas Championships. And, not easy shoes to fill. I've been impressed with them so far. I still, for my money, would say Smoke's the guy, though, that I'm like, all right, cool. He's the guy if I want to choose anybody for a 1 versus 1. If I'm in Warzone and I need somebody to win a ghoulie to keep my team in the game, it's probably Smoke. Now, I know Warzone, not exactly the same as a Hacienda Control, but you get my gist. Smoke, he's a phenomenal player, and I think he's definitely still the player to watch for me.
It's just kind of offended me. You didn't think I was going to win
well,
that 1v1
I think, why not?
Yeah, that's actually fair. So, Hacienda Control. Yeah, no, I mean, how many more wins do you honestly need, Brody? Play Call of Duty so much.
I do. It's true.
Hacienda Control should be a good time in between these two teams. Again, there's a lot of unknown quantities given the simple fact. Again, a lot of time spent away from the game, playing on different patches since the last time they played on LAN. Who knows as far as how much these two teams do even have time spent together playing on control, but without further ado, let's get it on. Kadena will be on offense first, and not a bad opening break, Brody. They've only lost 2 lives.
Yeah, it's not that bad whatsoever, actually. You know, Kadena, they've started to move forward a little bit. They've got one player slipping the net. That's Ephesians, who actually manages to convert onto the kill towards Kuzo. That's going to force Smoke out of top secret, and he immediately falls. You've got Bum up there to replace him, but he's going to pull it back ever so slightly, providing some coverage on the point. He has able to double up, actually. That's going to enable Floops to potentially stop bang on the point over the top. You've got help from close spawning players, and the initial wave of kills is dealt with, and Smoke is going to put a lid on it. He finds a second disgusting kill, and that's Nellis clearing house.
That's why we talk about Smoke, man. That guy has been having himself a great series, albeit the loss by 11 points. We're seeing SMG masterclass being unfolded here for Nellis. Triple SMGs, at least one dealt with towards the back by way of Chronics, but still, stray gunfights and all the dust being settled. It is a 7-life lead for Nellis and only sub 30 seconds left. Kadena are reeling. They might have to go for the long con play all the way through the rock hill and get through these open staircases to yeet themselves on A.
Oh, what?
That felt personal.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we ever see knife kills like that. We don't see kills like that either. Kuzo! What on earth is that? That is bananas. Kuzo on the hunt for more. He won't get it, but his job is done. Nellis now in a 22 versus 12. Kadena, one last chance at touching either of these control zones. Their only hope is to fly out towards fences, and at this point, they're just not going to feed Nellis. How about that for a start? The only look Kadena had was at the start of that round towards the fences side.
Yeah. No, like, legitimately. The difference is, though, is, like, we had the 2-for-1 trade, and even then, through that opening break, when Nellis lost their initial life, they just kind of backed off. Right where you see Floops in this position through the open hallways, being able to watch this exit from the well area. It was really well played from Nellis's perspective. Just them conceding the space off of finding the 2 kills is just so rare to see in an opening of a control round, but that's what they did, and it worked out. Catching fish in a barrel, where Kadena trying to get themselves out from the spawns continuously. 1 in 6 star from DC. That is tough scenes, but we'll have to see if Nellis can do the same for Kadena, as far as this side of the zone is concerned, because the offense is no easy feat. It's going to be a B rush immediately, all 4 players here.
Nellis not shut down just yet. Kadena have actually backed up it. Attempted flank. Bum reads it perfectly. Immediately takes those players down. Now Chronic's a lot to do here. Able to slide out and catch one with no immediate response. Kuzo also shut down from Secret, and that's going to be the initial push. Taken down. Nellis are going to give it another shot, but they run right into Bang, and that's a couple of freebies for Bang right off the rip. He's on the hunt for more as well, and will get challenged for his egregiousness. But Kadena, I mean, not a perfect hold, but I mean, they're holding for the moment.
Yeah, they sure are. Not even a single lick of progress on either of these 2 zones. It is so clean. Vision's just expecting for the secondary challenge, not going to be coming his way. Chronix lines up 2 over by the big steps. Had a good look at the second. If he had a little bit more HP, probably would have repped Bum where they were standing, but walking away with the trait. Sub 30 seconds. Bum now up to 3 in a row, and this one's looking like another full hold.
On Nellis. Looking... Well, they're actually starting to get A. I was going to say they're looking pretty good to close out this round, but 15 seconds left now. Nellis now looking to get towards the point. Ephesians, it's going to be DC actually stopping that from the middle of the map. So 16 seconds left once again. Kadena now dealing with a threat. One last player. Smoke. All you need to do in this situation is try and waste some time on the clock. That's not going to happen. That's 3 players down. And that should be all she wrote here, proper.
Yep, another full hold in the works here. Bum would have to make a desperate attempt here. Bang should be right there for the kill. Sure is. Kuzo does find one, but not in a position to make anything of worth of it. So full hold after full hold on both sides of the coin between Kadena and Nellis Air Base. So, well, man, not a whole lot to depict. This is just control in a nutshell. Defensive sided as all get out. Just in really good position to be able to get those opening nades. Don't know if there was a trophy system in that upper hallway, which is why Kadena were able to get so far forward, thus presenting themselves with such an easy angle in that open hallway right above Secret. But no segments on either side. Nothing to really speak of. And if we go all full holds. If anybody's watching at home and you're wondering if it goes round 5 and nobody gets a single segment, it does go down to kills, which I'm not doing that math right now. See me in 2 rounds.
Not doing that. We ain't doing that right now.
Not right now.
We'll just hope whatever the round 5 control defense looks like is whatever it looks like. You know, at that point, we're just gonna let fate decide. Kadena, freebie off the start of this one, straight towards B. Canellis have been a bit wise to it, but at this point it might be too late unless Bum's just got the perfect timing. They have no idea that Bum's got in towards Tin. He gets away with the 1 kill. You're okay with that trade if you're Kadena. You've already made more progress than anybody has made so far in this game. First tick through. Second tick about to be as well. You've got Bang. Keep an eye on those players coming off the spawn. 1 player got past. It's Smoke. Taking the outside route. Stunned up. Trying to play their life up and over the fence. And round they go. Shut down in the end. DC will find 3. That's all 4 down. Kadena will get this point. If you're Nellis, you got to be careful about making sure that wrapped away doesn't happen.
Yeah, watch this transition. Watch player number 4. Visions is already in through bottom secret. He's going to pass like a ship in the night, though Smoke was all the way up top. Looking for exits. Finds 2 for free. Still Visions. He's in towards the spawn with an AR. Bum's trying to find where he's located at. Kuzo will take him down. But just where Visions was picking things up, can Chronix pick things back up on the other side? Smoke is trying to do it on the other side of the map, trying to rectify what is a 4-life disadvantage. And Chronix is still alive in towards the back, finally dealt with, but it's a 3-for-1 feed. That space for Kadena to move forward.
Kadena have so much space. You've got players push forward as well. Bang. Keeping an eye on that top side. Nobody has come in his direction, though. All of this pressure is coming either from open side or through bottom wine. Kuzo slides out. Easy freebie. Someone's on top of the climb up. Trades, though. And now the double stack through here. Kadena starting to really pressure Nellis. They've got too many directions to look on the initial entry. Floops goes down. Ephesians weak from the first initial engagement. Bum will take that kill all day long. So they clear the point for the moment, and Bum will pick up the third. A quick turn and burn, and they clear space for the moment, but it is a tentative advantage.
It is. Only 1 segment required as well, and Kadena, they would love to be able to find a handful more of these kills. It almost looked like DC wanted to run towards the zone to be captured, but that's already the one that you captured. Nella still have mid-map control. Player number 1, DC, looking for the trade onto Kuzo. Bums up to 4 in a row, trying to keep their team within it. Now will be a 2-for-1 trade, thus the feed bleeding in white at this moment in time. Kadena still have a steep life advantage to close out this offense.
They just got to work off that. Do not give anything away for free. Smoke is really trying to claw that life advantage back. Been a proper nuisance. DC also goes down, and hold your horses for a second here, folks. Kadena might well still lose their grip on this round. Oh no! Ephesians also shut down. There's a multitude of 1 versus 1 that are slipping through their fingers. And the play call has been made. It's a long flank behind enemy lines. They just can't get caught, but the stealth mission has failed. Floops to take down 1 more, but now it has to be perfect. You're down to your final 4 lives. Smoke for another one through the middle of the map. Kadena, all eyes on all angles. The turn and burn doesn't happen. 3 versus 3 we go.
Smoke's on 5. Oh, the centering's perfect for 6. Working their way closer towards the Hellstorm missile. 2v2, and they're all split.
Dizzy has to stop the time. Jumps on the point. Behind Smoke, trying to keep that streak alive. Just trying to keep himself alive. It's good enough. And Bum will be there for the help. And that is crucial towards the closing moments. Bum, if he's not there, Smoke is done for. All Smoke needs to do is keep his head down. And that's a freebie for Bum.
So the 5 segments you got to be concerned with, though, if you are Nellis, because if they do not win this upcoming offense with us win the map, they'll have another taste of the offense if segments do not produce to be that much favorable to thus have a kill advantage. So very tough scene still. Got down to the absolute wire. Kadena very close to being able to close down an offensive round, but a 5v11 is nasty work. To get all the way down to a 4v7 to a 2v2 from Nellis. Smoke up to 7 in a row. Brody, you were right to gas up this guy. He's absolutely bringing the goods.
Man, I can't believe Kadena lost that round. I cannot believe Kadena lost that round.
Statistically, there's no reason why they should have ever done anything but win that round.
Yeah, with the life advantage they had, that's insane to lose, and they'll be very frustrated about that one. So, yeah, Nellis, now, as you said, off the back of Smoke's heroics, a 9 spree for him coming into this round, finally gets caught out, but Nellis here are taking their sweet time with this one. They're not quite as aggressive, and so ultimately, if they do have to go towards the next round, it would be an offense. But they are making slow and steady progression. Up top they go. Smoke through towards Platt's side. That stun might connect, and it does. Ephesians should be good for a kill, but doesn't cleanly get away for it. Instead, will now look to escape, and all this pressure will start to boil over because you didn't deal with it. Bum. Easy kill for him to take over by the point. Double stack through towards the point. Smoke now. Good for another kill as well. Kadena kind of splintered in the way that they're dealing with this one. It's a double. It's a triple stack from Nellis. They're about to capture B. Or A, excuse me, for free. DC can't do anything about it. The double stack might just fall apart. Floop's now trying to play a life all the way down to 2 HP. And from a multitude of angles, Kadena will salvage the point. But that is a lot of ticks you just gave away.
Yeah, it sure is. 2 segments seemingly for free, and then nobody was in a position to watch the fences push. Smoke's already all the way up top. He finds one for free top off as DC getting put on skates, puts himself on skates, excuse me. Kuzo will take him down. So now you got progress being worked on over at B. Good tracking from the shots. Bang still full HP up towards the 6 is valuing their life. A Hellstorm missile could be the difference.
Bang shut down though. Kadena just clearing the zone at this point, just making sure that they do get defense for round 5. A is about to go, so an extra 60 seconds has been acquired here. They've already got 3 down. That's all on DC. DC needs to play their life. They only play it forward, and they just shoot too early. DC, he makes his position known. Maybe softens up these players for the rest of the team to deal with. The problem is there's no other team, so he needs to get his hands in the mud and deal with it. Instead of not Nellis, might close it out here. Floops to take down DC. Can anybody from Kadena get there in time? They have to fly. That long wrap from Chronix and Bang isn't gonna cut it. And Nellis are able to steal it away. How on earth does that transition occur?
Wow, what a scam. That's an absolute scam and a half right there from Kadena. I mean, where the offensive round should have been won again statistically, a minute on the clock. You had a 6 life lead going in towards this round. Smoke bounces off of the heroics given, 27 and 18, 19 non-traded, 2,300 damage, backed by bumps, 2,600 damage, 21 and 15. Yeah, we know ball from time to time, and Bang was definitely putting up as much of an effort as possible. It's just insane to be able to see that transition, right? Because like you were talking about, just so much effort being thrown in towards what was already a dead zone. Just try to get yourself set up for the exits, but everybody was so focused over towards what was going to be maybe a rock push, but there was never any presence over there. So they were late to set up for what was a patio push over towards the top side of balcony. Smoke finds the freest flank I ever saw on the mini-map. He finds 2 behind enemy lines and just completely keeps everybody at bay, albeit not many of the most effective spawn trap kills. It was enough to put Nellis over the line to be able to win an offensive round there, to shave away any sort of necessity for a round number 5, any consideration. I mean, even if because they got that 5th segment, they were already so far ahead with the way that the rounds concluded via the kills, they would have gotten round 5 defense nonetheless. But with the statement on top of it, to close it out in 4 rounds, to quite literally rip the rugs underneath the feet of Kadena, is just a statement within its own self. They'll take that map number 3 and a 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, you might have seen me there as we came back to plans. I was looking down. I was actually looking at my notes, and I very quickly wrote Kadena back-to-back breakdowns. That is what I said, because those last 2 rounds, I mean, absolutely, Kadena, you know, they should have taken the prior round. Well, I don't know what the life disadvantage was, but I know at least towards the end it was double. It was like a 10 versus 5 or something like that. You can never ever lose that, really, unless you have slipped up. And then, of course, I mean, as we've already said, that final round, just like even the closing decision, right? To, like, you know, you have players off spawn. You could theoretically at least try to stop it, and instead they long flank when they don't have the time to do it. It's, you know, something that if these guys did VOD review, which obviously they're not going to do, they would very clearly see where that went awry. Just, yeah, breakdown for sure in that control. How badly does that affect them now? Because we've got a map number 4 coming up. We go back towards a hard point. Kadena's mental must be in the bin here as we approach this next map.
And we're going towards a Vol hardpoint as well, so we're going to get a lot more SMGs to be intact, a lot more nuttiness through the middle of the map, back P2 area. You could also say the same thing for what could be P3 and all of the 1v1s that could come in between, man. Look towards Smoke to be a continuation and a nuisance, but if Ephesians can get in towards a lot of these different power positions that we know can be impactful for P4 rotation and P2 looking at Palm Tree. We might be able to see Vol Hardpoint go the way of Kadena to force out that map 5 on Rewind, Search, and Destroy, but the pace is certainly set. Vision's had an abysmal Hacienda control. Who knows what that's going to do towards the mental, given the simple fact that they probably should be able to win this Hacienda control 3-1 themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, man, I know, again, you said, knowing the context of what this tournament is, what these guys do for their day job, the mental is not something you, generally speaking, would ever have to worry about, but still, it's difficult, right? Again, you and I, we might well sit here and, casting is our job. We don't play the game as a job. But still, we do play the game to a certain extent, and we do enjoy it. And we've been in positions like this. We play tournaments where it's just like, oh man, like, what do you do when something like that happens? You really do just have to put it in your back of your mind, and you have to focus on the fact that you were able to take the first hard point away. That has to be the one kind of vector that you look at this through. You were able to take hardpoint before. Surely you can do it again. And again, that map number 1 hardpoint was pretty sublime from both teams. So I think we're in for a good one here as we approach Vault hardpoint. A reminder, folks, these are best of 5 matchups. So Nellis, they win this. They move forward with another win under their belt in the group stage of the competition, which is pretty big in the grand scheme of things for seeding.
I think mostly you just have to try to laugh at it, if at all possible. Easier to laugh at situations like what just happened for Kadena if it was not for Series Point, right? If that was for Map 2, then maybe you could laugh about it a little bit more, but you got to somehow keep yourself clear of all sort of saving of the mind right here, because you got Vol Hardpoint in front of you. Nellis looking to close out the series in for Kadena, looking to force it to 5.
Alrighty. We'll see. Can Kadena strike first here in this one and tie up the series at 5-5? To me, it really does feel like they need to come out strong with this one. You can't afford to have any errors, and well, that's an error from Nellis off the start. DC able to take the head off bomb. That's going to enable Kadena to get in towards the time. Nellis now starting to push forward, and this is where teams have faltered in the past. They look to get P2 control, and then they almost immediately lose it. But look at the positioning here from Kadena proper. They have players pushed all the way far back.
Yeah, they sure do. Push all the way, just trying to anchor out the spawns, especially for P2. Know how impactful those P2 rotations can be. And the reason being for a lot of different leads to be grown early. Efficients, submachine gun in hand, will end up taking down 2. Just playing inside the pool is DC. Smoke's just going to slide in. Take the gunfight, just takes the chow and wins it. But he's the only one here, but he's the only one he needs. It's just himself. Do it.
Oh, he's going to get help. Oh, I was going to say, you're going to get help regardless of what happens. So Smoke goes down, but Fleeps is good for the trade. Nellis now good for potentially the back 30 seconds. Fleep just needs to keep his head down and hope to God that your teammates are there to protect you. You've lost the presence you had up top corridor. Bang now having to push forward here. Smoke recognizes, hey, it's an important kill. I'm going to go chase it, and Smoke will be successful in grabbing that kill. Nellis on the hunt. Smoke is not stopping for anybody. 4 kills now for Smoke. Recognizes, hey, someone's approaching the old hardpoint time. I'm going to grab that. To not just get this hill, though, proper, but also get the rotation. That is unfortunate for Kadena.
Oh, yeah, and all of Kadena, they still spawn in for P2. Nellis are going to be more than aware of this. Gunfight through the middle of the map is going to be lost by Floops, but you still know that everybody's from the outside looking in. Player in towards the top side of Art, at least for the time being. Going to need that position. If Floops actually spawns all the way out, Kadena elsewhere, they were able to at least find a kill off screen to be able to influence the spawn rotation. So wonderfully played by Kadena. Keeps things interesting during this P3.
Yeah, this is what you needed. You needed somebody like Bang up top to be a nuisance. Players on the point as well. Everything is fine and dandy here for Kadena, actually. Good read on towards Bum. Unfortunately, you don't actually win that gunfight, so that's now a player that could potentially push forward. And a reprioritization of assets if you're Kadena, but Bum is not having any of it. He somehow managed to survive here, way past his expiry date. Finally, will get shut down. And now we look towards the next rotation. Kadena starting to feel the heat of Nellis players. One player saw him through the wall, has slipped behind enemy lines. That player is Bum. Not Bum, excuse me. I don't know who it is actually in the flank. Somebody needs to make some news sooner or later, unless they've already been dealt with here. Again, we can't really see. I can only see through the X-ray. Bum and Smoke go down, though. Floops, there we go. Finally activates. We knew he was there for the longest time. It does not matter when Chronix is able to get a 3-piece like that.
Chronix just picking up on all the damage, catches a player just laying on their belly, trying to go for the reload. Efficients, though, able to answer with 3 of their own, says, don't worry. Chronix, you're not the only one that's able to do that. Efficients up to triple positive. Smoke will take Chronix off of his spree, but Efficient's able to find 2 more on top of his. 5 spree now for Efficients. Trying to hold on in towards the back. Cannot get anything past 5. Kuzo sliding in towards the time, and it's 4 dead in the feed for the latter half of this P4 time. Very, very scrappy back and forth first set of hard points, Brody, but just about dead even between the two teams.
Yeah, big push there from Nellis to try and grab that scrap time. Again, knowing what happened earlier on, was it an 11 or 12 point game?
Yeah.
That could be the difference maker in a game like this between losing the series and continuing and forcing a game number 5. Bum, able to double up. Bum looking for 3. I can't believe I'm coming Bum with such ferocity. But he will only find 2 before being cut down. Kadena now in control of P1.
Dina did a really good job of just keeping the 50-yard line held and then rotating over towards P2. Watch this pinch being set up here for Bum. He's got players. He's going to give away his red dot just by a single bullet. Sets up his teammates there for the pinch. Finds absolutely nothing. But Kadena are playing this, again, so effectively, so wonderfully. Chronix is going to be aware. Yep, he's not alone back here. Needs to find that trade on a Bum. Couldn't get his gunny up in time, but still finds the trade in towards the back. Not enough to influence the spawns.
Floops is there. Nellis also there as well. As you said, spawns now should be pretty much locked down here. Ephesians, this is a big 1v1. If you can grab it, that stun's going to connect. And, well, the comms should be made. That's why Ephesians is just going to get the hell out of dodge here in this moment in time. Just try and play your life. Nobody's actually taken him down. So, not only did Ephesians make the right call, he's also playing off the back of it. Finally gets shut down. Floops, though, not long for this world. He was all by his lonesome, but has that wasted enough time that the cavalry can come from the Palm side? I don't know. The AR's firing all cylinders like this.
Yeah, no, you're going to probably have to look at this 30 seconds. It may be conceded, but Nellis are still going to try their best to fight for it. Nice shots coming out from Smoke. That allows his teammates to work their way through the hallways, but there's still shots coming through P2. Kuzo slides in for 2 himself, but it's still 15 seconds left to fight over, and Kadena might just be grateful that this late push came through, or will they? They still spawn in. Split spawns occur. One spawns all the way out, and Nellis, they're going to be late for this rotation. Nobody's going to be inside of Art. There's a 1v1 to happen over on that side of the map that is ever so crucial.
Can they do it, DC? Big player to take down. Big player to shut down if you're Nellis. And he's going to take down Bum. That's going to reposition Smoke here to try and pick up where his teammate left off. DC's not going to expect another gunfight. And Smoke immediately gets involved for a second kill. His job is far from over, though. Ephesians spawn towards the back line. Smoke for the jump chow. Ephesians is going to throw the stun out. It will not connect. You've got help from DC, and Smoke can feel the heat on him. Ready for more kills. Smoke still alive towards the point. It's gonna be another player from Kadena moving forward. Kadena knocking at the door. They know they can steal away this time, even if they don't get the rotation.
The Smoke was still in that spree. Bang will finally take him down, but he played that so wonderfully, knowing that Efficients was still in towards the back line, but the spawns are still coming through on the P2 side for Kadena. Bum spawning parallel towards the current hard point. Kadena are in towards the point. They are not getting anybody to be able to posturize themselves a little bit further forward until Efficients finds that kill. That's going to activate Chronix and then get themselves inside of Art and maybe set themselves up for some parallel kills. Now Nellis got to hold on inside the P4 building.
Kill feed for the most part here. Trade coming through. Kill, not going to happen. Floop's going to play their life around the backline, though. DC comes through for the front of the hill for a couple of kills. One more player. They have to take Kuzo down. Kuzo trying to waste time so that the rest of the team can come through the front of the hard point. That is exactly what happens. Nellis able to get back through, but it won't be for long as the trades are through from Kadena. They hold here for in the moment. Nellis will have to go again.
It's a miraculous hold, at least for the majority of the time there for P4 out of Nellis, but still Kadena chomping at the bits. That 11-point difference in that map number 1 is now turned into a 20-point lead here in map number 4. Trying to force a map number 5, Arcadina. 40 engagements for DC. Efficient's up to 24 and 17. Smoke is trying to do everything possible. He's up to 23 and 22. Catches one player all the way up top. Almost loses that gunfight. Almost turns around to find the second one on a DC. But will be put in towards the dirt. 2 for 2 goes the kill feed as they're still 40 at 1.
Big kills from Bump. You'll find a couple more. Now Nellis on the wrong side of the hard point for that PT rotation. So they need to not only take this time away and get the kills, but also flip through. It's not going to happen when 3 kills come through like that. Chronix, part of the play. Now moving forward for yet another kill. Kadena really starting to heat up here in this hard point. Nellis are on the right side for the rotation though. And he's starting to face the question. 15 seconds left. Is this time you want to give up? Do you want to focus on PT rotation? One player from Kadena is already through. They have to be careful about that. Yeah, you can see him through the X-ray. I'm not too sure which player it is. I believe it's Bang in the backline, and he finds both of those kills proper. Now Kadena have got the rotation.
Yeah, they got the full spawns in towards the back. Floops has to go quickly to maybe try to work this pinch, but Chronix is picking things up from the pool side. What the centering was that? Didn't find the kill, but the damage was sufficient. Kadena over 200.
Oh, yeah. Now looking to get control of the Bang with 5 in a row. Looking to do more damage. Kadena hit. "25 seconds left on this hill. Nellis towards the back line.
Being able to find 2. Chronix there for 2 more afterwards. A 4 spree now for Kadena. Not enough time for them to close things out here, but you might get some late reads that, yeah, P2 backplat spawns coming through Efficients. He gets all of that information. Chronix is going to start seeing people cross. He's still got Efficients. He spawns all the way to the backside of P4. Chronix, tough for the gunfight, has 2 more right in front of him. Can't win it, but forces out the TK. Still holding on for the time, though, are Nellis. Trying to keep these players at bay, and they have the better side of the map to do so.
All right, Kadena, you just need 13 seconds here. You've got time. You've got an opportunity to close things out on this hard point. Nellis having a fly forward bump. Looking to stop a game number 5. He's going to find one. Trades back and forth. Nellis looking better for it though. DC, big double. He gets shut down. Nellis still staying alive in this game. 20 seconds though. The timer on that rotation is ticking.
Vision's on 5. He's trying to work his way forward. He's trying to play this so perfectly. Almost didn't think he got that kill, but he will. 6 spree now. 2 more kills. He'll get himself that Hellstorm missile. Sees the nameplate for Floops. Able to take them down as well. Just 8 seconds for the win.
One player in the backline, Smoke. If there was ever a time to make the play of all plays, it's right now. And Bang's going to catch him off guard. The player around the front of the hard point's already been called out. You got no choice but to chow, but wasn't looking in the right direction. Kuzo with the play. Kuzo with the play. Will find a second, third player towards the backline. Traded up by Bum, who's able to double up. Nellis are in.
They're still in here, but you only need 3 if you're Kadena. Chronix is going to find the first one to pump. You got to stay alive, boys. Kuzo, he still goes 1 for 1. Is that enough?
Coming towards the time. Got to play hero again. Floops is watching the cross. He's good for it. Floops is watching the cross, and he's absolutely damn good for it. Nellis is struggling to find the final 3 seconds. The line is being held. Floops now with a pistol, having to play absolute hero around the front. He finally gets cut down. This might be it. It's go time. Bum can only handle so much here. He gets shut down, and that should be it. Kadena, send us to a map number 5.
Yeah, again, a little bit too close for wear, if you ask me, and maybe a handful of the members for Kadena, but still Nellis, they came back fighting towards the end of that P4. A little bit too close for wear, but still a map 5 nonetheless by way of Efficients, man. This guy was, I look at these snapping of the shots, 39-23 for Efficients, with just shy of 5,000 damage. The only person to really combat him was on the other side of the lobby. 4,600 damage from Smoke. The 2 players really want to be watching out for direct impact within series like this, Brody. Fantastic scenes being showcased by Kadena. They were able to get a lot of good P2 rotations early on in the set of builds. They were there first, anchoring out the spawns. Even when they got belittled and pushed all the way out, they still fully understood which side of the map they needed to fight over and which of the pressure points to get in their favor to be able to work the breaks. Just so methodical at the end for both of these two teams, which is why the scoreline was so close in the early get-go.
Man, I just can't get over how incredibly close that game was. I really felt like we were going for a repeat of what was the final moments of the map number 1 flip situation. I don't even know what to say about this game. It was just so damn back and forth. And we got to the closing moments of the game, right? And again, you know, Nellis, they knew what they had to do. You are 15 points away from an L. All you've got to do is rotate away, make sure you do not lose control, and holding, again, you know, we talk about this all the time, holding that final hard point of the rotation is very easy to do. It is one of the biggest money kills you have here in this COD because, yeah, the spawns can be quite temperamental at times, but as long as you're controlling them correctly, as long as you stop somebody from spawning in the backline, it's almost impossible with players in the right position to actually cross that open area towards the hard point itself. So, you know, it really felt like they were going to do it, but in the end, overwhelmed Kadena are sending us to a game number 5.
Yeah, they sure are, man. And, well, look, when push comes to shove, you're going to end up having pressure making diamonds, all of the cliches being made here. And, look, Kadena stepped up. I think that you're going to see a lot of that this upcoming weekend, or this entire week, rather. Given the fact that we talk about how day-to-day Call of Duty esports actually is, it is map to map. And when Vault Hardpoint comes down to the wire like that, and you get a lot of teams that are very understanding of where their ARs need to be, like what we got out of Efficients, just trying to combat what Smoke was producing with the SMG. You get all nerdy as far as Call of Duty lovers like Brody and I is concerned. Like, who can get to the power points first? Who's going to be able to get in a pressure moment first? But that all gets thrown off the table. Search and Destroy is very much the one of the cards, and Kadena had struggled with this back in the map number 2 because you don't have the respawn effect in this. Efficients cannot always 1v4.
Yeah, well, look, I absolutely love Call of Duty, but you know what I love more? Chocolate biscuits. I'm going to go get some. We'll see you in a moment after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, beautiful people, and myself. We're here with the DAF World Esports Championship. We've got a beautiful Game 5 coming up, our first of the day. We've had a phenomenal back and series so far, but only one between Nellis and Kadena can reign supreme, or walk away with the win in the group stage. I'm Infinity, this is Proper, and we've been with you the entirety of this series so far. Next up, we've got that Game 5 we're talking about. It's going to be a banger, because our earlier map number 2 was pretty much in that direction as well.
Yeah, it sure was, and it sure will be, right? Because we were going to have a Rewind, Search, and Destroy, some really stark comparisons in between Rewind, Search, and Destroy and Hacienda, Search, and Destroy, and that's mostly the inner mechanisms and hallways workings that we do have for a lot of the different bomb sites in Rewind. The difference in between that and Hacienda as well. One of the bomb sites is very approachable on the inside of Rewind, Search, and Destroy, and we're looking for one player in particular to find further value, and that is of Nellis's Smoke. That guy is absolutely insane with the value that he was able to find back on the Hacienda, Search, and Destroy, and throughout the entirety of this best of 5 series thus far with a submachine gun in hand. On the other side, maybe some long-range executes could be coming through. I expect for Efficients to be very much so in the thick of it when it comes down to that Burger Town control or the street side, depending on which side of the bomb he's on.
For sure. Yeah, you know, we go back to that Search and Destroy that we heard earlier on. We might as well, you know, start talking about where we're at in the series so far. If you guys haven't been paying attention thus far, you know, that map number 2, it was a weird one, right? I mean, what was it? We started off with 2 rounds to, I think it was Nellis that started off actually with the first 2 rounds of play. They came out, they gave flying. They were super duper aggressive, and then it was 3 rounds back for Kadena, and it felt like, hey, maybe Kadena have found their feet, and this is going to be the 3-0 that you and I predicted. But after that, it was pretty much all Nellis, apart from one round, the penultimate round. We saw 3 rounds on the bounce from Nellis, and then they got their final one that they were looking for a round later. You know, again, I think the strategies from Nellis look pretty varied here, I will say. They look pretty comfortable in the Search and Destroy. I'm not too sure how much of a difference, though, the strategies are going to look like when we actually come down to Rewind, because obviously it is a different map, ultimately. You know, are we expecting anything that drastically different here in this Game 5?
Probably the single, I guess... No, not really. I was gonna say, like, maybe, like, Smoke could maybe individualize himself a whole lot more, but I don't even think that much, because he was getting enabled a whole lot more when you think about those opening salvos. I just think that for Kadena, your biggest difference maker is that you just need to be a little bit quicker on the ball for these adaptations, because we got that out of Nellis. It did take them 2 rounds when Kadena did win 3 straight in that Hacienda map number 2, but we didn't really see too many alterations to the game plan for Kadena. It was all from Nellis, and well, we know a game like Search and Destroy will win you championships. Who's to say that it's not going to win you this match as well?
All right, well, Search and Destroy, yeah, as you said, it wins championships. In this case, it just needs to win you 1 match in group play here at the DAF World Esports Championships. And Nellis, well, they want to win it. They did win Search and Destroy earlier on, so they'll be feeling comfortable that they can do it here in this one. DC, not comfortable whatsoever, has to back all the way in towards Hedges, and Kuzo will not let him. But fortunately for Kadena, Efficients is on hand to deal with a lot of that pressure. Back and forth we go. Bang, able to double up. Kuzo trades out, and from behind will get shut down. In the end, Kadena holds strong.
It was a 3v4 again, but thanks to Rewind Efficients like you were talking about, and I had hinted at that he was over by that Burger Town lane. He was quickly all the way through beepers to be able to assist DC, and I was ready to start talking about it. You go back to the Hacienda S&D, more often than not on an individual bomb site, DC was isolated quite often. It was always being first blooded. It meant that you had to constantly find 3v4 retakes. It always left Efficients in 1v-odd situations. Not this time around. A very turtled up defense in towards the backside for Kadena. Now let's see what their offense has in stow.
Kadena, different approach. Of course, Nellis went towards B off the rip. Kadena have their hearts set on an A push. Smoke and Bum are in here. Bum, keep an eye on that doorway. Moves at the wrong time, though, and will not get a freebie kill for it. Of course, the audio cue has been heard by DC. Kadena already lost a man, though, in this situation. So I think off the rip here, might want to think about kind of how they want to play this. I don't think you want to keep them butting heads in towards A.
DC needs to get the heck out of Dodge. He didn't really have assistance, wasn't really in a tradable position. Smoke saw something on the exit, but is going to get stunned up for his word, so information is mutual. DC was trying to make a play forward over by DVD. He's going to die, and not immediately traded. Bengal will find it in the end, 2v3.
Oh, smoked up with the trade. Good. He's been around Elephant for the entirety of the round. Brings us down to a 1 versus 3 now for Chronix. 30 seconds on the clock. Not a lot of time to make this one happen. And so I think you're kind of going to have to throw caution to the wind. And to the wind it goes. Oh my god, Chronix! What? Freebie kill. And you know what? The 1 versus 3 getting thrown out of the window was kind of worth it just for that one insane kill.
Yeah, at least we were there for that, right? Hashtag I was here. But Smoke is going to be able to put him down there for the immediate trade. Would have been something Herculean, but still a 4-1 start out from Smoke. Getting enabled there in that defense through the thick of it, through the shops. Defending over by that A bomb site. And if you're Kadena, I don't know if that bomb site's going to be the one that you want to try to play for. Let's get some set nades over towards the B street and see if maybe we can catch them by surprise with some good AR shots. That seems to be your team's MO, at least through the response. Because Smoke found 3 in that previous round. That's what happens when you get close quarters, and that's exactly what they want on the offense. Again, ready.
Immediate trade's going down. Oh, that was a big one for Bang to lose. Fortunately enough, Ephesians is there. Smoke is surely not going to get out of this. If he gets away with a kill even, it would be everything. Drawing a lot of attention right now for the rest of the team around him. Enough that Kuzo is here to try and act on it. Might be able to catch one on the cross. Oh, never mind. You're not catching Bang in a month for Sunday. Smoke will pick up 1. That is Bang down for the count. So brings this down to a 1 versus 2. And the teammates he's going up against, they are very split.
I don't think that he would ever imagine how deep Ephesians is. He's so deep, he's outside of beepers. And you go only that far when you spawn into the map. But they're more or less trying to give Smoke the opportunity to plant the bomb. But as you said, they are so separated from each other. And Smoke's on a 4.
Nope.
Wants to try to preserve this spree. Think the information was mutual as far as name tags are concerned. Running out of time. It's a favor towards one of these bomb sites. He might try to push over towards B. But by then, Chronix has already relocated himself.
Ooh!
Smoke finds the 1?
Okay.
Oh my god, he's got the play.
Ephesians won't get here to stop this plant. Ephesians has made his call. He's flipped the coin and it's landed on tails. He went for heads. So now Smoke. The dance of death around the site to stop the defuse. All he has to do is check from a multitude of different angles. He's already done it. Has to be careful about doors at this stage though. Any audio cue is information you're giving away to Ephesians. Did Ephesians see anything? Well, if he didn't, he's about to run headfirst into him. The timing, Ephesians walks the other way. Smoke behind him. Shots out. Not the clean kill, but you don't need it at this point. You just need to survive the 15 seconds and make sure that Ephesians isn't on the bomb. Ephesians just keeping an eye out. He gets the kill, but he hits the reload, not the defuse. You hold square, you don't press it. And Ephesians, no time. Oh my god.
I don't think he was standing on the bomb. You saw him readjust to stand on top of the bomb. It's always going to favor the interaction if you do have the settings set correctly, of course. But, like, oh, gosh. That's so tough. I thought maybe he slid a little bit too far predicting the challenge, and that was the right play. The veteran move. You know he's got to check just under 9 seconds left just to make sure that he's not sticking the bomb. You know Ephesians was ready to stick it, if not, call the bluff. But Smoke, albeit dead to a gunfight, and will lose out on that spree. But a 2 in a row for Nellis. 7-2 start for Smoke.
Oh, man, that is going to haunt you.
They should never have given him that chance in the first place. Just double up together and just play for the trade.
Yep, absolutely. Well, that's the lesson they're going to have to learn the hard way. That's a TK coming out from Chronix. It's going to make the situation a little bit more palatable here for Nellis, considering they've just lost a couple of players. Floops now on the escape route, and Kadena dared to challenge. It will not be a challenge. They're just going to back away.
Get the free plan over at B. Going to be planning it for the backside of Beepers, of which they did not clear. Floops is going to be very slow on this B Street retake. Yeah, they're going to slowly get the understanding that definitely not coming from the flank. Nades over towards the top. Floops is going to start this roll all the way through the courtyard side. Timing's got to be perfect to win the first cleanly.
I'm watching in this direction. So, theoretically, they don't know where Floops is coming from.
And they never fully cleared it either.
True. Floops will slide out. Here we go. Has to be clean. Oh, boy, it wasn't. Now, he has to waste time to hit the regen. Does exactly that. Floops now. Bit of noise. It's going to try and throw them off. He doesn't have the time. The only thing he'd possibly do is jump on the defuse. DC knows it, and he's not letting that fly. Kadena get the bomb down, and they're able to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, back to back, just really well planned out executes as far as time is concerned for the team in the post plan on the offensive side. Albeit numbers definitely was not going to be winning that one, but very honest, inauspicious situation given the fact that it was planted for the backside of Beepers, the one part of the entire map that they did not clear, and then they were starting to push a little bit further forward over towards the main shops. But whatever works, whatever it takes. Caldina gonna tie things up into round 5 we go. And this offense for Nellis has loved the aggression inside of this A-bomb site, just trying to get smoke activated.
And get the killer on glass, that's everything. That player backing up. And to be fair, you don't necessarily have to get the kill here. You just have to back the hell up. DC goes down, though, so not only do you get site control, but you also get the kills. That's a disastrous start for Kadena.
Sure is. 3v2, bomb going down here at A. Raid boss still alive. The retake is going to be mostly off of the pinch, but Chronix doesn't even wait fully for his teammates. Yeah, it gives away the information early, and Efficient is going to get hunted because of it.
Force
the TK? Wait, how?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Cheeky.
Smoke must have run right in front of it.
Hello.
Chronix with a freebie as well. It's all falling apart. All down Ephesians. Chronix has seen
now.
him. Oh, he's going for the kill. I thought he might play around the bomb, but you don't need to when you got the gunny of Chronix. Oh my goodness. Teach me, senpai.
The full ace? Insane. Wow. I mean, the timing off of the first, and then Efficient's forcing out the TK was revolutionary to the success of Chronix getting the 3-player ace in the round. That is insane scenes. I mean, talk about the luck of the draw for Efficients. You know he's definitely got a 4-leaf clover on his setup, maybe built into his controller. To stay alive there, and to keep any sort of silliness at bay. Now Kadena lead by 1. Nellis got to be laughing that one off. Defense has really been a strong suit for them. The aggression's getting met on the opposite side, but Smoke's so close to blue already. Are they going to expect this?
Visions is going to draw that first blood. Smoke has been here for the vast majority of the time. So this is something you should expect. Never mind. Oh, you never expect the smoking position.
Yo!
Oh, goodness gracious. Smoke didn't expect the third. Comes down to a 1v1. The regen is allowed. And now the dance begins.
Sure will. 6 spree, though, for Chronix. He gets his bomb plant plus the kill. He's going to be real darn close. He's got so much time. No glass being broken. I mean, Floops wouldn't even have heard it. He's on the other side of the map. He's in Narnia, just defending the B bomb site, trying to hope for the timing over by 8. At least it's just the mini-map. And Chronix is calling his bluff. This is nerdy. In bold.
Bomb's going down. Immediate turnaround for Floops. So, Chronix didn't see him. He would never have seen him in that position.
Oh, he's just going to hop
the
it.
bomb. He's going to hop it.
He's not going to get back in time.
There's no way. What a ballsy call for Floops. The ninja defuse. Nellis another round on the board. And Floops with the balls of steel is going to pull it.
You actually just can't make it up. Like, there's no way. And Floops just walks over and, you look, whatever timing you might have been cooking up, Chronix, it don't matter. I'm just going to hop it. The most winnable situation possible is just to put himself in a situation where the clock is out of consideration. Oh, man, that is nerdy stuff coming through. Well, into round number 7 we go. And it's a very slow defensive setup for Kadena this time around. Honesty.
Getting aggressive here, Nellis. Trying to be forward. Ephesians. Double up. That's going to slow things down for Nellis. Smoke going to find another one here. Kills in favor of Nellis. And Kadena now left to last player alive. Ephesians is that man. Easy kill for the first. Will not stop the bomb planter. Should be able to hit the reset.
21. Smoke. So the shoulder throw, I thought he looked like he might have been throwing something there at the moment of time. But Fissions just catches him with his arm cocked all the way back. And it's going to be a 4 spree now for Fissions coming in towards the next round. And a 1-round lead to boot out of Kadena.
Man, that was a very wide shot from whoever was last there. Straight out into the open. An easy freebie 1 versus 2 for Ephesians. That is insane. So Kadena edging ahead of Nellis now. Just a couple of rounds away from winning this game 5 in what is a nail-biter between these two teams. Same look here, this time for Kadena. That stun's going to connect forward. Now Ephesians looking to fuck up the kill, and he's going to get tagged up. Flanking play from Bum should be good for the kill. Down goes Bang, and Nellis swiftly deal with that threat, no questions asked.
All right, simple enough. Round 8, just sprint to them forehead and just complete the flank. I mean, 4 players strong offensively. I can tell that Nellis are starting to pick up that the Burger Town flank isn't really being looked at unless it is a full-on assault for the inside bomb side. And so long as Kadena are not doing that, nobody's watching Burger Town. So it is a tell of all tells for Kadena, and Nellis are quick to read that. Nobody on the Burger Town side. It's going to be a BXQ quickly. Smoke is going to run him down anyway. He's up to 12 and 6.
How about that for a start already on this round? Chronic's taken down, tries to move forward in towards A, and immediately gets shut down. So now Kadena know the only real path here for Nellis is in towards B. That is the right play call. Unfortunately, they don't really have the numbers onto it. Bum's got onto the bomb for free. I'm not sure they're going to plant it before they get a second kill, at the very least until they feel comfortable that they have control of the site. They certainly do. So here we go. A second kill would be nice. DC tries to go through there, gets shut out. Bang will make a player weak, but immediately Child, and I think Ephesians has already let them know where he is.
1v3 for the clutch to go up to map point, but it's looking good for Nellis. Finds the first one relatively free. Sees the second one late. The slide across from Bum's not good enough. 66 HP in a dream. 20 seconds remain. You need 7.5 for the defuse. Efficiency is not going to let this one slip.
You gotta throw caution to the wind. Gotta let it fly. Ephesians, so many different angles and cubbies to check, and it's just too much to ask. Ephesians, the 1 versus 3 on the table, and the plate has been taken away. Nellis back in the lead.
Back in the driver's seat, up to map and series point for Nellis, who only lost map 1 by 11 points. They lost map 2 by 26 points. They came back massively in 2 rounds of control for Hacienda, looking to complete the Neslo. 13 and 7 for Smoke. Ephesians, 10 and 6, but not good enough for the clutch there. Oh, can we extend it to a round 11 if you are Kadena? Nades over the top, late. Not going to connect. They're met up inside Smoke for the first blood.
Yeah, that nade was really unfortunate there. I think he wanted more. RC car, you can hear it. The world's deadliest toy.
Oh, God.
And it's scary. It's Ephesians. He's brought it out. You can tell by the fact he's stagnant, and Smoke gets it. Immediate follow-up. Smoke needs to find his kill. He can't do it. DC goes down. Bang. Still alive around here. No longer the case. All of this now down to Ephesians. A 1 versus 4 to force a round 11. And is he long for this world?
Not looking likely, Brody. Ephesians, he's pretty darn good, but he's not 1v3 good. He's not 1v4 good either, even with the bomb not being planted. It's a Neslo and a map 5 complete. 6-4 in the rewind search and destroy for Nellis as they complete the series.
Man, what a weird series. What a weird series.
We can go back to that 1v1 that was going on inside of generators.
That pretty much suffices everything that we saw there in that series. Shout out to Smoke, who finishes at 14 and 7 in that search and destroy, and had a phenomenal series as well. Well, how about that one, folks? We started off the series in emphatic style, didn't we? As well, Nellis, they just about managed to make the comeback in the end, and well, Kadena managed to take it in the closing moments of the hard point. Then we went to the Hacienda search and destroy, and that's when the tide started to turn the other way.
Yep, surely it did, man. Look, I thought that this was going to be a 3-0 in Cadena's favor, and you and I were sitting there very happy with our decisions off of how Map 1 did conclude, albeit very scarily. We thought that it was at least going to be 3-1 with how we got the 5 segments in, quite honestly, the scam of the day thus far as that second round of Control is concerned. Cadena should have absolutely been leading the series 2-0 before going in towards this ball hardpoint, which is where they would have completed the 3-1 should they had not have lost out in those last 2 rounds of Control the way that they did, thus dooming them towards that map 5 already, where it all came crashing down.
What a map 5 it was. So many intense moments, so many almost 1 versus 3s, 1 versus 4s, and the like. What was that, a 1 versus 2, were it not for this massive defuse? What could have been, by the way, if Cadena would have got that one, and there was going to be a lot of moments, I think, looking back towards this map 5, Search and Destroy, well, they will look at it and say, hey, if a couple more of those goes our way, that's our map, that's our series, but ultimately it just wasn't to be. What a banger series it was, proper. It was an honor casting we made. It was epic to have you here, and I hope that sets the scene for the rest of the day.
I'm sure that it will, right? I mean, we had a map 5 start off the entirety of the day. We had a map 4 absolute ruler to follow up from that one, and then a map 5. Look, when you get the 12 best teams in attendance for any league, does not matter, man. You're probably going to get some pretty good competition.
All right, well, we have some pretty good competition next up because it's time for the Konus champions to take the stage. Canon are next up on broadcast, and they're facing Buckley, but there's a twist in this tale because Buckley have made a substitution for this event that has pack-a-punched the roster. Can they take down the Konus champions? Find out after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the DAF World Esports Championships of 2025. We're about to get into our penultimate match of the day, and let me tell you, it is going to be a banger. I would say no spoilers, but I kind of already spoiled it before the break, so you guys already know if you were there. If you don't, there's a surprise on your way, because this is going to be an excellent matchup. I'm joined by Seymour for this one, mate. I can't wait for this matchup, because there is just so many storylines going into this. For sure. Well, look, that is the matchup. We have Buckley, we have Cannon, we have former champions against current champions out of Konus. Let's introduce the rosters then for you, because I think it's only fair that we paint a picture of what these teams actually look like right now, because it's worth saying there's a pretty big bump in the road, I think, specifically for one of these two teams, Seymour. That team is going to be Buckley. Now, here's the story we were painting at the Konus Championships, right? The reason that Buckley were kind of weaker than they were in seasons past is because they didn't have the same roster they did when they won all of those events. Hale and Dante were the only returning players on that roster. That's not true anymore, because Revenge has returned to this team. And from my distant memory of Modern Warfare 3 AFG, Seymour, he's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, Revenge is incredible for this team, and the fact that he's going to be coming in place for this game, and where Swerving Drew was there before, I feel like this is just a severe upgrade for the team. So coming into this matchup, Buckley, Space Force Base have pack-a-punched their roster, adding Revenge on. Now they're looking to reclaim their space at the top of what is the North American competition in Air Force Gaming and Space Force Gaming as well. So coming to this one, I think that this team has everybody looking towards them to be at the top echelon. Not to mention, I mean, they look scary doing it too every time they step on stage.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Look, listen, they might have lost their bite, but it feels like they've got their venom back coming into the DAF World Esports Championship. Well, that's going to be Buckley. And on the other side, though, we talk about it. These guys might be the former champions. Let's talk a little bit about the reigning champions. It's Cannon Air Force Base. This roster is not to be trifled with. Every single time that we saw them during the Konus Championships, they got better. They struggled the very first time we saw them, right, Seymour? During the regional brackets, they weren't doing that well. And even in the early bracket play, they had to go down to losers brackets and make the run to the championship.
They lost to Langley, who makes the full run all the way into the grand finals, but Cannon from losers round one fully pull themselves back up, beat Joint Bait Charleston, beat Buckley Space Force Base, beat Eglin, they took down Peterson, they took down Nellis, and then got their revenge against Langley in that grand finals. You're right to say that this is not a team that you want to trifle with, but at the same time, this team was playing up against Buckley Space Force Base, which respectively were kind of shot in the foot with taking somebody other than Revenge into their roster. Now that Revenge is back, this Cannon team will truly be tested. And the question is now going into what is the World Championships, has this Cannon Air Force Base leveled up more? That's the big thing, because last time we saw them in the tournament, they started off slow. They struggled. Now you have to see if they have improved to start this tournament on the right foot. You don't want to see this team struggle again.
Yeah, and worth saying there as well, they have also made a change coming into the World Championships. They've got Yodak this time instead of Crusade. Obviously, we know nothing about Yodak. At least I don't know if you do. What we do know is, though, it's like, is he going to be as good of a player as Crusade? They certainly hope so if they want to replicate their championship run here at Worlds. You and I, we had to make predictions before every single match, and I was thinking, let's throw a curveball. Let's do it. While also committing to the bit. Committing to the bit that is, I've said this is going to be 3-0s all day. And so, the curveball that we're going to throw, Seymour. Let's bring those predictions up. Let's rise them, baby, because we've both gone with Buckley for this one.
I think this was an easy decision. Yodak comes
Oh!
into the Cannon team. That's an unknown. That is a big question mark on this team. And then you pull Revenge back in place of Swerving Drew for Buckley Space Force base, and that is an immediate upgrade for this team to get right back into their winning ways. Hale and Dante, they know what they're doing. They know why they wanted to bring Revenge into this team, and he is going to improve this team fully. Revenge is an animal, easily one of the best players in this entire tournament. So I think that for Buckley, they should be feeling very confident coming into this game. I don't want to just fully throw Cannon out the window, though. I think that they do have a chance to steal away a map. I'm not going to say what map it's going to be, but I trust that they can put this Buckley team to the test.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, the only reason I've got a 3-0 is just committed to the bit. That's really at this point. I'm
You're not
sticking
giving
with
up on
3-0s.
that one.
I'm not. It's 3-0s for the rest of the tournament. If it's my head, I don't mind at this point. But realistically, like, it would not surprise me if we went the distance in this series. Like, these teams are that good. And there is also, as we said, like, kind of a leveling out here, right? You know, this isn't the same Buckley, you know, they've gone Super Saiyan mode with the roster change that they've made. This also, as you said, isn't the same Cannon. So it kind of feels like there's a leveling. If Cannon were up here and Buckley were down here in Conus, that maybe those have evened out a little bit, and those teams are now somewhat more competitive with one another. Of course, it's worth saying we could be totally wrong, and Cannon could come in and absolutely decimate Buckley in this series and prove all the haters incorrect. With that said, let's take a look at our best of 5 map set for this series. What battlegrounds will this titanic matchup be played on? And well, for the most part, it's a trilogy of Hacienda sandwiched between a Vault and a Rewind in this series, Simo.
It's a Hossie sandwich. I think that Vault and Rewind being the bread of the sandwich is not too bad. A Vault Hardpoint to kick things off. We saw how important those P4 rotations are and how mixy this map can get. It's a very, I'd say, comebackable map as well, a Vault Hardpoint, especially if you can string together a couple hills towards the back end, leading to some pretty wicked finales. But getting into this trilogy of Haciendas, you know, Hossie Search is something where I think a lot of teams should be looking towards bringing into this tournament, as that's where we see a lot of chances to make hero plays, especially in the clutch factor, with how easy it is to run some routes, get lost, and control the top holes of this map. So I think for the Haciendas to come through, I'm pretty excited to see them play. Hossie control, always a coin flip, but I'm still excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. You know, I absolutely love seeing Hacienda. You know, obviously, you know, for those of you guys who don't know, I'm not just a base Call of Duty caster. I'm also a Call of Duty mobile caster. Hacienda is one of the maps that makes its way over to Call of Duty mobile. And so it's just like whenever I get to cast either Black Ops 6 or COD Mobile, I know that I'm going to have a fun time. I know that Hacienda's going to be in there. It's real fun. It's one of the best maps ever made, which I know is something that will make Proper happy, because he's a big Black Ops 4 fanboy, which makes sense considering the year he started casting COD.
If you're not a Black Ops 4 fanboy, you are a hater in Call of Duty. Just saying. It's a great game.
Okay. Game. Sure. Yeah, that's what we'll say. It's
the best iteration of Control I've ever seen.
You know what? I'll give you that because of the specialists. I'll give you that. Yep, specialists make Control work. That's all I'll say. But yeah, this is going to be a banger matchup. Can't wait, folks. We are starting things off on a Vault Hardpoint. So while we wait for the first game to get underway, let's chat a little bit about this map mode combination then. You know, this one, I think, you know, as you saw earlier on Seymour, it has a couple of key rotations, right? You know, first and foremost, P2, you can fight it a couple of different ways. I think, you know, at this level of COD, we kind of expect teams to be fighting it with those back spawns in tow. I don't expect to be seeing these guys try to play for, all right, let's get a team in the back spawn trap and work from there. And then I think the other crucial one is making sure, and this applies to all levels of COD, making sure you lock yourself in, having an AR up top art so you can lock in both P3 control and P4 control as well, especially the latter, because that is a lot of time, as we saw earlier, that can go your way.
Yeah, I think Proper really nailed this one on the head in the way that he was pointing out the differences in terms of the competition that we do see. And a lot of the time, even watching Vault, it's a lot of that ranked play feel in terms of how you're going to break this one. And you're never going to truly see a fluid setup towards some of these hills on rotation. A lot of it does come to how you can flex your own strengths to setting up for these hard hard points. Sometimes it is fighting from the front. Sometimes it is controlling top cat control, especially for that P2 rotation. Other times you want to make sure you're locked in on those spawns in the back and having somebody on the side hedges to cover those head glitches. I think that it's important to kind of spin your own take on how you want to play these hard points, because you never want to play it as true as the pros do, because at the end of the day, they play that game for a living. It's a different game when they do that. So looking towards this game, it's who can get to the P2s, set up the way that you feel most comfortable, and who can win those battles on the P4 rotations. Hold that side of the map and get there first, because we have yet to see a team comfortably break a P4 on the day. That is the one hill that you can always trust yourself to get a good chunk of time on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing I'll say as well, you know, if you try to play like a pro team, sometimes you can end up outplaying yourself, right?
Exactly.
It's really weird. Like, it's one of those things where I think the thing I've always said, it's easier to play a difficult team than it is to play a team that doesn't know what they're doing. Because you have a team that doesn't know what they're doing, you can't predict where those players are coming from. Like, you don't know, all right, cool, you know, you've got all these timings, like, I know that these guys are going to wrap here because that's what a team that knows what they're doing is going to do. And then, you know, you play something like, you know, a lower level tournament, it's like, oh god, yeah, everyone's running around like headless chickens. I can't play this. I've just got to do 360s on the hard point and hope for the best. Like, yeah, it does definitely feel like you kind of have to adopt your play style. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes it does just feel like, hey, just playing for yourselves, trying to get your team play down is the best way to approach this for sure.
I want to see you world starring people. I want to see you throwing some crazy plays out here. Do whatever. Ego, chow, everything. Let's get it. Let's get some sick plays.
That's my strategy in Black Ops 6. I don't know. I keep on referring to my own play, Seymour, but I'm a big challer. That's what I'll say. I'm a big, like, if I see a player, I'm coming for them. If a player's like 20 meters away, I'm running for them. I'm putting on the Adidas and, you know, going for him. Yeah, that's how I played the game, at least. Just full send it all the time. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's the way of the road. But I think for just in general for this one, the one thing you can guarantee for Buckley Space Force base, especially when you see Dante and Hale being previous CONUS champions back in 2024. You bring Revenge in, who was fantastic in ForceCon back in 2024 as well. This is a team who's going to have some very strong fundamentals behind them. You're not really going to be seeing that adaptive playstyle, because they do play this game generally a lot. Whether it's going to be Chows, whether it's going to be 8 lobbies or DAF Gaming League 4v4 variants. It's just, in general, this team's going to know what to do. And the same can be said for Cannon Air Force Base when you look at, you know, Argo, Hates, you know, all these guys, they've been around the block. Artie even has been playing a ton of Call of Duty, and I think that you can trust that this is going to be a very sound matchup. I don't expect things to be too wild between these two teams, and that's why you kind of look towards, you know, something like a P4 to be very important. You don't want to give up too much time on P1 and P3 for sure, but you want to make sure that you are definitely rotating, getting those setups, and making sure that you're filling those lanes, not allowing too many people in behind to really shake up those spawns.
All right, well, this is a big one. Both Seymour and I have said we expect Buckley to win this series owing to the fact that they made that Pack-a-Punch roster change. Revenge is back, but is he back for revenge? Vault Hardpoint is going to be a nice little taste tester for how this series is going to go. These are two titanic teams. It does not get much more competitive than this. Cannon, it's the CONUS champions, the reigning CONUS champions against the former CONUS champions. Only one can walk away victors of Vault Hardpoint, and off the bat, Revenge already proving why he's back on the roster.
It's funny because this is a team of Buckley Space Force Base that wasn't even supposed to be here. They didn't even qualify for Worlds. So the fact that a couple of teams from USAFE not able to show up, now you get to see Buckley at full strength playing against some of the best in the Air Force and the Space Force. Dante out the gates, 5-0, lighting up this Vault Hardpoint.
Just phenomenal start for Dante, of course. He was a player that I think, back into the Konos Championships this year felt underrated at times, right? Obviously he is one of the returning players, as we said before, alongside Hale. And yet he definitely had a lot of pop-off moments that maybe went unnoticed. So phenomenal start for him so far through this hard point. We start to look towards rotation for New, and Yodak, the new boy, on the lineup for a cannon here. In towards the next hill he goes, but he himself is an island right now. The rest of Buckley are on the way. Sour Patch Kid moving forward. Freebie for him, looking for more, tagged up from a multitude of angles, but Hale is there, and he's not going to last that long. Hate is good for 2, and that's going to be Cannon in control.
Yeah, Yodak's going to know his job on this roster. He's just sitting up, soaking up that time, and hoping that the rest of the team provides as much support as they can. But low to the hill, second chance for Buckley now to get the break. Team's reeling off the respawn to see if they can get to Yodak's rescue, and they are here in time. Yodak winning some crucial fights inside the hill and making sure that Cannon start to grow some lead.
This is a big hill. They're going to get the last 30 seconds here. I don't think there's anything that Buckley can necessarily do about this. So Cannon feeling pretty confident about that one. And if I'm Buckley, this is where I start to play a little bit more tactically in towards this game. Make sure that you have an AR towards top P3. Make sure that you are ready for these rotations, because you can very quickly find yourselves deep in the hole. I don't know if they've done that already. You can see Argo making his move forward. You surely cannot lose this rotation. Yodak on 6 in a row, and I think they might have done.
Yodak's got the Hellstorm already on a 6 spree. That is objective score to the max for Cannon. You're set up in a great spot. P4 rotation, a little bit of time towards P3, and all the kills going your way. Buckley looking to see if they can light something up. Heading into these next few hills, string together some good time here. But a flanks play starting to inquire as well. As you can see, Hate around the back line. He's going to clean up a few more. Dante gets caught, and the flank works out. Now Buckley off the respawn. And you got to start thinking about the rotation.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hate pushing forward there. You got to be super careful about the fact that you might spawn those players out. Hale, the last player alive in the sequence of events. And for Buckley, he very quickly goes down. That is a disastrous hardpoint for Buckley. You don't get the rotation. You give a wealth of time away to Cannon, and you still don't even have a look at the next rotation towards P4 as well. Seymour, I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous about our predictions, buddy. I know you gave him a map. This might be it, but Cannon are on one right now. Artie with the pistol gets a third. If it's not Hate, it's not Yodak, it's not Argo, it's Artie going on a spree. Cannon are about to break the 100-point barrier through P4.
Yeah, you see, I thought you were totally going to go for Cannon Air Force Base. That's why I tried to throw the Buckley bet out there, see if they can get it done, but I guess I wasn't really familiar with Cannon's game like this. They continuously surprise me in how good they are at playing the dang game. So Buckley reeling now to get any momentum going throughout this vault. Argo inside, still winning some big gunfights, 3 in a row. He's got a Hellstorm as well. So lots of streaks, lots of time. Buckley, it's time to wake up.
I don't even know what to say. Just again, Revenge started out so strong, and I think maybe he's just taking a hot minute to get into it, but it's worth saying they're not getting outslayed that much right now, right? I mean, you look at the kill discrepancy between the players. Like, Hale's down by 2, Sour Patch Kid is down by 3, Revenge is down by 5. Like, that is not that much in the grand. It certainly isn't enough to warrant a 100-point deficit, right? They're not getting totally mollywopped at the moment. Cannon will continue to grow that deficit, though. And this deficit overall in this game will continue to grow. Seymour, if you had asked me if I thought this game was going to be like this before we got into it, I would have told you to go away in not kind ways. Cannon is storming through this game right now, and they have to be stopped. Argo, yet another 2-piece.
And another Hellstorm for Cannon. It just continues to mount on. Buckley just can't get themselves a break, and so we talked about that kill discrepancy. It's where these kills are happening for Cannon. So many wins inside of the hill. So many chances to deny breaks away from this Buckley team. And it's always 3-4 down. Never truly anything the other way. Dante's going to get caught. And Cannon are just everywhere. All over the place. And there is no stone left unturned. They are running through this game so far.
Yeah, this is crazy. Cannon in control once again. Buckley going to hit around the flank here. Hale through the front of the hard point. He's going to get peppered up, having to hit the back. Is anybody watching this side of the hard point? I don't think they are. Yodak is going to have to hit this. Semtex might catch Revenge. No, it will not. Artie through the front, though, doubling up. Revenge trying to play his life. Peppered up, down to 57 HP. That stun connects, will equate to a second kill, but the trade from Argo is good. Just when you think Buckley have a moment of reprieve, they immediately get slapped away. And even this scrap time is good for Cannon. The big thing for me, though, here, Seymour, I do not want to see Buckley not rotate. They have to get a player towards P3, and I still think they're going to get beaten to the punch.
Yeah, any time for Cannon is good time at this point. It's just closer to the win. And even if you do miss out on the rotation to P3, you got 3 Hellstorms that can crack open this hill. So you're going to leave a couple players towards that scrap time. That's going to set up a pseudo flank, a split retake over towards P3. And Yodak, he is going to light up the kickstart for this break towards the third hill. Artie clears off the Art control. And albeit a fight over towards P3, Buckley are losing everything else.
I just don't know what to say, mate. Buckley. Decimated, dominated, all the Ds they're taking right now.
Yo.
Buckley, what do you do? Hale, the furthest player, pushed forward, doubled up on towards the hard point. Revenge trying to do something. Dante on the outside, but it's Artie who will find themselves on yet another spree. Have umpteen this game. Cannon right now are decimating them. Buckley cannot even pass the 50-yard line. Cannon's map control is absolutely bloody beautiful to watch. They are watching every single point of ingress.
And even look at where Argo's positioned. You have Hate inside of Art. You have Argo just below him. So double layer on the crossfire for you to have to worry about the cross just to get to P4. Sour Patch Kid in the back. He is going to have some struggles to get towards the hard point. Cannon going to refill the time and continue to grow this lead, crossing the 200-point mark and looking to put this game away in a clean fashion. It is not even close.
Around the slide of the door, Artie will find that kill against Hale. Now the front of the hard point, Argo looking for more. Argo doubles up so easily, but one did slip past. It's Revenge, the returning player of the roster. He has been slapped away, and Seymour Cannon, they might not get the full 60 on this hill, but I mean, they might as well have done with the amount of time they do get and the lead that they currently have. Very rarely do I say it's impossible for a team to come back. I think we're here.
I mean, it's just how do you come back from this is the big question. So it's not far from the truth. It's Revenge on the Ego Chow. He's going to get caught by Artie. 31 and 14. Might I add it? He is slide chelling into everything, flying at the opposition. He's not losing a damn battle. Artie is unstoppable. And Cannon, they look like they are just moments away from clearing off this first map. 13 seconds is all they need.
Now it's time for Cannon to rain down Hellfire. The Hellstorms have come out. I don't think they need them. Cannon themselves are the streaks at this point in time. Is anybody from Buckley even close? I don't think they are. Welcome to the 60-point club, Buckley.
Yeah.
It's an exclusive club of not that many teams, but you're in it.
Yeah, only a handful of teams get dealt a heavy hand like that. So 250 to 60 to open things up. And Brody, that makes us look so dumb on the desk. I mean, we sung the praises of Buckley to the moon and gassed them up to high heavens. This is a team that should be way better than this, but I don't know if it's just a lack of scrims, a lack of practice on the game, or whatever it is, but this is not the Revenge that I remember, and this is not the Buckley that I was expecting.
I don't think any expectations I had have gone out the window, mate. They went out the window about 30%, I want to say. I don't know if that's an accurate stat line of the way that game. I think you can kind of see the way the wind was blowing after the second or third hard point in that one, right? Where, again, I think you kind of knew that Buckley were in trouble when you lose the draft at the time off the back of P2. And then you go into P3, and Buckley didn't even have a look at the rotation, right? Not a single player had managed to get in towards top heart, and if they did, well, they got swiftly ejected from that position. And that kind of misfortune, I want to say, continued throughout the entirety of the hardpoint. Every single time that we said, Buckley needs to get this rotation, that's how we start to see them come back into this game. They just didn't. And I don't think that was entirely their fault, mind you. I think they were literally just getting outpaced by Cannon every single turn. But nonetheless, that didn't help.
This Cannon team looks so polished. They look like they've been practicing night and day for this tournament, and rightfully so. This is where you come out as the Konas champions. You want to prove yourself as the top dog going into the group stages, maybe even walk out a world champion at the end of this entire tournament. So saw for revenge. I mean, he went into today wanting to be the best at this game. He was pumped up, tweeting about it, and I really expected a little bit more from him, but I guess the one thing we can say is the series is not done for this Buckley Space Force team. So always time to turn things around. Maybe the hardpoint is just not where you're feeling good this weekend. We've seen lots of teams in Black Ops 6 not be strong hardpoint teams. But Brody, I do have to turn things around over towards this Cannon team. Show some love to Yodak, because we came into this, we're like,
yeah, dude.
Who the heck is Yodak? Like, what is this addition going into the championships when you were already so good? You move Crusade to the bench, you bring Yodak into this team, and he was frying. Not only that, he is frying inside the hard point. That P2 hold that he had at the start of this game was unreal.
Yeah, Yodak is just insane. Again, like we were out here presuming, like, hey, you've lost a great player in Crusade. God, you guys you're stuffed. Evidently not. Yodak was like, hold on, whoa. You don't know who I am. You aren't familiar with my game. Yodak was piecing throughout the entirety of that game. He had so many incredible moments, just look absolutely phenomenal. I think it's fair to say that they might have upgraded their roster as well. Just off based off one game. I'm going to call it. Yodak looks that good right now. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, Matt. We've got to give Yodak some love, and we're going to continue to give Yodak some love through the remainder of this series. Speaking of which, that's now a 1-0 scoreline for Cannon. So what does the path to redemption look like for Buckley, or the path to a perfect prediction for Seymour look like? Well, let's show you guys the map set for the remainder of this best of 5. We go to Search and Destroy, as we always do, for the second game mode in the series, and we are returning to Hacienda. I'm going to go ahead and say, though, this is one of those times where your mental might be in the bin.
Yeah, I think that you go into the Search and Destroy. If you lose this one, you most likely lose the game if you're Buckley. You weren't supposed to be here, and Cannon are saying you don't belong here after that map 1. It's Hacienda Search and Destroy. You get into this one. I mean, you guys were kind of breaking it down in the sense of, yeah, you're going to be looking for obvious set nades on the defensive side to see if you can get some map control over towards that B side. Or A side, but if you're not, like, the attacking team has so many options on this map. I gotta see some variety from Buckley, not just on the defensive side, but on the attacking side, to utilize the entire map to break down this Cannon team. I'm talking flanks through mid, timings up through dark, trying to get somebody over towards P4 for maybe a late rotation. Why not just take some pages out of Optics book, go for a full swim, a 3-man swim across that B site if you do dare. But I need to see something from Buckley to showcase that they've been prepping for this tournament.
Yeah, and if I'm honest as well, I need to see it out of the gate. Right? I don't want to see, you take a while into the Search and Destroy to activate. Like, if I'm Buckley and I want to make an impression onto Cannon, you just got mollywopped in the first map of the series, right? You got to make sure you come out the gate swinging in this Hacienda Search and Destroy, because we come back to that mental conversation, right? Again, I know that of all the Call of Duty players in the world, these guys are probably going to be the set of players that aren't going to have much of an issue in hitting a regain, right? But at the same time, you start to lose rounds early on in this Search and Destroy. Things start to not go your way. And there is a very, very, very real chance that the game just immediately falls away from you. So, for me, it's not just got to be that they show up here. I think they've got to show up very early on and start to dominate Cannon. Just get something going as quick as humanly possible, and you will be groovy. But I know that's a lot to ask. I know that's not easy given the circumstances.
Well, for Cannon coming into this tournament, sad that Crusade couldn't attend, but Yodak seeming to be the right fit for the shoes of this team. Buckley, we have to see if Revenge can hit those strides that we know him to be. If not, they may be swerving into the next match as quick as possible.
How about this? Trades off the start of this one. Revenge already down to the last man, and they know where he is. Revenge. Ooh, easy peasy lemon squeezy. The battle of the returning newbies / players or whatever is already passed, and Revenge will win that engagement. So down to a 1 versus 1 we go. Just realized we don't have the mini-map in Search and Destroy. I'm going to cry. Regardless, Artie away from the site. Revenge now on the hunt for him.
We've had years of practice, Brody. No minimap. Years
That's true.
of practice. Shout out the challengers teams. So plant over towards B, already. Bomb planted exactly where he needs to. And Revenge is nowhere close to clearing out offices. He's got the AR. He's got the chance. Artie's going to go for the challenge. And the shot, he beams him. Incredible shots. Wow.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Look at this.
Wasn't even close.
Exterminated. Oh, God. I don't even know what we just saw, but I'm fairly certain that's got to be illegal in like 13 states. I don't know. That's just a number I'm throwing out there.
At least Florida.
I don't know. They got gators out there in Florida, dude. There's some wild things going on.
I thought about it after. Not a lot of this is legal over there, or illegal over there. So, in other news, Ramstein versus Langley going to a game 5. That's our runner-ups from Conus being tested by our USAFE representation. So, big one to watch out for off stream here in the World Champs.
Expecting a lot more surprises like that as we approach through the group stage of the competition, especially where maybe the stakes haven't been ramped up as high as when we get down to that championship bracket. Keep you updated on that one as we go through. As we said, though, down to a 3 versus 3.
Toes.
And this Hates will take the elbows off Dante. Down to the 2 versus 2. Buckley now have a bigger issue on their palms because that bomb is slap bang in the middle of the site. And even bigger problem now, they know where Sour Patch Kid is. So not a lot of room to maneuver here through this last 40 seconds.
Yeah, not at all. Reposition from Yodak as well. So Sour Patch Kid has no idea where either one of these members from Cannon are. And with the bomb down, all Hate has to do is wait for the chance. Sour Patch Kid, 8 and 22 in map 1. Can he right those wrongs with a clutch here versus Cannon? Well, he's going to have the timing. 20 seconds. Yeah, chance for this flank to actually work out, but Yodak's in the spot to watch this one, and no way you're going to even get past Yodak in that position. So 2-0, Cannon Air Force Base bolstering their lead.
And then that's just sometimes the kind of the side effect, right, of trying to get the rock down where you don't actually have full control over the site, right? You need to have the coverage before you do so, because if not, you go down, then things are going to be more awkward for you moving forward in towards the game. So, yeah, for Cannon there, just working off of a small error from Buckley. I mentioned it before we got into the Search and Destroy scene. What I really wanted to see Buckley come out of the gates, firing on all cylinders, coming out swinging. They have failed to do that thus far. This has to be the round, otherwise you're going to find yourselves in a deep hole.
Hit through mid. Artie's going all the way over the top. Doesn't work out. Finds 2. Not able to get Dante as well. 1 versus 2. Giving Yodak a chance at this round for the clutch. Can the new kid on the block work his magic? Bomb is down. But both members kind of separated here by a doorway. If Yodak wins this one clean, he's got a chance for the 1v1. The raid on the second, but Hale wins it out. A clutch from Hale keeps Buckley in the running.
The fact that that is almost even plausible is despicable. Not just out of him, by the way, but out of RT as well, right? That route through the middle of the map as he picks up almost 3 kills. That in itself gives Yodak the chance to make that 1 versus 2 possible. In fact, he finds that first kill. Doesn't know where Hale is, unfortunately, for the second. And as soon as he realizes, well, it's too late at that point, Hale has the jump. That's the round that Buckley needed to get into the conversation here on Search and Destroy. Just a hit down the middle of the map. It works out pretty damn perfectly. That might give them the second wind in this S&D to start to play super duper aggressive. It feels like it's going to be a B hit here off the rip at the very least, but they might be hedging their bets here for the moment. Cannon are absolutely not doing that. Look at RT and Yodak. They are flying.
Yeah, they are setting up a quick pinch through the lobby. Hale's going to get some contact. Nobody's going to be reading the flank. In fact, nobody's even watching for this flank to come into play. Who would? Bombs down. Now Revenge in trouble. Hale's going to fall through dark as well. Argo trying to collapse. Revenge digging his way out of this. Can they make it into a 2 versus 3? Sour Patch Kid, he needs to get active.
He is the entire key to this play. Revenge also has kind of slipped the net somewhat here. You do have Hate if you're a Cannon, making sure that the flank is being watched, but Revenge now rechalling through.
He has both nades.
Stun, I don't think actually connected. I think it flew past both players. So for what was otherwise a pretty good stun, it doesn't actually look at anything.
He's gonna
now Hate is on the hunt. That might not work out in favor of Revenge. Sour Patch Kid gets the bomb and gets the hell out of dodge. Revenge now might have just found the timing perfectly. Behind one. You've lost Sour Patch Kid. Maybe find the second. Yes, you do. Now down to a 1 versus 1. You know where the last player is, but he wasn't ready for the fight. Revenge. And almost 1 versus 3 falls away from you, but it was so damn close.
A little bit of hesitation on the Chow. He had the read. He just didn't trust himself to do so. Yodak 7 and 2, firing for Cannon. This is impeccable. He got a little testy there. I mean, Revenge, he's finally starting to find some pace inside of this series, but losing out on a couple of those first bloods, Cannon just continue to prey on your downfall. And plays like that from Hargo and Artie, just quick flank through lobby. Nobody's going to read that whatsoever. You need to see something creative from Buckley to bring this one back.
And Cannon, that's a good start for them. They've already drawn first blood. You talk about creativity from Buckley. Hale might be that guy trying to flank through. Trades in favor of Buckley once again as we go down to a 2 versus 2. It's worth saying, Hale still behind enemy lines here, despite the fact that that bomb's down. They've got a pincer movement. Hale, the entry point, the tip of the spear, knows where both players are. Chow's out, but the double shots are good. Now it's all on Dante from one side. Good for the first. Second player still weak. Dante hits the leg, and it's not the shot that you wanted. Cannon survive.
The crowd, I mean, going wild for the Cannon right now. Big clutch ups from Hate yet again. Dante just a little bit off the mark. Hale a little bit too early. And Buckley, I mean, it's good shots, good chances at these rounds, but a lot of individual efforts that's keeping you behind from Cannon. And that clutch, they're so good at putting these rounds away. Revenge 7 and 5, Dante 4 and 5. I mean, Buckley, they're not out of the running totally when it comes down to these skills. They're just not putting these rounds away, and a big reason for that is Sour Patch Kid is just struggling so much in these games.
Starting to sour on him a little bit. Cannon. Hey, off this round. Already starting to feel a little bit of pressure here, but he knows that pressure is coming. Did you just see Dante cross?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter. Hate's going to get the kill anyway. Doesn't matter whether you got the premonition or not. There is a trade coming through towards the site. Hale, a lot to do. Argo on the chase. Does not want to let Hale turn tail and run. And both of those kills go in their way. So Artie now, the last one left alive, and the kills are good. Buckley starting to get wise to it a little bit. That was a big play from Hale.
That's a really smart round from Buckley. They just put all the pressure towards Patio. They get that bomb down, and they don't stop there. They take control of the outer fences. They have exactly the positioning that they wanted. And you allow Revenge in those up-close battles, taking control of the patio, dropping back, flying at Cannon. Big round for Buckley to at least stop the bleeding for now, but can you find 2 more just to tie things up? Back onto the attack for Cannon. This is looking like a hit over towards B, and a fast one at that, and it looks like Buckley have the read.
Oh, there's got players left in the middle of the map. Keep your head down, buddy. Got help now. RT has arrived. Dante is over here, so as soon as they peek out, Dante might be able to have a frag. Argo from the middle of the map is down. Buckley have adapted very well here in this play. Cannon are kind of stuck here between all of these different players. Yodak falls. Hate! Oh, they didn't expect him in the corner. It doesn't matter. They get the kill anyway. All of a sudden now it's down to RT. His revealed position is in 1 versus 3.
Bomb is down. I don't think Buckley really noticed that, though. So all 3 members on the hunt for this last remaining player. Already a chance has been given to you. But you have to imagine this death ball is at some point going to steamroll over this moment. As you can see, Revenge is hunting for this last remaining player to see if he can push this streak even further. Artie going to go into the Lion's Den for 2, but his raid around the corner for the 3rd member, testing the waters of Buckley. But he's not going to be able to dive right in fully. Revenge, he's the one to get the kill. And that's going to bring him to 4 in a row, closer to the Hellstorm.
Man. Bit of a late game's resurgence here from Buckley, right? I mean, the last couple of rounds, it really does feel like they've adapted to what Cannon have brought to the table, you know, especially with that little play call. You know, they had Dante pushed up towards the B side, making sure that anybody that hit the bomb was shut down. You had like 2 or 3 players in the middle of the map, including Revenge, who is on, by the way, 11-5 on a 4 streak. He's really, really heated up over the last few rounds. Just those adaptations are making all the difference right now for Buckley.
I like this call
and
for
there we
Revenge.
see it again. Hate through the middle of the map, gets shut down. Cannon are split here. They've got Yodak pushed through. He needs to produce something. Argo finds Salpashka through the middle of the map. That makes it a little bit more palatable.
Oh, and Yodak's walked right through them all. He is completely split to Red Sea, and he hasn't seen anything. Not to mention, they forgot the bomb in spawn, so you have to go all the way back to get it. Yodak's got a chance to bring this into a 1v2 with the bomb down. Can we see a 1v3 clutch for the new kid?
Every single time we've seen a 1 versus 3 today, or in this matchup, it's been denied. Yodak could be the first. Yodak, it doesn't need to be so twitchy right now. Buckley needs to grab that bomb, carry it to a site, and plant that rock down. Yodak can work off of that timing. But he also needs to get some good timing himself past Revenge. That might well have happened here. Yodak has gone all the way away from Revenge. He's gone to the other side of the bomb. He might be able to stop this plant if he's quick enough about it. He's not.
No, but they don't know where he is. So the element of surprise is going to be everything right now. Shots out, not able to bring it into a one-on-one. Hail reach, how's it? This is going to tee up Revenge, who's looking for his 6th in a row. Will it be the Hellstorm? Yodak posted up and towards the corner. Revenge has yet to see him. 24 seconds on the clock. Hale's going to back up, and Hale's going to win it, bringing things to a tie game. The full comeback from Buckley. Space for Space. 3 in a row. We got ourselves a game, Brody.
Oh my goodness me, the adaptations are insane. Albeit, you know, Yodak was very unfortunate to fly through the middle of the map like he did and not see a single player on that journey until it was just too late.
They look like they plugged their
But
controllers
still,
in.
Yeah, you really do have to give Revenge and Hale credit for the way that they played that. I think especially that reposition from Revenge, right? It's not the thing that does it in the end. Ultimately, or Yodak, excuse me, does run into Hale, but still, you know, Revenge is covering that plat side. There is no escape for Yodak in that situation. That's because of the heads-up play calls being made by Buckley right now. And that nade over the top is just what you needed to shut Buckley up. There is immediate trades, and all of a sudden they're yapping again.
I don't think you can sew these mouths shut, Brody, even if you had all the yarn in the world to get it done. So, 2 versus 3. Hardy looking to make a play. Thought he was going to burst through the door, but he's got the quiet steps all the way up. Everybody has left the building, though, and they have flipped the map around. Cannon has no idea.
Oh, well, now they do. Dante, oh, he gets away with hate cleanly as well. And now you're in trouble. Artie, oh my god, he's gone straight for the kill. He's gone straight for the challenge. Oh, Dante has him for breakfast. That's another round for Buckley. What is that, 4? 3 rounds in a row? Something ridiculous like that?
4 in a row, Brody. Or as you like to say, 4 on the bounce. So we got Buckley, Space for Space, finally playing the game. After what was a 60-250 loss on the Vault Hardpoint, now they have 2 chances to win the Search and Destroy and tie us up. Where has this energy come from? Where has this momentum arrived? This is just so different from what we've seen even throughout the first 3 rounds of the Search. And I don't expect it to stop. B-site is wide open.
Just so much more decisive from Buckley, isn't it? RC car now out from Yodak. Gets peppered up. That amounts to absolutely nothing. Dante down for the count, though. It's good from Cannon.
Oh, no.
Hate also finding Hale. All of a sudden here, Buckley backs against the wall.
Late flank.
No choice but to look at different areas here. Yeah, the flanking player is coming through from Argo, but you've got to focus on the player on the site. Sour Patch Kid down for the count. Revenge does too. Argo now looking for it. He doesn't even get involved in the play. The defuse is good. How about around 11?
Wow. I mean, you gotta respect the dive out from Revenge, too. Maybe a triple kill would bring things for a full clutch out of Revenge, but round 11... Ring the bell. We're going the distance in this S&D. And Buckley might be kicking themselves for that overheat that they had. What's the reason to shell out from office the way that not just Dante, but Hale did as well? Both of them throwing their lives away off of a free bomb plant at B. And they didn't even get a chance to set up a post plant whatsoever. As soon as that bomb got planted, they threw that entire round away. So now Buckley, Space Force base, they got to lock in for this last one.
Boy. How they play this is everything. Hale is going to play his live, trying to pre-fire for the RC car.
Oh, he's
going to try and dodge it.
He's flying.
He was away. Oh my god, he's just played the perfect play around it. Hale away for it now. Information. Hale is trying to play around that. The fact that he has to be a speed demon to get away. Dante elsewhere takes Hale off the board, but Hale gets caught out. So 3v3 we go.
3v3 for the retake to keep this one going, but Argo's on the late one. Still tied up in lives. A chance. With 30 seconds left on the retake, Buckley have to get it done. And look at Artie. He hasn't made a sound towards the outer fences. Somebody's going to have to re-clear it. But Yodak's going to be the contact for the bomb site. The check's not going to be in. Sour Patch Kid all turned around. What? Revenge goes down. And it is not going to be Buckley's game just yet. Cannon steal away the search and destroy to go up 2-0 in the series. And you are going to be kicking yourself if you're Buckley walking away from that one.
Bro, I was convinced that Yodak was about to get turned on. Absolutely convinced. He took those first few shots. I was like, yeah, hang on. Whoa. Sour Patch Kid. Now, if I'm perfectly honest, I think if there's any other player than Sour Patch Kid, he is dead. He is very, very dead there in those closing moments. But it doesn't matter. There might have been a trade. It was, of course, a 1 versus 2 for Sour Patch Kid, but it just was not to be. What a phenomenal search and destroy. And it really did feel like a tale of two games, really, didn't it?
Yeah.
Cannon off the start. Playing against a Buckley roster that really kind of felt like they were running around like headless chickens for the most part and didn't really know how to deal with Cannon. And I think really at the midpoint of the game, as soon as Buckley started playing for themselves, as soon as they started playing their own strategies, their own play calls, that's when I think their fortune changed. Because Cannon then had a structured Buckley to deal with that there wasn't really much of a response from for, what, 4 rounds, I think it was, that Buckley managed to string back-to-back. But then we got to the penultimate round. Cannon made the clutch up. And then, of course, that round 11 came down to a 1 versus 2. The Sour Patch Kid had no chance.
Yeah.
It's just so many micro decisions there could have changed that round 11.
I think it's the lack of structure that's really killing this team right now. You see it in a couple of those rounds. Think back to every single time you had a 2 versus 2 and somebody from Buckley solo chows the site on the retake. You're not working together in those positions. Coming down to 1v1s, but still having the less health when you are in that scenario. You look to round number 10. You got a free bomb plant at B. And 2 players ego chow the office. I have no idea what the call is there, but all you need to do is plant the bomb, set up that post plant. You never even have the chance to play the game with giving up your lives after Hale and Dante go down. You look towards round 11. At the same time, nobody's watching the flank. You have moments where somebody's pushing into that 8-bomb to retake it in a 1vx scenario where you don't even have the information for the site. The lack of structure is hurting on the side of Buckley. The communication is missing, and looking at the back half of the series, if you want to reverse sweep, that's got to change. You have to start playing as a team.
And Buckley are starting to wake up, but is it too little too late? They're now 2-0 down in this best of 5. Cannon just 1 map away from anti-climaxing this entire thing. We've got a control coming up, folks. Before we get there, though, we go to a quick break. On the other side, Hacienda Control will be the final map in the series. Don't go far.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the DAF World Esports Championship. Cannon are currently 2-0 up versus Buckley. It's time for that Hacienda control that we promised you so long ago. One more map, and Buckley are down or out.
And looks like already 30 seconds left on this first round. Dante over the top, see if he can stop this. A progress, he gets already down for the count. And you can see now a couple of these members on the respawn. Take a look at that mini-map. They're racing to see if you can stop any of this time. But Buckley doing a great job at slaying out and just bleeding the time, Brody. This is great from Buckley. Who needs something like this?
Yeah, Buckley feeling pretty good right now. Hale is really started to wake up in the last couple of games, and you're seeing him roam around the map right now. Just doing Hale things. He finally gets shut down here. Hate towards the point. Looking to try and salvage the round, and it's not going to happen. No matter what Artie does, he's not going to get to the point in time. So, yeah, I mean, flashes of what we saw in the S&D through that first round, right? Buckley are really starting to feel themselves now.
Yeah, I think this is where Buckley really needed to show up, and they've done just that. Buckley almost getting that search and destroy. Fumbled at the finish line. And you think that this team might have been pulling some punches to going into the back half of this game. You get back into the respawns. You have a chance to really flex that slaying potential that you can bring to the table. So far in the control, so good. But the real test for a Hacienda is how good is your offense? Because this is, I'd say, second to how hard Protocol is on the offensive side.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Buckley, off the start of this one, if they can get something going, I think early on here, Sumo, they will be pretty good to really start to take some control back in this game. No pun intended. Already off the start of this one, Buckley starting to move forward here. Hale starting off with that first kill, looking pretty good. You get traded out though. Like he played from Revenge, could still give Buckley an opening in towards the B zone, but he does get traded out, and now all normality will resume. So first swing for Buckley is a miss.
Sour Patch Kid starting to pick things up in the game as well. As Hale's going to hop on towards B. That stops the clock at 51 seconds. Argo, if you can make the play, and actually, no. 4 go down, and now you have a chance to stack the zone. If I am Buckley, I'll put in every single member on that. Oh, no. Did he blow up Yodak's nade?
That would be insane. That would actually be absolutely insane. What does that spawn? What the hell have I just seen? I've never seen someone manipulate the spawn like that in my life. Hale was literally outside of Garden, and the spawns did not change. That was COD Mobile spawns right there. I have no idea what I just witnessed. What we have just witnessed, though, is 4 down, a 10 life differential between these two teams, and Buckley are already starting to make the transition.
He's coming in. 2 down for Buckley. Canada to see if they can get anything going to at least stop the offense, but Sour Patch Kid has finally figured things out in this series. It's been a rough couple of maps, but this is exactly the look that you want to see if Buckley's going to bring it back at Brody, even if it isn't down to the caps. Look at the life differential.
Yeah, that is a big, big problem that you're kind of facing down. Time, I think, is really the only thing that Cannon could possibly hope for here, and you just can't take one-for-one trades like that, not at this stage of the competition when, well, A is about to slip away from you. You have to fly towards a point. Honestly, if I'm Cannon, I just fly and hope that I can do something as opposed to giving it away by ticks, because that's probably a better situation, a better fate for you to take. It's all down to Argo. A 1 versus 14. He's trying to get the knife off. He's trying to make some kind of snazzy play happen. It ain't going to happen. Buckley. Where was this Buckley in map number 1?
Yeah, where was this Buckley in map number 2 for the most part? Here it is. Yeah, he throws the nade and it blows up. That is incredible. I love this game.
That is one of those rare plays that you just never see happen. We just saw it right there. Cannon have to buck their ideas up if they want to 3-0 this series, if they do not want to be staring down the battle of another Hacienda, this time in Hardpoint. Buckley Can they close things out in 3-0 fashion? I've got a feeling that this off-the-rip opening gunfight is probably going to decide the entirety of the round. If Buckley can get a foothold early on, well, Cannon might be in trouble. Hale having to try and get away. Will actually be able to do so here, and he's got the help of his teammates. That's 4 down in the feed. Hale to the drop shot to get that 4th and final kill, and that is the disaster that has just struck Cannon.
Oh, yeah, this is complete B2A, Brody. Complete B2A. Hit around. I mean, this is exactly reverse roles from what we had in that Vault Hardpoint map number 1. There's nothing that Cannon can do about it. Artie, see if you can at least scrounge up something of an offensive attack over towards this A zone, but Hale's on the case. He goes 5 in a row before dropping 2 down the other way. Maybe an opportunity for Cannon to hit a zone.
Yeah, you just got to get something going right now, and that's it. Artie has finally struck. Artie has finally woken up here. He's found another kill right in front of him as well. There's no way Sour Patch Kid is turning around, so Artie continues his reign of terror. 5 for Artie. This is the kick up the Jack C that Cannon needed right now. It's more kills coming their way. Hale with a slide out in towards the office will finally put a stop to the bleeding. The damage is done. Second tick now through towards B. Flanking play. This is being watched. Hale can get some pepper shots in. Don't just give him yourself a free, hey? Stay the hell behind that cover, and that's B gone.
Yeah, B zone is gone. A minute 20. A chance for Cannon Air Force Base to get something going in round 3 of the control. So full flipped map. You see those blue arrows trying to pick up some extra kills off the respawn from Buckley. Like the reposition from Revenge. He's looking for a way out, but Yodak still denying. It's up to Hale, and it's up to Sour Patch Kid to at least give their teammates a chance.
Trying to push forward here, and they've chosen wrong, to be fair. I think Hale realizes that he's like, hang on, no one's pushing me through lobby. I've got to go into this myself. Yep, freebie for Hale. Moving forward, Cannon aren't being given any 3Bs on the other side here, so Buckley might be finding value in their spawn trap effort. Now finally Kate's getting involved, but he gets shut down. Hale towards the other side now, starting to heat up as well. 4 in a row. That's the white kill feed. Only 1 has gotten past, and you best believe that Buckley will try and get that player out.
Sour Patch Kid. Oh, he's in behind. Nobody's going to be ready for it. At least able to take down Hate. The other side, time dwindling. 37 seconds. Lives even on both ends. Yodak, the only player pushed through the 50-yard line, and now he's the only player alive on the map for Cannon. Yodak's going to get caught by Hale, canceled out, and 21 seconds to turn this into something. I don't know if it's possible.
I think we might be going to another hacienda here, Seymour. 6v10. Artie will stop the clock. Can he get the kill against Hale? You really need to. Yep, nope, not cleanly enough. Yodak has to intervene, and that's Yodak positions reveal. No chance to survive. No chance to stop this 3-0. Buckley have a map to their name. Wow. What a performance from Buckley. They seem to have found a 6th, a 7th, and 8th gear. I don't even know there were that many gears in the system. But Buckley, they've proven there is.
That is incredible stuff from Buckley Space Force Base. You talk about the mental, Brody, and how are you going to turn things around? Well, here it is. You go into map 3 and you lay down the law in the control. Not to mention that round 3 and round 1, the defenses were clean, but that offense was incredible from Buckley Space Force Base, the way that they handled it. And look at the 2 people that's leading the charge for this team. Revenge, Hale up there for the scoreline. Shout out to Sour Patch Kid as well. 16 and 8, a full 180 of what we've had from him in maps 1 and 2. Not sure what changed over the course of the break, Brody, but let's get more of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe Sour Patch Kid, like, just, I don't know, somebody's been replaced by, like, his twin brother or something, I don't know. That is a totally different Sour Patch Kid, though, and I think that made a world of difference for Buckley, because, you know, again, in the Search and Destroy, for the most part, they were kind of left up in a 3 versus 4. Sour Patch Kid was also the player that I think was playing the most passively, being an AR for the squad, and that would hurt Buckley multiple times in the Search and Destroy. Here in the Control, just having that 4th man on the map affords them so much more coverage, and especially when it's an AR that's able to lock down lanes. That is just something that improved Buckley tenfold.
Yeah.
Of course, also, massive shout-outs to the subs. Revenge and Hale were flying in that Control. There was absolutely nothing that Cannon could do about it. That is, again, a totally different Buckley that was, you know, barely present in the Search and Destroy, albeit it went to around 11, and certainly wasn't there in the hard point.
Somebody in chat said Buckley going for the gentleman sweep. There was nothing And I mean nothing gentlemanly about that whatsoever. That was a smackdown in the map 3. And Brody, this is completely shaking things up once again. We went into this, we were singing the prayers of Buckley on how good this team could be. They seemed like they didn't know how to play Call of Duty for the first 2 maps, and we're like, well, like, how good is Buckley truly coming into this tournament, and how much practice do they have? Well, that map 3 is a display of the true skill that this Buckley team can bring to the table. And going into this Hacienda Hardpoint, now you're a little bit frightened if you're Canon. You're thinking to yourself, well, if this is the team that we have to play up against, I don't know if it's going to be the same outcome of that first map. Surely it's not going to be a 250 to 60. I know that for certain. But it is going to be a really tough map 4. There is a chance now that we get that map 5.
Yeah, and you talk about kind of that map number 1, right? What went wrong? What went so disastrously wrong for Buckley? I think it was a couple of things, right? Your shooters weren't shooting, right? I mean, even beyond Sour Patch Kid that hadn't had a good series up until that control, right? We've kind of hyped up Revenge to hell and back, and he came in really fat to this series, right? Basically double negative, I think, in the first game of the day. Hale also, I mean, wasn't having that great of a time either. Just generally speaking, there wasn't any slaying power behind everything that Buckley were doing in that first game. They fixed that. They are now, in this series, everyone's starting to fire on all cylinders. Everyone is feeling themselves. But the second thing they did need to fix, and this is specific to Hardpoint, is making sure you lock down your key rotations. On a map like Hacienda, one of the best designed maps of all time, it forces you to rotate across the map. This is something that Buckley need to get right. It was a big issue back in map number 1, where some of those key rotations we talked about, they didn't even look at them. Specifically looking at P2 to P3 over and over again. They never had anybody towards that art side. If they can fix that, yeah, you're damn right we could be looking at a game 5.
And I hope we do, because that map number 2 was incredible. Looking back at these maps and modes for this series, chance now for a reverse sweep out of this Buckley Space 4 Space team. This Group C, going to be a tough one, looking at Hickam and Offit as well, playing off stream. They had a matchup. Offit took the win. Hickam now 0-1, Offit 1-0, so that's something to look forward to in the future when either Cannon and Buckley do face off against those teams. Another thing to talk about is that Langley Eustace did finish their game versus Rammstein, and it was a win in Game 5 to joint base Langley Eustace. So they're also going to join Eglin at the top of Group B. Brody, things starting to level out towards the end of day 1 for the DAF Esports World Championships, and really it hasn't been as straightforward as I would have expected. This has been all over the place and as competitive as one could hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we said, right? Coming into the World Championships, I think, comparatively to all of the different regional championships that we had, right, where we had some kind of lower level teams that were very clearly, I think, below the caliber of the teams that qualified for Worlds, that would result in some pretty obvious matchups that you kind of knew it would be of 3-0. I think the thing is, between some of the higher level teams within those respective regional championships, there's a lot of teams that are very closely matched, right? I wouldn't say, yeah, all right, Cannon, they won the CONUS championships, but does that mean that they're dominant in CONUS? No, I don't think it does, right? We saw that through runs, and that goes for pretty much all of the teams in CONUS. They are very closely matched with one another. At no point in CONUS did I ever feel like, hey, this team is going to take the entire thing. They're way better than everybody else. And that I think is just the case across every single region, across all of the different teams. Everyone is so closely matched that, we really could be looking at anything, any combination of teams making it towards the top 4 teams, the top 4 seeded teams, I should say, getting that bye into the championship bracket. So, yeah, things are really close. At this stage, we would be fools to say we know how this is going to happen.
Yeah. I think I agree with that one. And I think I'm really happy that Buckley Space 4 Space has an opportunity to kind of have this rematch versus Cannon, to have this go again, because we were even saying it during the CONUS when the championship was going on, at least when for the regional championship. This Buckley team, they deserve to be here. And I think I was a little bit sad that we weren't going to. The fact that they have this chance really turns things around for these players, for Revenge just in general, who may have missed out on this opportunity. Obviously, maps 1 and 2 were not the greatest when you were looking at the full teamwork that was coming in, but as you gel, I mean, look at the potential of this team after a map 3 finish. That was record time on that Hacienda control. This Buckley team, they have an opportunity here to really upset some of the top seeds here at the DAF Esports World Championships. And I think that there's no other team that I would like to see in this position. Same thing with, I think it was Eglin, who also had the chance to be here. And they're also taking full control of that opportunity, not really leaving anything up for question on whether or not they deserve this opportunity. They're taking full strides towards adjusting their mistakes from their regional championships. And I think that these two teams are here with nothing to lose, and they so far are performing.
Oh boy, I don't know, dude. This is a wild series so far. Buckley, I think it is nice to have them, be competitive, right? I mean, that's just the baseline for me. I think, to have a team come in here, being given a second chance, and then, also kind of have a pack-a-punch roster. This is exciting, I think, to see them actually being competitive in this matchup. So, yeah, let's see if they can extend this series to a map number 5, folks. It's time for potentially the last dance in this series. Cannon, they've got to find their groove if they want to close this out here.
Well, here we go. 3 down for Buckley's favor. See if they can get some time off of this. Hale, let's see if you can find a couple more. He's looking for the position now in the flip. A couple of the members, too, going to be moving. And Yoda, he knows that. He knows he has his hands full. And before he knows it, he is already flanked out. Still Cannon getting some time off this P1, but I like the macro play coming out from Buckley early.
You got to make sure you're on the right side of the map for that piece of rotation. That is almost as unfortunate as that 4-piece kind of made spray thing that we saw in the control, right? That is super duper unfortunate for Cannon there. They start to lose a little bit of control here. Hey, Buckley, though, are actually starting to deal with some threats. There's one player through the X-ray, and that was Yodak that did get through, but Hale will chase him down to make sure that he's not a threat. Towards the kill, 2 players already here. Artie chasing him up the white staircase, and that is the early gunfights going Cannon's way. They should have players in the back line. They don't have anyone towards the lobby, and now that's certainly more true as we're ending the game. We were in the game, but we're ending the game, Seymour.
Yeah, you gotta, everybody. Has anybody ever told you that you have a great singing voice?
No, because the minute I actually try to sing something serious, like I don't want to sound like Pavarotti. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to. I want to be more Leona Lewis. Do you know?
No,
I don't know.
I don't.
Leona Lewis is.
But you know what? I'm going to let you rock with that one. You said that with your chest, and I believe you full-heartedly. But, yeah, we don't know what's going on. And we're going to hope that these players can get back into the lobby as quick as possible. Obviously, we've been having some hiccups across the day, and we appreciate everybody for kind of rolling with the punches alongside us throughout this entire broadcast. So we're hoping that we can get back into this one as quick as possible to finish off this series, which has been an absolute banger now that we've gone through that game 3. So fun times, Brody, fun times.
Fun times indeed,
Yepers.
mate. Yeah, this is brilliant. This really is. Honestly, no, we love this. I think these tournaments are so fun to cast. I think just generally speaking because they're so relaxed in a way, right? Like, this isn't like you've got like a, I don't know, $50,000 like prize pool on the line, world championship qualification for CDL or anything like that. Like, it's just a real fun time between, teams that for the most part are friends, right? So, these kind of things, they're always real chill to cast. So it's an enjoyable time for sure.
I think that there's 2 things that we should do right now. And I think the first one is, if Tones is still in the chat, I can gun you. And if you did chow me, I would gun you. The second thing is, I think we should kind of take a step back, let these players get ready to get back into this game, Brody. And we'll be back with this map for Hacienda Hardpoint very, very soon. Everybody stay tuned.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
take number 16. I don't know where we're at right now. It's the DAF World Esports Championship. Buckley taking on Cannon. A reminder for where we're at if you guys are just joining us on the broadcast. Buckley are 2-1 down in this series, but they've started to make real strides. That 3-0 in Hacienda control has given them a massive momentum swing. But with how long we've taken to get into this game, Seymour, has that momentum been squashed a little bit?
That's the big question. I think for Buckley, they are riding off of these small breaks. You went into that control with a full different mindsets and speed and velocity to take it over. And I think going into this hard point, it's going to be one of the same. We can already see it, tie game, working towards that new second hill. You have the setup that you want. So Buckley, they are still ready to go.
Well, that's where Buckley are at right now. They've got control of the 30 seconds here. Cannon trying to approach from all angles. Revenge is watching the front with eagle eyes. Only one player has gotten past. This is a favorable spawn flip, by the way. With 20 seconds left here, Cannon spawning towards the back line is perfectly fine for Buckley. If they lose control at scrap time, they can just rotate away towards the next hard point. You've got to be careful, though. Revenge coming through for the slide chow. Argo doubled up, and there is that 10 seconds. But as I said, Seymour, that's not the end of the world, because it means the rotation has now gone your way.
Yeah, you flip the map yet again, and you even have a player in Revenge still finding value out towards arches, so it's going to draw some of the attention from Cannon to see if you can pick up this kill. Hate trying to work towards the patio at the same exact time, so a pinch play from Cannon. Will it work out? It does not, and I'm not sure how Argo just skipped over the noggin of Revenge, but you take that all day if you're Buckley.
Yeah, Buckley just being given freebies right now. Again, it does feel like the momentum has definitely swung in their favor in this series. Trade's going back again, 3 for 1. RT the only one to find some value. Dante will pick up 3 kills over here by the fences. And we've got 25 seconds left, folks. Buckley, I don't even really know if they're going to get challenged all that much. Cannon are going to give this one last little hurrah. Players already towards the point. As Yodak falls, I think that is the point to go, all right, cool, let's just rotate away towards the next hard point. But you've got to give Hale or Revenge and Dante, massive shout out. 10 and 4, 11 and 4 respectively. Now obviously that's changed, but still, they are the reasons right now that Buckley are so far in the lead.
Yeah, big reason for Buckley. Sour Patch Kid, again, back into similar ways that we saw in maps 1 and 2, but even still, the rest of the team around you, they are frying, so everybody from Buckley grouping up for a break over towards P4. Already on the inside. He is spinning in circles, trying to lock down these kills. Still with the contest. Nobody's been able to lock it down just yet. And as they get the kill onto Revenge, it's 3 down the other way and a break for Buckley.
Ah, dude, every single time these guys are piecing up. What has happened to Cannon? Now they have to hit this hill from all just one side of the hard point. And Buckley, the way that they've been playing, they're going to go right into the slaughterhouse. Sour Patch Kid this time is here. He's good for 1, good for 2. The third is there by way of a nade by Dante. The team play from Buckley on every single kit is exemplary. And Cannon, they're not even doing anything that bad. They're just doing standard hardpoint hits. They're just getting pieced up every single time.
Were Buckley sandbagging? Were they just hiding their true strength? What is this? Even Sour Patch Kid is having his moments throughout this. 56 seconds in the hard point. This is some good hill time for Cannon, but it is still a long way to climb back into this momentum-wise.
Cannon, you just have to start picking things up right now. Argo is they're not getting outside that much again, right? Argo at 7 and 11. It's not the end of the world, but still, Cannon, you just got to start playing as a team here.
3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah, exactly, right? Every single time that they get pieced up, they get pieced up. So Cannon really needs to start bucking up ideas here, and already. Took them a while, but they do end up going down. They've closed the deficit to about 20 points or so. Buckley are well aware that somebody might be in the back line here, so they're going to go on the hunt for that kill. That kill still not happened just yet, and now Hate has help. He's found 1 kill against Dante. Sour Patch could immediately shall. Nice team shots to take that player down. That should be the back spawns forced in, and that's another nade explosion by way of another nade. Yodak to take hell out of the play. Cannon all of a sudden are in.
And Revenge gets pieced, so Cannon have the break that they want within 5 seconds. This hill opening up. Shots in from Hale, and it is lovely A double kill to open up the gates over towards P2. Now lead change. Yodak alone inside this fight, but off the respawn. The rest of the team looking to get here in time. Revenge not going to predict the right side corner, and Cannon are holding strong now. This is the turnaround that we're waiting for.
This is it right here. Cannon starting to really feel themselves in this game. Last little kill coming through. 20 seconds. You can bet your bottom dollar that Buckley will at least send a couple of players towards this time. And you can see that through the X-ray. They actually spawn in the back line. So Cannon might well be gifted the new spawns, especially as Dante goes down. Revenge knows how important these spawns can be. The team shot to take Revenge down. They follow through. And all of a sudden, the momentum has just swung in favor of Cannon. They should be the first team to touch over by fences, but they still have to earn it.
Yes, they do. 20-second lead for Cannon as things are quickly shifting away from Buckley and slowing down in terms of the slaying. Another 3 down for Cannon. And this team has ignited the 4th gear. How far can Cannon push this one as they are looking to put this series away and deny that 5th map?
Nobody's blocking those close spawns just yet. So Yodak is going to continue to do with an influx of players from Buckley pushing through Fence's side. Congestion now starting to come through. It's 3 players from Buckley on the target. RT on the other side of the fence. Dante, it's a quick double for him to take those players down. And Buckley are back in for the back 20 seconds. If I'm Cannon, I'm not too pressed about it. I just start to make the transition away towards the next hard point. Dante is on the hunt, though, and wants to pick up some of these transitional gunfights. It's 1 for free. There was one right below him. Yodak in through the middle of the cut, though. Should be the first player to touch, but he has a lot to do on this new hardpoint.
Yodak's been phenomenal for locking down a lot of this time. So this time with the assistance of Argo, they're fully locked in. A 16-point lead and another 3 down to the fee. That's going to solidify a hold for Cannon, a setup that they're looking for into this P4. Everybody from Buckley breaking through the middle of the map.
One last little go of things from Buckley. Here we go. Hail slide out. Also Dante there. Yodak shut down. That's the revenge double that they needed. RT last chance. He gets cut out as well. And now we're staring down the exact same situation at which they got pieced up last time. All 4 players spawning up. But this time they're changing things a little bit different. They're trying to get it from different angles. Argo a little bit early. Trade not there just yet. Yodak here for a kill. Can they overwhelm towards this time? The stun over the top makes it difficult for Sour Patch Kid to hold on. And Yodak and Hate will take advantage of it. They want to try and get these kills. Revenge and Hale, though, slipping and sliding around the hard point. It's Hale who closes out that engagement. Hale for 4. Hale for 5. He completely tears through them. And that's Buckley now about to take the lead again.
Okay, crisp shots coming up from Hale as things are starting to heat up once more for Buckley. Space for space over to the 3rd set of rotations. Only a 3-point game on either side. 4 down again for Buckley. That's going to give Cannon the initial time at this new rotation. And some pressure for Buckley to see if they can work off this respawn and get a quick break.
Can I know how important this 30 seconds is? Argo tried to play for it. It's going to get shut down. Hate the only one to find value for Cannon. Oh, okay. Boy. That is 4 down. At this stage of the game, that is disastrous. You cannot afford to lose the PC rotation, but you can't really also give it the back 20 seconds. That's why Cannon have full sent it through the middle of the map here. And they will find the kills. They will find the time. And they might actually be able to transition here towards the backline. RT is barreling towards the back. They want to block those spawns.
This is a major fumble for Buckley. Dante, Sour Patch Kid, everybody needs to turn up now for the rotation to P2. Spawns in the back for Cannon. And Argo's going to look to be the first one to spearhead on this break. Slides in. Revenge not going to be ready. Sour Patch Kid for the trade, but you are surrounded by members. And that lead is not big enough to feel safe. Argo and Artie going to get the break in. And now Cannon in full form to see if they can run away with this.
Sour Patch Kid tried to play his life there, but on the hunt were Cannons trying to take that player down towards the backline. Revenge will double up, so you know where the threat's coming through. Doesn't check for Rock's side. That's a flanking player. It's Sour Patch Kid able to double up towards the hard point. Buckley might be able to take this time. And again, at this stage of the game, you cannot afford to give this away. Hate is full sending for it. Little bit more help still going. You've got a teammate with you and RT, but it's a 2 versus 2 on the point. RT 1 versus 1. The shot's not crispy. Revenge picks up his 5th in a row. 29 and 19. He has been a pivotal player for Buckley in this game and continues to be so.
Fight towards new. Cannon They're here, but some crucial fights that you have to win. Shots from Patio, as you can see, Yodax trying to slip towards the back line. Dante shuts it down, and Buckley are here, looking to push to a map number 5. Revenge in the perfect position to assist the rest of them, but the spawns flip, and it's Hate's turn now for Cannon to at least break from 10.
Revenge trying to get it done. Oh, the turn on from Hate. That's unfortunate. Cannon now in for the back 30 seconds here. How readable are these spawns? Yodak on the outside of the fence. Good for 1. Nade over the top is good. No trophy there to protect it. And that's 3 down in the feed. You can't let this happen.
New.
Oh, no. Argo goes down. But as you said, you got to go new. 15 seconds is not enough to close this game out. And it's a foot race towards Rock.
You should know this. You should be picking up some of these kills through mid. You should be looking towards this new hill to set up. A Cannon are going to be there. You have 2 members. Dante's the only one to fight. And he goes down. Now 3 players here for Cannon to set up.
No one trades Revenge, and Hale through the middle of the map. That might be it, folks. Buckley have broken through. 10 seconds is all that they need. Cannon barreling towards the hard point. Hale wasn't much in the middle of the map. 1 player does get through, and that kill is good. Artsy gonna go down. Trays from the other side. McLaren side is a pinstripe kill feed. Somebody getting in towards the hard point. Sour Catch Kid will double up. 1 last silk hit through the middle of the map. It's not coming, and Buckley force a game number 5.
13 and 28, but it is the 13th kill that puts you over the edge. Sour Patch Kid going big in the 1v1, and the reverse sweep is still alive for Buckley Space Force Space Cannon. Oh boy, you gotta figure something out because this one is running away from you. They had a good chance there, too. There's so many moments where the break looked good. You had 3 players there, but you're just not able to fully set up, and it is break after break each way. 2 minutes on the time for Sour Patch Kid. Every single kill won inside of that hill, getting so much time for Buckley to hold that lead early and run away with it towards the end. And not to mention, they have hit a new gear when it comes to the slaying that is being brought between Hale and Revenge.
Man, I don't even know what to say. It's phenomenal hardpoint from both teams. And you know what? I was going to give Cannon a bit of flack, actually, because towards the end, they seem to have sent a couple of players in towards the, what was it, the fence's hard point, right? The penultimate hard point, where, you know, they obviously kind of had to come through and hit that for what was effectively 5 or 6 seconds of scrap time, but that actually enabled them to hit towards the last hard point. That gave them the space to make that rotation, but in the end, it was not good enough. They get broken.
Yeah.
Huge shout out to Sour Patch Kid to pick up that final 2. Again, a player that, you know, the first half of the series wasn't really present at all. And the second half has just been absolutely beaming. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say.
How are we here right now, Brody? I have no idea how we're at a map 5. After what we saw in map 1, after what happened in map 2, is Buckley Space Force Space, they still have a chance at this entire thing. And Cannon, they gotta be worried going into this one. But we do have an update for everybody at home watching. Unfortunately, because of all the delays that we've been having, this is going to be the last game streamed for today, for day 1 of the DAF Esports World Championships. So after this one, stream is going to close off, but we will be resuming after it. Of course, we will be resuming tomorrow for the matches. But to kick things off with a Game 5, to end things off with a Game 5, this is incredible.
It is. Well, we need to take a breather after that because that was an insane conclusion to that map number 4. A reverse sweep might be upon us. Can Buckley pull it out towards the end of this series? Game 5, Search and Destroy. Do not go far, folks. It's going to be a banger ending to this series.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We're about to get into our Game 5 between Buckley and Cannon. What a ride it's been in this series. We started this series pretty convinced that Cannon were going to walk through Buckley. After that was a 250 to 60 hardpoint or something like that. But slowly, every single map, Buckley have looked better and better to the point now where it would not surprise me if we had our first reverse sweep of the tournament.
No, it wouldn't. I think this Buckley Space Force base has really made an argument for themselves in this series. It was a big question in map 1 whether or not this team would actually be able to compete in this series, but you started to see them put the building blocks together in the Search and Destroy. Control was a complete 180 where they just took over in a 3-0 sweep back on that Hacienda. And albeit it was a competitive Hacienda hardpoint for that map number 4, even still, those moments where you saw this Buckley team in the lead, they looked very comfortable in that lead. So going into this game 5, yeah, Brody, I would put this in graces of a potential reverse sweep, and Cannon should be scared, even looking towards that map number 2, Search and Destroy, when you go all the way into round 10. You had a really good chance to put that one away if you were Buckley, but you chuckled it. So you put that one behind you, you ride this momentum, you just follow up on some of those strategies that you brought in the Hacienda, and this re-1 can be something that is very kind to you.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, that's the thing. As I said, I think these guys have been making incremental improvements throughout the entirety of this series thus far. So we just really need to see more of that. You know, more of that team play that we've been seeing, more of that pure, unpatented aggression from the subs, right? You know, we've given a lot of love to Revenge and Hale for a good reason, because they have been frying through the back half of this best of 5, really since that first Search and Destroy. They're feeling themselves right now, but it's worth saying that Rewind Search and Destroy is, generally speaking, a map that is not going to benefit the subs all that much. This is a very AR heavy map. There's a lot of different positions you've got to run through, and that might sour things for Buckley. They are going to start things off on the offense, and it is immediately a hit towards the B bomb site, and they might have to back away here. They take a 1-for-1 trade. Shadow Patch Kid's looking for some kind of exit frags. He has to be careful, though. He is not the exit frag, and, well, he barely gets away. Yodak on the hunt for this kill. Shadow Patch Kid still weak from this shot, and that's finally the kill that Cannon wanted.
Yeah, you get that bomb down and bring things back into a 2 versus 2 revenge. Gonna reaggress, and he will. Still a chance, though, for Cannon in the 1v1. Yodak not going to be able to spot this full rotation that's coming out from Dante, but both players going to hit the reposition.
Huge 1v1 to set the pace here. Cannon really, really need this after what was a pretty disappointing last couple of maps. Dante grabbed the bomb.
Did he?
I don't know if you had it. Yeah, I mean, he knows the bomb's gone now. He's like, whoa, hang on. That bomb is no longer there. When has that happened? So now Yodak's only choice is to barrel towards B. I think he might just got stuck on the doors outside of Elephants. He might not get here in time. He's now having to play for exit frag, and he will find it. Yodak wins the 1 versus 1. Maybe not the way he expected, but it gets it done.
We have 3 kills in the round. Not only bringing things into a 2v2, dropping that bomb, but the trade onto Revenge to set up that 1-on-1 in the clutch. Yodak has been quite the treat for this Cannon team, taking Crusade's spot and really setting pace for what this team truly can accomplish here in the World Championships. Buckley, it's a good start to the game. I mean, you get that first blood. You had lives for the moments. I thought for sure Revenge would have had a little bit of more support towards Sour Patch Kid when Yodak was chasing him down, but albeit can't be everywhere and all at once. So Cannon kick things off. Buckley looking for an answer.
All right, Buckley. They want to trade. Hale's actually got behind enemy lines here. Yeah, should get traded out. No, he actually gets away. I really thought Hale was going to take him down. Hale, if he could have taken one down with him, that would have been huge. Artie hits the reload at the wrong time, though. Gets punished for it at the same time. Dante takes Yodak out of the play. Now it becomes a 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1 for Kate.
Surely not.
How many
again.
times is this going to happen?
You got the chase as well. Dante is getting some good ground here. Bomb is down over towards B. Both players trying to play some timings. Would be a back-to-back clutch. Hale almost giving this Buckley team a free round to answer back off of that first one, but as Dante have a chance to see this bomb from P5? That's the big question. Hate's going for the recovery. There's no way you're going to be able to see it get picked up, but there's a lot of time from Hate being burned right now, and he doesn't have anywhere other than B to go with this bomb. Didn't hit.
That stun doesn't connect. It just lands short. So he doesn't get the info. Hate gets it down and he gets away. And now Dante has all the time in the world here to potentially play for this reposition.
He's scratching his head. He doesn't know what just happened.
He has no idea where he's gone. All he knows is where the bomb flying for goes for the check around hedges, but not a single shot will connect. Hate, all he needs to do is back away here. A reminder that Hate needs to defend this bomb. Dante, Tate, what is that challenge? Oh my god!
I can't believe he reached out that Brody. I can't believe it!
3 times!
I had the confidence here from Hate to play this one. But hey, when you're that guy, you just know you are that guy. With the Jackal in hand, and why not Chalet off the slide? And that's back-to-back 1v1s that Cannon clutch up. You are kicking yourself right now if you're Buckley, but off of this rewind, it is a very different ballpark than the Hacienda, and we are seeing that.
It feels like Buckley have really been countered by their pace, right? That's where they've been so strong the last couple of maps, is setting that pace every single round. Cannon have had a real response to it, and that's even showing right now. Buckley are playing slow. Revenge can't get anything done for them on the map, so he's cut down. Buckley now having a reposition here. They might get some good timing. Artie has just passed right by them. Did they see him? No, they didn't. But Artie also can't hold his trigger for long enough that he can get away with a freebie. So he's now going to have to back away. Yodak with a follow-up through the connector. He will not find that frag. Artie is going to find some value. Over by 18, though. Dante takes Hate out of the play. So 3 versus 2 we go. Hale, big opportunity to even the odds, and he does.
Oh, trying to get away with his life. He has to hit the regen, and he will. 2v2, bomb recovered, and look at the split between Artie and Yodak. There is a chance that Yodak could get behind this A plan and deny it from going down. He does get the information.
He just needs to get out. Play his life. Oh my god!
He does not need to get out, Brody.
Dude, the amount of gunfights that we're seeing here being taken by Cannon players is insane. You're not seeing that final 1 versus 1, and I think that's probably for the best from Hale's POV, because Yodak just gave him the business. Artie, of course, taking a play out from behind as well. That's the final kill cam, so that's the one you will see. But still, Cannon just continue to escalate in this search and destroy. Buckley, just when they feel like they've figured it out, rounds continue to slip away from them. They need to stop this bleeding now.
What a series. What a game. Cannon don't want this reverse sweep, and they're doing everything that they can to deny it. 3 rounds in a row. Can Buckley start to get some momentum? RCXD out, and Hale's going to set it away. Stun up. Hale's going to be in trouble. He needs this first blood. It looks like they're going to get it.
I traded out, though. That's big for Cannon. Means they can escape if they want. You can see Hate through the X-ray and on the minimap, keeping an eye on things, but no, Arcee goes down. Now he needs to go and retrieve that bomb, and you need to commit to something here. Time is of the essence. You've got 50 seconds left in this round to make a move. Dante with a slide out. And that's a freebie that you will take all day long if you're Yodak, and now you're starting to make a move forward here. Buckley have fully committed towards defending the B site. If Cannon can make the wrap around, they should be 3 to plant on A, but whether or not they're actually going to do that in a timely fashion is a different story, because they're taking the real long route to get there.
You need this round if you're Buckley. Time's getting low. Yodak's still alive. The round's still alive, but Hale is hiding in the corner. And that pop-up brings things into a chance now to put yourself on the board. All you need to do is play your life.
Hey, no choice but to fly towards the bomb. This should be over. Hale's gonna stop him. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! The 1 versus 2 just flashed before my eyes. The fact that he even gets a look at that second player is wild. But yeah, just taking too long. In that 2 versus 2, I feel there for Cannon. You'd make the wrap around. All right, cool. You don't really need to go all the way towards chicken, though. That I think was a bit egregious, and I think that is the thing that befalls them in that round.
I had to clench my butt there. I thought that was going to be the wildest clutch ever. That was so close. And Buckley, they are not making this one easy. So back onto the attack. Let's see if they can go back to back. Oh, no. Already from downtown. And this round is gone. It feels like it's gone at least. Hale. Okay, wait a second.
God.
Artie and Yodak, they sell. They just sold.
Yeah. I don't know why we need to do that. You're on defense, Cannon. Maybe just trying to crush the shoulder of Buckley. All of a sudden, they might just open the door to recovery.
What is happening?
I don't even know. Argo has nothing to work with here. And Ames, not the best weapon for this situation. Has he just spotted Dante towards Elephant? I think he might have done.
He has a stun.
The chance that Dante might have seen him as well. No, never mind. Did not. Brings this down to a 1 versus 1. As you said, the stun is in the back pocket ready to go. To use it to out towards Elephant. He's hopping. He's hopping. Hale's gone the long rank around. He's gone the long flank around, and he sees him just in time. Buckley with a round, but you called it early on. That's not a round they should have had. Cannon, why are we overheating?
I mean, I don't understand the call to double swing through Elephants on a corner that hasn't been cleared by stuns, hasn't been cleared by, well, it did get cleared by a nade, but you had no follow-up information after it was gone. Hale, he takes that all day, every day, and tomorrow. So big clutch in the 1 versus 1. You got to tip it to Argo for going for that defuse. Not really much else you can do in that round. And you wanted to try to risk something big for the clutch. So 2 to 3 we go. Buckley looking to go 3 in a row. And looks like we're getting a fast hit through P5. The RCXD on the follow-up brings it into a 2v4.
That's big. Cannon, just don't throw away your advantage. Dante, guys, stop doing this.
Come on.
What are we doing? What? Dante finally down for the count. All right, 2 versus 1 here for Cannon. RT's going to go ahead and plant that bomb. They don't know where Hale is. They're making a lot of noise as well. Yoda, it's flying open there.
Hale
might actually have info on both of these players.
Surely he saw them right there. Come on. Is the window too hard to see through? What is?
It's frosted glass, mate.
What is this going? What is this game? I can't believe it. You know what? This is exactly how I'd expected Game 5 to go after what this series has put us through. It is absurd, the plays that we are seeing.
Oh my god. Cannon 4-2 up now. 2 rounds away from taking this series and preventing what would be a reverse sweep. Good start, though. Dante takes Hate down through the middle of the map.
Stun hits.
The Cannon haven't moved. Yeah, that stun might connect. That's information for Buckley, but still, Cannon are not moving right now. They are staying stagnant. They are staying resolute. They are holding on to both of these bomb sites.
Yeah, you really have to at this point. You don't want to give up B. But I'm going to go for the check. Hill has seen him. Now for the confirmation that Yodak knows the players are here. They're going to try to flip things out on the back line for the flank. Dante's going to spot it. A shot's in, but is he going to hold his ground? They're going to go for the reflank.
On the hunt for this kill. Artie really wants this kill. That's really unfortunate because he flies right into the POV of Hale. Dante can then activate for that final kill. And I think that was just a little bit too fast for my liking. You don't have the man advantage. You don't need to be as fast when you don't know what's on the other side of those double doors. But good play from Dante as well. I'll say that much, right? To just pull yourself back and don't fly at the opposition. It's very easy to overheat and just take on a 1 versus 2 that's unfavorable. No, he just pulls those players back towards his team. And it works very, very well. So, another round on the board for Buckley. Things almost tied up in this game. What look the Cannon throw on this offense?
That's the big question. Luckily, though, if they want to close this gap here and now, Yodak's going to get tagged up on the chase. The bomb carrier already not going to be able to get away. Another first blood for Buckley. Now looking to steamroll their way through. Argo, can he get anything from this flank? Well, he's going to avoid the information on the nade check, but they got to go get this bomb back.
Yeah, that's really awkward now for Cannon to be in 3 versus 3, but you're going to have to exhaust some time on the clock here to actually go grab that bomb. And they don't look like they're going to just yet. They want to get another kill before they do so. It's worth saying, Buckley are playing this like super passively. They have no idea that that bomb is down. They definitely would be playing this totally different if they did. And they're playing so passively, as a matter of fact, that Cannon are confident, hey, we're just going to get this bomb down over towards A, and we're going to send them into a total panic.
I think there's an RCXD out for the retake.
Yep. Uh-oh.
He's going to get spotted. Has to duck behind the dumpsters. Revenge. Has Argo pinned down. And the stun hit. Not confident in the play. Why does he give that up? Argo saving the day once again. Sour Patch Kid. 1 versus 3. Now a 1v2 with 18 seconds. Has to get both kills in the defuse.
Oh, no.
And a couple shots there onto Hate, but he's not able to lock it down. Cannon take match point in the game 5. And they're going to have a few chances to get it done.
Man, I really thought for a second there that 1 versus 2 from Sour Patch Kid was about to activate. He gets way too much to look at the first player. Argo's there for the trade, fortunately, but still. Oh my god. Cannon, 1 round away now in what feels like a scrappy search and destroy between these two teams. Buckley have had their moments for sure. Let's see whether or not they can get it done. They've got the bomb in hand, and the play call has been made. It's down the middle of the map here. Opening shots. Good for the first. Yodak is punished for his aggression. Now Buckley have a man advantage to work with, and they're going to get aggressive again. Look at play number 6. Artie's all the way up.
Yeah, already. Oh, he is in behind everything right now, and nobody's going to be watching this flank. This happened so many times back on the Hacienda, and he can blow everything up right now, Brody. He's got the chance.
Just got to hold his trigger. Do not immediately shoot. Yeah, he is holding it right now. He's trying to play a sneaky like. Didn't hold it anymore. Time to go. Good for 1. Can you get the second?
Whoa.
No, God. Had to go to the pistol. Fortunately enough, Hate is there for the trade. So 2 versus 2. Sour Patch Kid still has that bomb in hand. Spots out a player, recognizes, hey, that's a no-go zone. We're going to get the hell out of Dodge. But still, it's Revenge on the other side that is the ace in the hole. And he just looks away at the wrong time.
He's just got to hold his chest right now. He's got the call that this reposition might be in. The flank's going to be watched. Sour Patch Kid goes down, so it's all down to Revenge. 1v1 again. 18 seconds. Chance to regen, go back into it. But there's not going to be a chance to go for the plants, and Hate knows that.
He's got it. He hit it. Hate running over towards bomb. 1 versus 1, and he does it. Cannon prevent the reverse sweep. Buckley, they had so much momentum, and all of that has been stopped. Fallen flat on its face. With one final 1 versus 1, Cannon have broken down the revolution.
That is a close comeback for Buckley, but not close enough. Cannon, they deny the reverse sweep. They push through in the groups, at least, to get that 1-0 start to the day. And for Buckley, you're a little bit sad that the reverse sweep couldn't come through, but in the search and destroys, the ice is just not there. So many times on that rewind. Once we get back to it, we will be seeing a couple of 1v1s lost that maybe you should have picked up on, but after the way that you started this one, if you're Cannon Air Force Base, you were happy to close the series the way that you did. A 250-60 in map 1. That is not a series that you want to lose.
Man, yeah, I mean, what a gutting series, I think. Really for both teams, right? I feel like there's a kind of an element of emotional investment, right? I think for Cannon, you know, and the idea that you started the series so strongly that, you know, to get reverse swept would have absolutely crushed you. But really, I think even worse for Buckley, right? To get so tantalizingly close to a reverse sweep, especially the way in which they dominated maps number 3 and 4, like, easily the most dominant maps of the series, which is crazy considering what we saw in map number 1. And, you know, to come in just like that and end up losing the round number 5, I think that is just wild. So really unfortunate for Buckley, I think, to not be able to close things out. But honestly, shout out to both teams. Really, really great series. I'm so glad that after what happened in map number 1, it wasn't just a very simple career.
Yeah, we hyped this up to be a really close game, and we were saying after map 2, we were a little upset that it's not as close as we would have expected, but Buckley, they put Cannon through the ringer, and I think this really shows just how far Buckley can push throughout this bracket in a couple moments here that maybe don't go your way. That one in general, I'm not sure how that stun doesn't check Argo in the corner, but so many moments that you look back at this map number 5, you think that that could have been around for Buckley. Same can be said for Cannon, to be fair, especially considering that double nade over at the top really set you up for a good round win that you threw away. But on the same side, Brody, this has been a fantastic day of Call of Duty across the first of many that we do have here at the DAF Esports World Championships. A lot of Game 5s, a couple Game 4s, and that really shows how close the competition here is in Florida.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this is just day number 1 of 3 of the group stage of the competition. We've got all of that, and then, of course, the championship bracket afterwards as well. So we've got 5 days of action in total. This was just day number 1 of 5, mate. There's so much more to come, and day number 1 delivered on everything that we could possibly ask for. Tomorrow, we're going to be back with more action from the group stage. As a reminder that every single team, no matter where they place in the group, makes it through to the championship bracket for the final few days of the competition. So you're not going to lose anybody at this stage of the competition, but you do want as high of a seed as possible. So that's going to be all of that tomorrow and in the days to come. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning into today's broadcast here for the DAF Esports World Championships. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. We'll see you then.